Chapter 1. Midori no Ha, the Green Leaves. Naruto sighed as he took off his orange jumpsuit and laid it on a chair. No use cleaning right now. Too late, too tired to care. Too darn proud and happy to care either. He had just become a shinobi. After 3 years of failing and ridicule, he had done it. And all it took was sneaking into the Hokage Tower, stealing a scroll, and learning a jutsu from it. Which brings him to his current thoughts. Namely that jutsu are awesome. Of course, who would think anything else? But the problem is that he doesn't know that many. Sure, he has the Kawarimi and Henge, just now got the Kagebunshin too, but that's not enough. How can it be enough? First order of business is getting more in his arsenal. It would only be fair too. Everyone else had their families teaching them taijutsu and ninjutsu and all kinds of jutsu. Naruto had no one. He was all alone. So he had no one to teach him or show him or just tell him it would all be fine when he got scared. But now he had the old man and Irika-sensei, so it was better, but still. He needed more jutsu, because he planned to have a family with many children. And what father would let their child go without as much cool teachings as possible? New jutsu, huh? I gotta get me some of those. He mumbled to himself. Easier said than done though when you're the scapegoat of the entire village. For no good reason at that either. So where could he get some new jutsu? The old man was probably busy. He was the darn Hokage after all. And Irika-sensei was injured. Asking the Kyuubi no Kitsune would be an eternity too early no matter when he did it. But there was no one else to ask. So what could he do? He thought some more on it, but decided that it hurt his mind when he overthought things and went to sleep. Just as his sleep took him, however, he remembered something from Irika's lectures. One of the few he had ever bothered to listen to. All the Hokages made their own special techniques that gave them an edge over every other enemy. These same techniques we use today as proud Konoha shinobi. So, since he was going to be a Hokage, he needed his own techniques. That was about the first thought that came to his mind when he woke up. But what to do? What kind of super awesome cool technique could he make that no one else had ever made? It would have to be original, cool, and easy to use, strong as well, but hard to copy or imitate. So he did the one thing he thought he'd never have to do. Go to the library. You see, most people think that Naruto is an idiot and completely inept. That is a mistaken perception. He is actually quite smart and quick of wit. However, he lacks knowledge and understanding, the two things that actually turn intellect and wisdom into a usable force. Which is why every time any teacher actually bothered to sit down with Naruto to teach him something, he seemed to pick it up at light speed. Too bad nobody ever cared about the orphan enough to actually look at him away from their preconceptions and own expectations. But Naruto knew that. He knew he wasn't an idiot. He just didn't know about stuff. Mostly because nobody ever told him anything. They just took things for granted. Therefore, since he couldn't depend on anyone anymore, he was a ninja now. He had to do it on his own. And that meant shiver studying. Which in turn meaning having to go to the library. Getting in was hard, or annoying more like it, but after showing off his headband and suffering nearly an hour of authenticity checking, he managed to get in. Now to find books on jutsu theory, chakra manipulation theory, jutsu creation theory, jutsu analysis theory. Well, any kind of theory that had to do with chakra, techniques, and jutsu. And bingo! Steps to Jutsu Alteration and Creation for Beginners by AR. Whoever that AR guy was, he was a godsend to Naruto. So, the blonde took the book and went to a corner to study. Jutsu creation is neither harder than it is speculated, but neither is it easier than hoped to be. It is an art form where one understands himself first and the world around them second. For that to be done, a unique kind of mind is necessary. One that both accepts oneself but also seeks to further understand, a natural-born inquisitive. Most commonly, jutsu are separated in several categories, further separated by elements or effects. Ninjutsu, split into general, also known as ninpo, katon, futon, suiton, raiton, and doton, in no particular order. Iryojutsu, fuinjutsu, barriers and seals. Jinjutsu, visual and emotional, and taijutsu, weapons, bare-handed, enhanced. However, those distinctions are wrong. There are only two types of jutsu, who combine in a third. These two types are emit-type jutsu and reinforce-type jutsu. Emit types create something from nothing, such as fire or electricity, to give a rather vulgar example, but also include barriers and almost all types of genjutsu. Its greatest advantage is that it requires little setup to initiate, usually just the hand seals and chakra used. However, due to its nature of creating things out of nothing, it also has a great chakra cost and requires great control lest the technique goes berserk and backfires. Reinforced type instead alters and/or augments a substance's natural abilities. Examples are most Doton jutsu, almost all forms of taijutsu, and several types of emotional or sense-altering genjutsu, as well as all types of iryojutsu. It has the advantage of requiring less chakra and control as they rarely go berserk. Instead, they simply burn out the medium of use, with the notable exception of iryojutsu, who instead burn out the target and are therefore extremely dangerous, and so will not be discussed further to avoid accidents. However, as a disadvantage, they require a setup before being used, the medium through which they will be channeled, be it water or earth. The third type is combine, and it is made out of combining the principles of emit and reinforce types. However, it is extremely rare to find someone even capable of using such a jutsu, much less someone who can actually make a new combine-type jutsu. However, they are the strongest type of jutsu as they have very few to no weaknesses apart from their humongous chakra cost and general lack of people who can use them. For one to create their own technique, it isn't as easy as using several hand seals in order and willing something to happen. The prospective creator must keep the following rules in mind. The first rule, what type of jutsu it is. Emit, reinforce, or the extremely rare combine type. As the latter is the rarest and most dangerous, the prospective creator should focus on creating a technique using one of the first two archetypes. Do not stray from the chosen type. Do not try to cross over, and keep a clear mind on what you want your jutsu to do. For starters, choose a relatively simple concept, such as reinforcing the hardness of a fragile item or creating a small gust of wind. This process determines the first hand seal of a jutsu, if any are used. The second rule, what is its expression? How does the jutsu do what you wish it to do? Simply throwing chakra cannot accomplish anything. You have to shape it, change it, and alter it to your needs. Does the jutsu create a gust of flame, or does it toughen your armor? Does it create the illusion of fire, or does it enhance your arm muscles? Again, keeping a clear focus on what you intend to do is extremely important. This process determines the last hand seal of a jutsu, if any are used. The third rule, how and why does it occur? How does your jutsu perform what it is needed to do? It may be as simple as a gout of flame, or as complex as a dragon-shaped manifestation of lightning. It may be merely enhancing the muscles by improving their endurance, or it could be shifting the entirety of the body's humors to certain locations for either defense or offense. This process finalizes the intermittent hand seals of the jutsu, if any are used, and makes it stable. The golden and final rule, know your limits. Do not attempt an untested jutsu in harsh conditions, read, combat, stress, lack of rest, sickness, or unaided. If possible, use clones, ideally Kage Bunshin, for their ability to copy the user's knowledge, memories, and skills, as well as transfer any gained information back to the user upon dispelling, and have an ally standing by to provide help or a superior to supervise. Test the technique extensively to make sure no instability is noted and that it can be performed easily and without need of much focus. Add more hand seals to the sequence if it needs further stability, or remove if they are not necessary. If you are able to keep these simple rules in mind, then you can create or recreate almost any type of jutsu. Read on the next chapter as to hints on what type of ninjutsu would best suit the starting creator. Good luck! After that was a list of chapters on anything related to jutsu construction. Unfortunately, it also took some things for certain, namely that the reader have understood several chakra theories and completed various chakra control exercises. Yeah, Naruto sighed disappointed. I'll have to study even more. Can't be helped, I guess. But throughout his reading, he thought about one thing constantly. What kind of jutsu should he make? What could he make that would be original enough to actually suit him? What could he make? Katon, Raiton, Suiton, Doton, Futon. They were all so common, everyone knew them. Anything he would think up, someone else must have already thought about. Jinjutsu. He sucked. He couldn't even make a bunshin. Now he just knew he had way too much chakra to ever use right. Taijutsu. He had no idea of it. Mizuki team never taught him even the basics, something he'd have to fix as soon as possible. Fuinjutsu? Nah, not good with calligraphy, and again, no teaching prior. And best leave Iriojutsu out of it as well. What to do? Then he remembered the previous night. Who am I? I'm Leaf-style shinobi, Uzumaki Naruto Databayo. Leaf-style shinobi, huh? The seed of an idea planted itself into Naruto's mind, and he grinned like never before. Oh yes, he could do this, he would do this. Leaf-style indeed. But for now, he had more studying to do. Chapter 2. Haru no Saisho no Hai, First Day of Spring. Hatake Kakashi was a busy man. He was also a pervert and one of Konoha's strongest jounin, a candidate for Hokage even. So why the hell was he saddled with 3 brats again? Damn, being a jounin sensei would really mess up his time. Not like the brats were anything special anyway. Just Uchiha Sasuke, the top student of the year and last Uchiha. Haruno Sakura, civilian-born girl with the highest theoretical rankings achieved in years. Uzumaki Naruto, the idiot and dead last of the class, somehow also a Jinchuriki. Of course, nobody said that Sasuke had a stick the size of a bridge shoved up his ass, or that Sakura was a raving fangirl, or that Uzumaki Naruto considered jutsu making a hobby. Well, alright, maybe the brats were a bit special, hopefully not in the bad way. He'd have to do something about that, wouldn't he? But that would have to wait after they passed, if they passed, the test he was currently giving them. And they didn't look like they were going to make it. He had already beaten them all in their respective specialties. What more could a bunch of 13-year-olds do to him? 100 times 0 is still 0. Hatake Kakashi would find it out the hard way. Because Naruto was sick and tired of it. Kakashi underestimated him like everyone did. Nobody believed in him. So, he decided that if loud and brash didn't work, he'd use loud and brash with a side of sneaky in it. He wasn't Konoha's prankster king for nothing. He could be pretty darn sneaky when he wanted to. First order of business. Get Sasuke, Sakura-chan, for all her beauty and smarts, would be useless in a fight. Even he could tell that. So, how's it going there? Feeling nice and cozy there, team? Snarked Naruto once he saw Sasuke buried deep into the ground, only the head protruding. At least no pedophile shoved anything of his up my ass, dope. Was the expected snark back, and Naruto chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. Touché, I guess. So what are we gonna do? Isn't it obvious? I'm getting out of this hole, and then going after Kakashi-sensei. I touched the bells before. This time I'm getting them. Even against his will, Naruto whistled. That was pretty impressive. He didn't even get close to them before. Mon, wish I could say the same, but you saw how I got my ass kicked. But, way I see it, it's gonna take you too long to get out of there, and time's running out already. I could get you out a bit faster, since, you know, I can actually move. He poked fun at the Uchiha. But then you'd help me back. I can't get the bell, and now that he knows how good you are, he won't be surprised as easy. Only choice is to surprise him again, but without getting surprised ourselves. Only way to do that is by cooperating. You know, divide and conquer and all that crap, never too good with it. Naruto shrugged. Sasuke was surprised. Was that really the dead last? Was that a Jinjutsu or something? Because Naruto sounded like he had a lot of common sense right then. And common sense was rather uncommon lately. But the blonde was right. He needed help, and it was true that he had surprised his teacher. Now that the Jounin knew how good he really was, he wouldn't even let him get close. How do you know I won't cheat you out of your bell? He asked, though mostly to check Naruto's reply. All that he got was a chuckle and Naruto's helping hand. You may be a team, but you got honor. I know you do. You know you do. Besides, what would you do with an extra bell? Give it to Sakura. No way. She's even weaker than me, and you can't handle weakness. You're allergic to it. A grunt later, both from the exertion of getting out of the damn hole and from acquiescing to Naruto's words and Sasuke's side. Better Naruto than Sakura. Even he was less likely to draw enemy attention, and that was considering his loud personality and orange colors. Speaking of loud personality, the blonde wasn't anywhere near as loud, obnoxious, or arrogant as he was the month prior, and calling someone arrogant was a high insult if it came from Sasuke. In fact, even his clothing seemed to be subdued a bit. What the hell had happened? Rules of Shinobi Conduct, Stealth Guide, and Tactical Stratagem Guide had happened. Good books those ones. Naruto had stumbled across them, read, the librarian snuck them into his reading table, and read them for fun. If people didn't look at him with his orange ensemble, whoa, nice word that, he noted, then he'd make them notice him with his kick-ass skills, which meant getting these skills in the first place. First you get the skills, then you get the recognition, then you get the hat. Or something like that. But for now, he had something else to focus on. So, any other bright ideas, Dobe? He's a Jounin. He'll see us coming a forest away. Naruto grinned a grin that was entirely too much like his pranking planning mode for Sasuke to be entirely comfortable with. Well, what if an entire forest is in his face? Leave cover to me. Just focus on getting the bells. I'll be busy, though, to keep the cover up, so I'll only be able to supply a few clones. That all right with you? I can still change them into things, like kunai or shuriken, that you can throw and catch him by surprise. Ichinen. That might work. He wouldn't expect a shuriken to change to a human, should get him by surprise. But what's our cover? Well, you know what I said yesterday about making jutsu as my hobby? Let's just say I took leaf-style shinobi to a more literal level. Then he laughed, conspiratorially and evilly. It was contagious, and Sasuke grinned back. Time to get back at their damn sensei. Kakashi got a strange feeling, like he had just been had, but ignored it. His red was more important than that anyway. What could a bunch of brats do to him? Hello, Kakashi-sensei. Care for a rematch? It was Naruto, the annoying blonde, but something was strange about him. Oh yeah, he wasn't rushing like an idiot. Sure, Mr. Deadlast. I didn't know you liked the Sannin Goroshi so much. He tried to get a reaction out of the blonde, and let's say he was honestly surprised when he didn't. He should have been worried instead. Oh, I didn't like it. Not at all, you damn pedophile. I bet that's how you get your kicks, molesting young boys. What? Women are actually too much for you. I don't want to hear about it from a boy who hasn't even jerked off properly. Well, just so you know, this boy is a legal adult, you know. Old enough to kill, old enough to drink, and do other things as well. Now that was cause for alarm and surprise. Looking over at the blonde, all Kakashi got was a vicious grin. Before he could speak, the blonde continued. Oh, and by the way, gotcha, he said, hands already in a weird position. Both hands were in half-ram position, but while one was placed before his chest, as is the proper place, the other one was over his head. Kirigakure no Jutsu? How could he dash? Konoha Ninpu, Kanahagakure no Jutsu. Leaf ninja art, hidden in the leaves technique. What? Kakashi chalked out, but there was not much else he could do as suddenly leaves from all the trees around him picked up, buffeting him forcefully. On their own, no leaf actually hurt him, but it seemed like it was a single mass slamming on him, like a thick pea soup. Even if he could move freely, it messed up almost all of his senses. Touch was out of the window thanks to all these leaves slamming onto him. Sound was off thanks to all the leaves, and sight was gone as well. So he ran, hoping that the jutsu had a small area of effect. No such luck. It seemed to not be targeted on him either, more like emitted all around Naruto. How much chakra did the brat have? He thought he only possessed just a bit above average, judging on how long his clones had lasted, but this was on a whole other level. So it was very surprising when he was forced to dodge to the side to avoid a thrown kunai, and then lean to the other, lest a kick caught his head. Funny, in the short glimpses of sight the fluttering leaves allowed him, he made out a completely different kind of leg than Naruto's. Uchiha Sasuke? But they were supposed to be mortal enemies. They would turn into rivals only after he had worked them to the bone and bonded them through various demeaning chores. They weren't supposed to cooperate. And Sasuke was definitely not supposed to throw kunai quite that liberally either. Something was wrong, and Kakashi wasn't in on the plan. He hated when he wasn't in on the plan. And just how was Sasuke able to find him in all this fluttering leaf mess? Could Naruto be able to control the density of this damn jutsu of his? If so, He was either better than the file said, or he had practiced for way longer than he had thought possible. It was both, even though Kakashi himself didn't know it. Then, he heard a weird popping sound. His trained ears managed to distinguish it as a cancelled hinge, even with all this mess around him. Kakashi had only one moment to curse his luck and still virgin life before being swarmed by clones he never even knew existed. Half an hour later, the prospective Team 7 was back at the 3 stumps that served as their meeting point. Kakashi had made to tie up Sakura, since she hadn't gotten a bell, but Naruto emphatically refused. More like threw in several remarks on bondage, pedophilia, and whipped cream, but he got the point across. Or rather, Sakura got her slap across Kakashi's face. Really, no child should read sexual remarks, make or break relationships and enemies. So to recap, Sakura, you were useless. Naruto, you were less than useless. Sasuke, you managed to do something, just a bit above useless. But somehow, he wasn't about to reveal that Naruto's remarks had managed their goal of ruining his calm and unsettling him. You two managed to pass. So, what am I going to do with you? He sighed. You two made a good enough plan, but you completely forgot Sakura. And Sakura, you did nothing to help Naruto while he fought near you. Instead, you just ran off to Sasuke. But, Sakura-chan knew I would most likely fail to get a bell. So she bid her time. She saw your strategy and probably thought of a plan to share with Sasuke. Right, Sakura-chan? Naruto exclaimed, throwing a sharp glance at the girl to let her know of his plan. They're the top 2 of the class. They knew nothing about my brand new Konoha no Jutsu. So, you can't blame her for it. Why, yeah, Naruto's right. I didn't know anything about it. She followed up close. Regardless of the blonde idiot's plan, it would be better than being called a traitor, she thought. Besides, as for me and Sasuke excluding Sakura-chan, well, she's more a support-type ninja, right? I bet she's going to be great with traps and such, but we needed combat. If she was included, you could have used her as a hostage, and that would be bad, right? Is that so? Glared Kakashi. He knew the blonde was lying, but why was he? The same thing passed Sasuke's mind. All right then, I'll be back after you eat your lunch, but don't share any with Sakura, or you will fail instantly. Then he was gone. Naruto had but a second to sigh in relief before being picked up by the scruff by an annoyed Sasuke. You dope, he shouted. What were you thinking? Why are you including her? Want him to fail us? I agreed to your plan because it would give me a better partner than her, he spat. But what you're doing will get us failed. Sasuke's tirade came less from the potential of failure, however, and more from the feeling of betrayal. No, it won't, Sasuke. How do you think I learned to do jutsu? Try every hand-seal combination and hope for the best. Come on, I'm not that stupid. I went to the library, darn place that it is. But you see, I found some nice books there, tactics and such. One of them said that, excluding special circumstances, no Konoha cell functions with less than 4 members, a leader and 3 subordinates. In short, Kakashi is our leader and he needs 3 partners. The plan was us 2 getting the bells, but if we completely cut off Sakura-chan, we'd fail. It's true that Sakura-chan's weak in battle, but I'm sure that she's going to make an excellent support, know what I mean? Even the Sannin had 3 members, and one of them was a medic nin. Not all battles are won with fireballs, Sasuke, or nobody will be there to patch you up after. Ugh, whatever. Don't think I've forgiven you for lying to me, though. Still, the Raven let the blonde go and turned around to huff. Naruto was right. Sasuke knew as much, but that didn't make it any easier to swallow. Oh, come on, Sasuke team. We need Sakura-chan to pass the test. Meanwhile, poor Sakura stood dumbstruck, mostly because the ropes kept her from falling to her knees. Sasuke-kun thought she was worthless. He didn't want her on his team. He'd rather have Naruto than her. Who, what, why? Tears began streaking down her face, and she sobbed quietly while Naruto tried to salvage the team. Anyway, Sasuke, you can't always get what you want. Hell, I'd rather have been in Hinata's team than with you or Sakura. She and Shino dislike me much less than either of you, but here I am. For now, we have to cooperate, or Kakashi-sensei will rip us apart next round. Dunno about you, but I'm not failing. Look, all I want to say is, well, is it that bad to work together? You saw what we did. We took down a Jounin. I mean, if instead of taking bells we had attacked with a kunai? Think about it, man. Us, two newly minted Genin, managed to beat a freaking Jounin. If that doesn't mean that teamwork's important, then I don't know what is. Yeah, but you still lied to me, Sasuke countered, forcing Naruto to sigh. Ever since Itachi's betrayal, the Raven had had a serious problem with liars. No, I said we should exclude Sakura-chan from that fight. After that, we had to include her because that's what Kakashi-sensei wanted to hear. I didn't lie to you. I tricked you. Come on, man, forgive me, alright? Now we got a second chance to do this, right this time. And since Sakura-chan knows I'm not as pathetic as I used to be anymore, maybe this time she can help us. Besides, don't you get it? There has to be the three of us that pass. The bells are just a distraction. Ugh, when did you get all that smart anyway, Dobe? It wasn't a question per se, but Naruto answered it with the saddest, loneliest look one could imagine in his eyes. Since I actually sat down and read something. Nobody ever taught me anything really, you know? Even Sasuke's grunt seemed to stutter for a second as he realized that Naruto never had a family to begin with, but Sasuke got over it quickly enough. They had both gotten over their respective lots in life, at least in part. For now, something else beckoned. HHNNN. Fine, we'll cooperate, but I'll still be watching you, Uzumaki. You might have had reason to trick me, but I still don't like it. So Sakura, any ideas? Hey, Sakura, why is she crying? He called her name twice because the pink-haired girl seemed to stare into infinity, her mind unable to cope with the stress of rejection. In all her time knowing Sasuke, she had never once thought possible that he didn't like her, that he didn't believe in her at all, that he didn't want her near him even more than Naruto, that he hated her. For her, Sasuke to reject her so completely, the little girl's world seemed to collapse. Her tears had stopped coming out. Instead, she dry heaved and chalked on her own. Sasuke, you're even more of an inconsiderate, antisocial idiot than me, and that's saying a lot. Naruto sighed and got a small napkin off from his bento box, cleaning up an unresponsive Sakura's face. Come on, Sakura-chan, the team didn't mean it like that. He was probably just pissed off at me and lashed out everywhere around him. He tried to soothe the girl. Besides, you're the smartest of us three, right? So, right now, we need you, because there's no way we're getting Kakashi caught by surprise again. We need a new plan, and only you can give us one. A not-so-subtle and neither gentle elbow buried itself into Sasuke's ribs, forcing the boy to speak up. Ugh, yeah, whatever, sorry we need you. It was like life seeped back into Sakura after Sasuke said sorry and that he needed her. Then that meant he didn't hate her. He didn't reject her. That meant she could help him. She had to help him. Hope shone almost like stars from her eyes, and it was all Sasuke could do not to step back and away from her. And that was only because she was tied up securely. All right, meetin' time, declared Naruto as he opened both bento boxes between the three and cut Sakura's ropes. He hadn't had time to do anything more as Kakashi appeared, lightning flashing in the background and an unearthly wind blowing. It would be so cool if it wasn't so scary. An hour later, in a confirmed success on finally becoming a team after a tear-inducing speech about their budding teamwork, Naruto sat on a stone, getting interrogated by Kakashi and Sasuke, of course. Now, my cute little Genin, how did you get a technique like the Konoha or whatever you called it? Naruto sighed. He knew it was coming. Well, you know how everybody, except Sakura-chan, belongs to a clan, right? And Sakura-chan is way smarter than me. What do I have? I have nothing. Well, got my Kage Bunshin a month or so ago, but that was a fluke gone right, really. And I still can't do the regular Bunshin. Irika-sensei says I use too much chakra and blow it up. So, I thought, if I can't use an already existing jutsu, I'd have to make my own. Besides, I plan to start an Uzumaki clan someday, and that means leaving behind family jutsu. Uzumaki clan. Kakashi had a very bad feeling about this. I mean, there was one Uzumaki clan before, but they died and Ji-san said I got their name in honor of one of them, like an adopted child or something. I'm still no less of an orphan though, but I have a name to live up to at least. Since I have no idea what the original Uzumaki were all about, I have to make do with my ideas, you know? So I went to the library. I mean, how did our techniques get made anyway? Somebody had to make them. Maybe I could make my own, right? So I found this great book and started reading. I decided to start small. Don't want to blow myself up with a katon or something. That's team's line of work. A glare and a grunt came Naruto's way, and he chuckled. So anyway, I thought, what theme should my jutsu have? Like what should it be? All the elements and such are overused. I'm no good at Jinjutsu. Know nothing of Taijutsu or Fuinjutsu, and Iryojutsu need way too much studying, not my style. He took a breath as he picked up a small tree's leaf and made it hover and spin over his palm. So, I took leaf-style shinobi to a new level. Called myself that the day Mizuki. Well, Mizuki went rogue and I had to fight him with Irika-sensei. He asked me who I was and I said I was leaf-style shinobi Uzumaki Naruto Databeo. He even added his original catchphrase. So, I took it to another level. I mean, if you can use water and earth, why not leaves? And we're in a forest, and there's lots of forests all around. Using a medium for my jutsu means I need less control, so it's easier for me to learn. So, anyway, I took the book and some others I'd found. Though he really stole it from the library, he just didn't know he had to register it first. And went out to practice. Turns out I have this weird wind affinity thing. Makes it easier to use futon, though I can't find any around, so it's not like I can learn any. But at least, it makes it easier for me to mix my chakra with wind and spin it around. So I use that to make my Konoha no jutsu. I guess it could work with sand or even a bit of water to make a Sunagakure or Suigakure no jutsu, but I haven't seen any of that around, so I don't know. While Naruto took a breath from his rant, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke gaped. Well, Kakashi more than the others because the brat had just managed to find out the trick behind the Mizugakure no jutsu, one of Mist's hidden techniques. What the hell? When did the brat turn into a genius anyway? Then, he remembered who the child's parents were, from the moment he was born. Wow, stuttered Sakura, without wanting to. She was officially impressed. HHNNN, so was Sasuke, but anything more would be way too expressive for him. So, any more ideas you have, Naruto? Came Kakashi's happy response, making the other two genin stare at him. What? It was a nice idea, right? Naruto nodded happily. Well, of course I do. I mean, wind chakra's good for cutting stuff, right? So what if I could make leaves into shuriken? I can already make them somewhat stiff and resistant to damage, but I can't make them into blades yet. I also want to reduce my Konoha no jutsu. I mean, it takes out a lot of chakra to use, so it's probably way too much for anyone else. Maybe I need to add a hand seal or something. And then, now his grin was evil. Then I have my Ugi. And that's a secret. Baka, samurai use Ugi. Grunted Sasuke, getting nods from Sakura. Ninja have Hisatsu waza. Now poor Sakura was torn between sweat dropping and face faulting, but she chose gape. Kakashi instead chuckled. These brats could be fun after all. Chapter 3. Saisho no Hanasaku, First Bloom. As days passed and Team 7 performed more and more missions, though to their chagrin none of them were more than a glorified chore, all members save Naruto noticed something strange about the blonde. No, it wasn't how he didn't act like a complete retard, or that he had gotten over his crush on Sakura, which he hadn't. He was simply too deep into thinking about his jutsu to really think about her. It was how quick he was at growing stronger and stronger. It was as if every day he became visibly more skilled. Normally, that would delight a teacher, especially one as bored and inactive as Kakashi. After all, if his student grew so fast on his own, that left more time for Ika, right? But Naruto was anything but normal. He had been worse than an idiot. He had been the most retarded student in the whole damn academy. And now you expect Kakashi to not be worried when the boy suddenly seemed to gain insight and power that he shouldn't have? Preposterous. He cared for each and every one of his students. He knew everything there was to know about them. Well, not really. He knew far less than he'd like to admit, but he still cared for his brats. They were his brats. Until they made Chunin anyway, where he could just dump them to someone else or something. Ika comes first. Always. Still, it was worrying for the copy ninja and the rest of the team as well. Even though Sasuke would never admit it, he was curious, and so was Sakura. The latter was more along the lines of annoyance, since she kind of missed the old Naruto and his constant work at keeping her happy. But let's just say she cared. In some convoluted, incomprehensible way that Sundra girls do. Kakashi was more worried about the source of the intellect, or more like how furry that source was. Could it be the QB? Could the demon have broken free? Could it be twisting the boy into an omnicidal maniac with a fetish for slaughter? All joking aside, he was worried. So, he did the logical thing. No, not stalk. Who stalks people anyway? Far away, one certain Hyuga sneezed and promptly fainted from embarrassment. No, he acted like a logical adult, one of the few times so far in his life, and decided to ask Naruto. Say, Naruto, you've been improving rather fast lately. Care to share the secret to success? He asked kindly, or as kindly as a man can ask with 75% of their face covered. I guess I shower lots. Hugh blinking. No, wait, that's the other line. I guess it's 'cause I work out a lot, and then eat a lot, and then sleep, and then work out a lot. I do this all day, so it's really good for me. Kakashi sighed and sat down next to the boy. It wasn't about physical growth he was worried. Anybody could work on that. It was the mental growth he cared for. Not that. I mean, you are smarter now, you don't shout as much, and you actually make sense. It's not a bad thing. I'm just curious, that's all. Well, I don't shout that much, 'cause my head hurts most of the time from the training. If I shouted as well, it would be killing me, sensei. But I guess it's because I started reading for a change. Hell, I'm still reading right now. Kakashi and the other two members of the team blinked. Naruto, you're not reading right now. You don't have a book in front of you to read from. He drawled out slowly, trying to make sense of the blonde. Sure I am. Wait, no, I'm not. Well, I am, but it's not I, it's me, and well. He stopped ranting and took a look at Sakura's face. She was almost the most expressive of them, seeing as how she lacked a stick up her bum and had more than 50% of her face revealed. You think I'm crazy, right? Well, I'm not. I'm not crazy. I really am reading. It's about the second Hokage and various fungi indigenous in Rai no Kuni. He shouted, getting up suddenly and almost sending Kakashi rolling away. What does the Hokage have to do with fungi? Sakura's question came, along with a, I think you should see the nice people in the white coats look. One has to wonder how so many words can be transferred with a look and why language was made if looks could say so much, but I digress. It doesn't. They are completely unrelated. If it was the first Hokage, I'd wonder, but the second had nothing to do with it. He never even went in Rai no Kuni. Naruto kept on going crazy. Don't you see? There was a frantic look in his eyes now, and Kakashi was slowly, calmly moving closer to the blonde. The boy needed help. Easy, Naruto. Calm down and talk about it calmly. I'm sure we can all resolve it peacefully. Well, even Kakashi had learned a bit of psychology. Calmly? Calmly. You think I'm crazy. You all think I'm crazy, don't you? Naruto backed away. But you are the crazy ones. Who the hell reads about the second Hokage and various fungi indigenous in Rai no Kuni anyway? Sasuke decided to end this with his characteristic, one-word way. You. What? No. They are completely unrelated things. I'm reading on the second Hokage and on various fungi, but it's not I who's reading. At that moment, Kakashi wondered if Naruto had taken a hands-on attempt to research mushrooms and ate a few of them. Pretty colors and all that nice things. Giggle. No bad, Kakashi. Think about the wonders of psychotropic flora while in huge orgies another time. Your student needs you. Naruto, how can you be reading books when you don't have one on you? He tried to bring the discussion back to normalcy. I can't, of course. How could I? Naruto deadpanned. But I'm not reading. Me is, or was. Guess me ran out of chakra and popped. Damn, wanted to know what happened next. Wheels began to turn in Kakashi's mind as he took in that last sentence. Naruto, who exactly is the I that was studying? A Kage Bunshin of mine. What? Who did you think it was? It's just so confusing to name them, so I just call them me. Do you know how hard it is to name 1,000 yous every time you summon? One name is enough. The crow that flew over the stunned team sounded awfully like cawing, idiot, but Kakashi tried to ignore it in favor of sighing. Oh, you were using the Kage Bunshin's secret, the ability to transfer memories when the clone dispels. I was worried there for a second. Still, how did you realize it so early? It usually takes much longer to find that little trick. It was a legitimate question, mostly due to the fact that it took Kakashi several months to realize it. How could an idiot find it out in less than 60 days? Instead of an answer, however, Kakashi was presented with a nasty, dirty glare. You kicked me in the nads, Naruto stated, hostility evident in his voice. Even though I never attacked you personally, in the test, you kicked a clone in the nads. It was kind of hard to miss that particular memory, Kakashi-sensei. Feeling the sweat drop growing on his head, Kakashi decided to let the matter drop. He didn't want to be pranked anytime soon, if ever. I see. Well, I'm really sorry. If you're sorry about it, then do something. Naruto yelled suddenly, giving the clear image of him being bipolar. As penance for giving me phantom pains for a week. You better teach me something. Got it. Naruto wasn't considered Konoha's most unpredictable shinobi for nothing. He's the only genin that would threaten a jounin, without any substantial blackmail material to boot either. Still, his declaration had the wanted effect of appearing so hilarious that it brought the entire team, Sansa confused Naruto, to laughter. Oi, why are you laughing? Oi! He tried to get it, but smarter he might have become, but also he had become more insane. But that did not prevent him from working on his new leaf jutsu. Maybe he should call it Heitan, leaf release. Instead of Konoha Ninpo, would certain types of leaves work better? Maybe if he could infuse leaves with his chakra in a raw form, and then withdraw it or shape it after. Then again, he had so much chakra, it would be pointless to do so. So, for now, he worked on making his Konoha smaller, so he could control it easier. Wouldn't do to blind his team while trying to do it to his enemy, right? But for now, hey, Kakashi-sensei, I saw you Kawarimi at the test when Sasuke threw some kunai at you, but you didn't use any hand seals. How did you do it? It was a necessary part for his new technique, or collaboration jutsu as it were. Oh it's simple really. Once you use a technique enough, you can start removing hand seals from it until you don't need them anymore. Don't expect to do it anytime soon. You'd have to do it hundreds of times. Kakashi tried to squash Naruto's hopes. It didn't work. The blonde just grinned and thanked his sensei, his crazy mind already working on hundreds of times? No problem. He was hundreds of people. Speaking of Naruto, how did you know where I was in that mess, Sasuke? Asked Kakashi. He was still curious. The raven-haired boy nodded grimly. Seems the dobe has better control than we thought. He made them converge on you mostly. Not to say it was much better for me, but you looked like they had completely covered you. While Kakashi hummed, Naruto instead had his eyes glaze. Covered by leaves, sticking on him. Stiff leaves, hard as leather or almost steel, an armor that wouldn't be near as cumbersome since he could control it with his chakra. A small, giggle-like chuckle escaped his lips. Jutsu were awesome. More jutsu. More ideas hopping around in his head like rabbits on speed. It was safe to say that every member of Team 7 wisely backed away from the less-than-sane blonde. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Several dozen clones appeared, once again astounding poor Kakashi with the amount of chakra the boy had, before running off, identical crazed smiles on their faces. Admittedly, seeing so many crazed blondes running with a purpose towards some unknown objective, it made most of Konoha write their last wills. The boy had finally snapped. But the truth was that he was sane, for the most part anyway. Simply, he had more and more ideas on how to use leaves. Still, he had to finish his early projects first. Amusingly enough, his Ugi, he still refused to go by Sasuke's suggestion of Hisatsu Waza, would probably be harder to make, if much harder to actually execute. Which meant he had to use the Kawarimi no Jutsu thousands of times first to cut off the hand seals required for its use. And then he'd have to do the same with his Konoha. Of course, the second jutsu was more in order to master his Ugi, rather than to create it in the first place, but still it was a necessary part. Back in his home, another clone read a book on wind manipulation. Having swiped it from a retired Chunin's garbage bin, he was deep into it. After all, he had found out that he had a wind affinity, which made Konoha no jutsu possible to make in the first place, but he still had to get better if he wanted to perform the rest of his techniques. Wind is an element that is all around us. We breathe it with every breath we take. We feel it on our skin, and we need it for our very survival. However, wind users, not merely those knowing wind jutsu, but those who can use it freely, are by far the rarest in the shinobi community. They are at their most common in Kaze no Kuni, but even there they are few compared to Catan users. Many have speculated why that is so, why it is that an element so common and so in touch with everything is so hard to manipulate. Could it be some countermeasure to its great power? Could it be that we lack understanding of that force? No, it is neither. The reason stems from the physicality and yet ethereal nature of wind. Despite it having a physical representation, it is still treated as an energy much like fire or lightning. It is this dual nature that makes it so hard to understand and use. As a widely accepted belief, the first step to learning to use wind chakra is to try to cut a leaf in half. However, that is merely a primer on its combat uses, a quick and dirty way to quickly learn to use wind chakra for combat. True wind manipulation, on the other hand, uses the power of the wind for more things. As every element has its niche, something that it is inherently good at, wind's most common ability is cutting. It is easy to create and launch a blade of wind, an invisible edge that cuts through all in its path, be it wood, stone, or steel. One can easily reinforce a weapon with wind chakra, making them much sharper and increasing the cutting edge. More experienced ninja can cut an enemy several feet away. However, it need not be a solid blade. Once a certain level of mastery is reached, one can create a vacuum, a place with no wind pressure that, for lack of better words, implodes the target area outwards. However, that is not all the wind can do. With proper manipulation, one can enhance their speed, reduce falling speed, even deflect incoming projectiles and techniques. It is due to the constant presence and flexibility of wind that its hand seal is called dragon, the ever-present force. It also signifies the wisdom needed to wield the element, as even a small miscalculation, especially in new jutsu, can damage the user far more than the enemy. The clone hummed as it read and reread the passages. It had done so several times, but it couldn't help it. There was something in these lines, some hidden fact, just under the tip of its tongue that it just couldn't voice. It felt like a large hint, a huge idea, was hitting it on the head, and it just couldn't put it to words. It was aggravating. Reinforce the blade. Wait, what? The clone's eyes widened as it read it again and again. Could it mean that wind users were good for reinforced jutsu? But then, almost right above it said about launching blades and such, that's an emit-type signature way. No, no way. No freaking way. He shouted. Wind manipulation is so hard because it's using combine-type archetypes. Then a whoop of joy as it realized he could very well be one of the few destined ones who can actually use, or better yet make, combine-type jutsu. Hell yeah, I'm the best databao. But for now he had more work to do. He knew what its boss would want. Learn how to use wind chakra. Aside from the method noted previously on quickly learning how to use wind chakra for cutting, there are several other exercises to be used for budding wind masters, those that actually want to use their element to the fullest. The first exercise is melding chakra into the air to feel the various currents and how they change. In actuality, this exercise has no ending. It serves to better understand the ever-changing element of wind. The next exercise is to take small, light items and levitate them off your palm. Leaves are the best for beginners. Once it feels comfortable to do so, the aspiring wind user may try to use other parts of the body to levitate leaves from, or levitate multiple items at the same time. The third exercise is cutting a leaf in half is the last exercise, even though it becomes usable in jutsu easier than the others. The last one is taking a small amount of water and lifting up small drops of it by sucking away the air above the liquid surface. These techniques teach how to feel the wind, create pressure, create blades, and create vacuums in order. Further exercises and techniques involve combining these aforementioned four and increasing their magnitude, though individual villages may possess secret training techniques not easily available. To access those, a master would be needed, this world's most valuable resource. Levitate a leaf, huh? Naruto hummed as he took a small leaf and placed it on his palm. That would be awesome since it would train him to use less chakra with his Konoha core, maybe even figure out what seals to add to the sequence so it can be easily usable by other Konoha ninja. Then his ingenious/insane mind had another idea, leaves that could levitate, on their own. Maybe he could make them stay there, in the air, without any chakra spending after using the technique. If he could do that, then he could almost walk on air. It would be awesome. Of course, that would require extensive planning, maybe even a meld with Fuin Jutsu, since he would need to seal his chakra into the leaf to sustain the levitation. Fuin Jutsu. Ideas, ideas everywhere. Raise your voices into the air. Shout them out. Make a clatter. Fill this mind with endless rattle. The ensuing evil laugh that issued from the demon's house was foreboding enough that no civilian would approach it for months. And so it was that Naruto began unleashing clone after clone in an effort to put his ideas to practice. Of course, he knew he couldn't do everything that came to mind. Even he couldn't do that. Instead, he used his clones to write down the best ideas and slowly work them out. So, while some clones worked on wind chakra control, the better to understand which hand seals they should add to Konoha, some of them would break off from the others when inspiration struck, write down their ideas, practice them until they could no longer, and, if they had more time left, go back to their original training. Because making techniques required a great amount of understanding, it also meant learning a lot, which in turn forced Naruto to study even more than he had originally planned. He hadn't started on Fuin Jutsu. He thought he should start with at least some Konoha Ninpu jutsu that would define him and his style before branching out. He was good with multitasking. Kage Bunshin's the ultimate tool for that, but even he had his limits. Or more like, if he learned things that were too diverse from each other, it gave him headaches that made the worst migraines seem like a pleasant lullaby, not to mention possibly also damage his brain. And considering the brain was a necessary part of jutsu making, not to mention living, he was quite keen on keeping it healthy and happy. So, for now he was content with his Heitan, or Konoha Ninpo. He still wasn't sure what he should name them. Still, at the end of the day, all this reading did Naruto a lot of good. It didn't smarten him up, but it did mellow him out. It gave him a way to use his common sense and the street smarts he had gained in his short life as a vagrant. Sasuke actually looked at him as if he were more than an insect under the mud under the sole of his sandals. Sakura-chan still didn't like him much, but at least she tolerated him. That had to mean something, right? Unfortunately for the blonde, it was much less than he hoped it did. As for Kakashi, the Jounin kept getting more and more impressed every day. The Gaki might have the most insane ideas, but somehow he still managed to play them just right to make them work. Which is why Kakashi had them do several D-rank missions every day now, so he could take his brats out for a C rank early on. Something simple, like taking an item to a village within a time limit. Nothing much, but just enough to let them know of the world beyond the gates. Who knows? It may even give the brats some more ideas. Granted, most of them were insane and impractical, but skills like the Konoha were. They were pure gold at the hands of someone who can use them properly. So, it is obvious that Kakashi's surprise was great when Naruto called him over while on the job, bouncing up and down excitedly. Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, I made a new jutsu. Look, 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 he said and showed a leaf floating above his hand. You made a leaf float? Kakashi deadpanned. He expected more than just a floating leaf, but, wait, what? There was a distortion on the wind around the leaf? He was lucky he could pick that little detail out, probably because he had something stable to compare it to. Naruto, what's that technique? He asked, curious this time. Well, sometimes you just run out of Shuriken, right? Or you don't have time to pick them up or something. Or you just want to surprise someone, right? So I made this. Konoha Ninpo, Konoha Shuriken. I put in my chakra to make it really stiff, and then some wind chakra to give it an edge. Watch this. Right after, the excited blonde threw the leaf at a tree. Or rather 3 inches into the tree. Kakashi gaped. Imagine an enemy knocking you to the ground. You cower and scramble for help, inconspicuously clawing around for traction. Then you pick up a leaf. As the enemy readies to deliver the final blow, you throw the leaf straight into their throat, or any other vital spot for that matter. Instant surprise counter-killer move. Well done, Naruto. That's a useful little jutsu, if you can surprise your enemy. Of course, after the first time it's used, no one is going to fall for it, of course, but it could help. Naruto nodded semi-sadly. I know, but it isn't ready yet. At Kakashi's inquisitive look, Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Well, more like, I originally wanted to throw the leaves as well, With my chakra, I mean, but I just can't get it right yet. Maybe I need more training, dunno. But I was really thinking about the name. Something like Konoha Ninpo, Hadan, Leaf Ninja Art, Leaf Bullet/Shot, or something like that. Seems I have to train more. Chuckling uncomfortably was all Kakashi could do. It seemed one of the world's most innocent items would soon become something fearsome. Chapter 3. Saisho no Hanasaku, First Bloom. As days passed and Team 7 performed more and more missions, though to their chagrin none of them were more than a glorified chore, all members save Naruto noticed something strange about the blonde. No, it wasn't how he didn't act like a complete retard, or that he had gotten over his crush on Sakura, which he hadn't. He was simply too deep into thinking about his jutsu to really think about her. It was how quick he was at growing stronger and stronger. It was as if every day he became visibly more skilled. Normally, that would delight a teacher, especially one as bored and inactive as Kakashi. After all, if his student grew so fast on his own, that left more time for Ika, right? But Naruto was anything but normal. He had been worse than an idiot. He had been the most retarded student in the whole damn academy. And now you expect Kakashi to not be worried when the boy suddenly seemed to gain insight and power that he shouldn't have? Preposterous. He cared for each and every one of his students. He knew everything there was to know about them. Well, not really. He knew far less than he'd like to admit, but he still cared for his brats. They were his brats. Until they made Chunin anyway, where he could just dump them to someone else or something. Ika comes first. Always. Still, it was worrying for the copy ninja and the rest of the team as well. Even though Sasuke would never admit it, he was curious, and so was Sakura. The latter was more along the lines of annoyance, since she kind of missed the old Naruto and his constant work at keeping her happy. But let's just say she cared, in some convoluted, incomprehensible way that Sundra girls do. Kakashi was more worried about the source of the intellect, or more like how furry that source was. Could it be the Kyuubi? Could the demon have broken free? Could it be twisting the boy into an omnicidal maniac with a fetish for slaughter? All joking aside, he was worried. So, he did the logical thing. No, not stalk. Who stalks people anyway? Far away, one certain Hyuga sneezed and promptly fainted from embarrassment. No, he acted like a logical adult, one of the few times so far in his life, and decided to ask Naruto. Say, Naruto, you've been improving rather fast lately. Care to share the secret to success? He asked kindly, or as kindly as a man can ask with 75% of their face covered. I guess I shower lots. Q blinking. No wait, that's the other line. I guess it's 'cause I work out a lot, and then eat a lot, and then sleep, and then work out a lot. I do this all day, so it's really good for me. Kakashi sighed and sat down next to the boy. It wasn't about physical growth he was worried. Anybody could work on that. It was the mental growth he cared for. Not that. I mean, you are smarter now, you don't shout as much, and you actually make sense. It's not a bad thing. I'm just curious, that's all. Well, I don't shout that much, 'cause my head hurts most of the time from the training. If I shouted as well, it would be killing me, sensei. But I guess it's because I started reading for a change. Hell, I'm still reading right now. Kakashi and the other two members of the team blinked. Naruto, you're not reading right now. You don't have a book in front of you to read from. He drawled out slowly, trying to make sense of the blonde. Sure I am. Wait, no, I'm not. Well, I am, but it's not I, it's me and well. He stopped ranting and took a look at Sakura's face. She was almost the most expressive of them, seeing as how she lacked a stick up her bum and had more than 50% of her face revealed. You think I'm crazy, right? Well, I'm not. I'm not crazy. I really am reading. It's about the second Hokage and various fungi indigenous in Rai no Kuni. He shouted, getting up suddenly and almost sending Kakashi rolling away. What does the Hokage have to do with fungi? Sakura's question came, along with a, I think you should see the nice people in the white coats look. One has to wonder how so many words can be transferred with a look and why language was made if looks could say so much, but I digress. It doesn't. They are completely unrelated. If it was the first Hokage, I'd wonder, but the second had nothing to do with it. He never even went in Rai no Kuni. Naruto kept on going crazy. Don't you see? There was a frantic look in his eyes now, and Kakashi was slowly, calmly moving closer to the blonde. The boy needed help. Easy, Naruto. Calm down and talk about it calmly. I'm sure we can all resolve it peacefully. Well, even Kakashi had learned a bit of psychology. Calmly? Calmly. You think I'm crazy. You all think I'm crazy, don't you? Naruto backed away. But you are the crazy ones. Who the hell reads about the second Hokage and various fungi indigenous in Rhino Kuni anyway? Sasuke decided to end this with his characteristic, one-word way. You. What? No. They are completely unrelated things. I'm reading on the second Hokage and on various fungi, but it's not I who's reading. At that moment, Kakashi wondered if Naruto had taken a hands-on attempt to research mushrooms and ate a few of them. Pretty colors and all that nice things. Giggle. No bad, Kakashi. Think about the wonders of psychotropic flora while in huge orgies another time. Your student needs you. Naruto, how can you be reading books when you don't have one on you? He tried to bring the discussion back to normalcy. I can't, of course. How could I? Naruto deadpanned. But I'm not reading. Me is, or was. Guess me ran out of chakra and popped. Damn, wanted to know what happened next. Wheels began to turn in Kakashi's mind as he took in that last sentence. Naruto, who exactly is the eye that was studying? A Kage Bunshin of mine. What? Who did you think it was? It's just so confusing to name them, so I just call them me. Do you know how hard it is to name 1,000 yous every time you summon? One name is enough. The crow that flew over the stunned team sounded awfully like cawing, idiot, but Kakashi tried to ignore it in favor of sighing. Oh, you were using the Kage Bunshin's secret, the ability to transfer memories when the clone dispels. I was worried there for a second. Still, how did you realize it so early? It usually takes much longer to find that little trick. It was a legitimate question, mostly due to the fact that it took Kakashi several months to realize it. How could an idiot find it out in less than 60 days? Instead of an answer, however, Kakashi was presented with a nasty, dirty glare. You kicked me in the nads, Naruto stated, hostility evident in his voice. Even though I never attacked you personally, in the test, you kicked a clone in the nads. It was kind of hard to miss that particular memory, Kakashi-sensei. Feeling the sweat drop growing on his head, Kakashi decided to let the matter drop. He didn't want to be pranked anytime soon, if ever. Yeah, I see. Well, I'm really sorry. If you're sorry about it, then do something. Naruto yelled suddenly, giving the clear image of him being bipolar. As penance for giving me phantom pains for a week. You better teach me something. Got it. Naruto wasn't considered Konoha's most unpredictable shinobi for nothing. He's the only genin that would threaten a jounin without any substantial blackmail material to boot either. Still, his declaration had the wanted effect of appearing so hilarious that it brought the entire team, sans a confused Naruto, to laughter. Oi, why are you laughing? Oi, he tried to get it, but smarter he might have become, but also he had become more insane. But that did not prevent him from working on his new leaf jutsu. Maybe he should call it Heitan, leaf release. Instead of Konoha Ninpo, would certain types of leaves work better? Maybe if he could infuse leaves with his chakra in a raw form, and then withdraw it or shape it after. Then again, he had so much chakra, it would be pointless to do so. So, for now, he worked on making his Konohagakure smaller, so he could control it easier. Wouldn't do to blind his team while trying to do it to his enemy, right? But for now, hey, Kakashi-sensei, I saw you Kawarimi at the test when Sasuke threw some kunai at you, but you didn't use any hand seals. How did you do it? It was a necessary part for his new technique, or collaboration jutsu as it were. Oh it's simple really. Once you use a technique enough, you can start removing hand seals from it until you don't need them anymore. Don't expect to do it anytime soon. You'd have to do it hundreds of times. Kakashi tried to squash Naruto's hopes. It didn't work. The blonde just grinned and thanked his sensei, his crazy mind already working on hundreds of times? No problem. He was hundreds of people. Speaking of Naruto, how did you know where I was in that mess, Sasuke? Asked Kakashi. He was still curious. The raven-haired boy nodded grimly. Seems the dobe has better control than we thought. He made them converge on you mostly. Not to say it was much better for me. but you looked like they had completely covered you. While Kakashi hummed, Naruto instead had his eyes glaze, covered by leaves, sticking on him. Stiff leaves, hard as leather or almost steel, an armor that wouldn't be near as cumbersome since he could control it with his chakra. A small, giggle-like chuckle escaped his lips. Jutsu were awesome. More jutsu. More ideas hopping around in his head like rabbits on speed. It was safe to say that every member of Team 7 wisely backed away from the less-than-sane blonde. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Several dozen clones appeared, once again astounding poor Kakashi with the amount of chakra the boy had, before running off, identical crazed smiles on their faces. Admittedly, seeing so many crazed blondes running with a purpose towards some unknown objective, it made most of Konoha write their last wills. The boy had finally snapped. But the truth was that he was sane, for the most part anyway. Simply, he had more and more ideas on how to use leaves. Still, he had to finish his early projects first. Amusingly enough, his Ugi, he still refused to go by Sasuke's suggestion of Hisatsu Waza, would probably be harder to make, if much harder to actually execute. Which meant he had to use the Kawarimi no Jutsu thousands of times first to cut off the hand seals required for its use. And then he'd have to do the same with his Konoha. Of course, the second jutsu was more in order to master his Ugi, rather than to create it in the first place, but still it was a necessary part. Back in his home, another clone read a book on wind manipulation. Having swiped it from a retired Chunin's garbage bin, he was deep into it. After all, he had found out that he had a wind affinity, which made Konoha no jutsu possible to make in the first place. But he still had to get better if he wanted to perform the rest of his techniques. Wind is an element that is all around us. We breathe it with every breath we take. We feel it on our skin, and we need it for our very survival. However, wind users, not merely those knowing wind jutsu, but those who can use it freely, are by far the rarest in the shinobi community. They are at their most common in Kaze no Kuni, but even there they are few compared to Katan users. Many have speculated why that is so, why it is that an element so common and so in touch with everything is so hard to manipulate. Could it be some countermeasure to its great power? Could it be that we lack understanding of that force? No, it is neither. The reason stems from the physicality and yet ethereal nature of wind. Despite it having a physical representation, it is still treated as an energy much like fire or lightning. It is this dual nature that makes it so hard to understand and use. As a widely accepted belief, the first step to learning to use wind chakra is to try to cut a leaf in half. However, that is merely a primer on its combat uses, a quick and dirty way to quickly learn to use wind chakra for combat. True wind manipulation, on the other hand, uses the power of the wind for more things. As every element has its niche, something that it is inherently good at, wind's most common ability is cutting. It is easy to create and launch a blade of wind, an invisible edge that cuts through all in its path, be it wood, stone, or steel. One can easily reinforce a weapon with wind chakra, making them much sharper and increasing the cutting edge. More experienced ninja can cut an enemy several feet away. However, it need not be a solid blade. Once a certain level of mastery is reached, one can create a vacuum, a place with no wind pressure that, for lack of better words, implodes the target area outwards. However, that is not all the wind can do. With proper manipulation, one can enhance their speed, reduce falling speed, even deflect incoming projectiles and techniques. It is due to the constant presence and flexibility of wind that its hand seal is called dragon, the ever-present force. It also signifies the wisdom needed to wield the element, as even a small miscalculation, especially in new jutsu, can damage the user far more than the enemy. The clone hummed as it read and reread the passages. It had done so several times, but it couldn't help it. There was something in these lines, some hidden fact, just under the tip of its tongue that it just couldn't voice. It felt like a large hint, a huge idea, was hitting it on the head, and it just couldn't put it to words. It was aggravating. Reinforce the blade. Wait, what? The clone's eyes widened as it read it again and again. Could it mean that wind users were good for reinforced jutsu? But then, Almost right above it said about launching blades and such. That's an emit-type signature way. No. No way. No freaking way. He shouted. Wind manipulation is so hard because it's using combine-type archetypes. Then a whoop of joy as it realized he could very well be one of the few destined ones who can actually use, or better yet make, combine-type jutsu. Hell yeah. I'm the best databao. But for now he had more work to do. He knew what its boss would want. Learn how to use wind chakra. Aside from the method noted previously on quickly learning how to use wind chakra for cutting, there are several other exercises to be used for budding wind masters, those that actually want to use their element to the fullest. The first exercise is melding chakra into the air to feel the various currents and how they change. In actuality, this exercise has no ending. It serves to better understand the ever-changing element of wind. The next exercise is to take small, light items and levitate them off your palm. Leaves are the best for beginners. Once it feels comfortable to do so, the aspiring wind user may try to use other parts of the body to levitate leaves from, or levitate multiple items at the same time. The third exercise is cutting a leaf in half is the last exercise, even though it becomes usable in jutsu easier than the others. The last one is taking a small amount of water and lifting up small drops of it by sucking away the air above the liquid surface. These techniques teach how to feel the wind, create pressure, create blades, and create vacuums in order. Further exercises and techniques involve combining these aforementioned four and increasing their magnitude, though individual villages may possess secret training techniques not easily available. To access those, a master would be needed, this world's most valuable resource. Levitate a leaf, huh? Naruto hummed as he took a small leaf and placed it on his palm. That would be awesome since it would train him to use less chakra with his Konoha, maybe even figure out what seals to add to the sequence so it can be easily usable by other Konoha ninja. Then his ingenious/insane mind had another idea, leaves that could levitate, on their own. Maybe he could make them stay there, in the air, without any chakra spending after using the technique. If he could do that, then he could almost walk on air. It would be awesome. Of course, that would require extensive planning, maybe even a meld with Fuin Jutsu, since he would need to seal his chakra into the leaf to sustain the levitation. Fuin Jutsu. Ideas everywhere. Raise your voices into the air. Shout them out. Make a clatter. Fill this mind with endless rattle. The ensuing evil laugh that issued from the demon's house was foreboding enough that no civilian would approach it for months. And so it was that Naruto began unleashing clone after clone in an effort to put his ideas to practice. Of course, he knew he couldn't do everything that came to mind. Even he couldn't do that. Instead, he used his clones to write down the best ideas and slowly work them out. So, while some clones worked on wind chakra control, the better to understand which hand seals they should add to Konoha, some of them would break off from the others when inspiration struck, write down their ideas, practice them until they could no longer, and, if they had more time left, go back to their original training. Because making techniques required a great amount of understanding, it also meant learning a lot, which in turn forced Naruto to study even more than he had originally planned. He hadn't started on Fuin Jutsu. He thought he should start with at least some Konoha Ninpu jutsu that would define him and his style before branching out. He was good with multitasking. Kage Bunshin's the ultimate tool for that. But even he had his limits. Or more like, if he learned things that were too diverse from each other, it gave him headaches that made the worst migraines seem like a pleasant lullaby, not to mention possibly also damage his brain. And considering the brain was a necessary part of jutsu making, not to mention living, he was quite keen on keeping it healthy and happy. So, for now he was content with his Heitan, or Konoha Ninpo. He still wasn't sure what he should name them. Still, at the end of the day, all this reading did Naruto a lot of good. It didn't smarten him up, but it did mellow him out. It gave him a way to use his common sense and the street smarts he had gained in his short life as a vagrant. Sasuke actually looked at him as if he were more than an insect under the mud under the sole of his sandals. Sakura-chan still didn't like him much, but at least she tolerated him. That had to mean something, right? Unfortunately for the blonde, it was much less than he hoped it did. As for Kakashi, the Jounin kept getting more and more impressed every day. The Gaki might have the most insane ideas, but somehow he still managed to play them just right to make them work. Which is why Kakashi had them do several D-rank missions every day now, so he could take his brats out for a C rank early on. Something simple, like taking an item to a village within a time limit. Nothing much, but just enough to let them know of the world beyond the gates. Who knows? It may even give the brats some more ideas. Granted, most of them were insane and impractical, but skills like the Konoha were. They were pure gold at the hands of someone who can use them properly. So, it is obvious that Kakashi's surprise was great when Naruto called him over while on the job, bouncing up and down excitedly. Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, I made a new jutsu. Look, 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 he said and showed a leaf floating above his hand. You made a leaf float? Kakashi deadpanned. He expected more than just a floating leaf, but, wait, what? There was a distortion on the wind around the leaf? He was lucky he could pick that little detail out, probably because he had something stable to compare it to. Naruto, what's that technique? He asked, curious this time. Well, sometimes you just run out of Shuriken, right? Or you don't have time to pick them up or something. Or you just want to surprise someone, right? So I made this. Konoha Ninpo, Konoha Shuriken. I put in my chakra to make it really stiff, and then some wind chakra to give it an edge. Watch this. Right after, the excited blonde threw the leaf at a tree. Or rather 3 inches into the tree. Kakashi gaped. Imagine an enemy knocking you to the ground. You cower and scramble for help, inconspicuously clawing around for traction. Then you pick up a leaf. As the enemy readies to deliver the final blow, you throw the leaf straight into their throat, or any other vital spot for that matter. Instant surprise counter-killer move. Well done, Naruto. That's a useful little jutsu, if you can surprise your enemy. Of course, after the first time it's used, no one is going to fall for it, of course, but it could help. Naruto nodded semi-sadly. I know, but it isn't ready yet. At Kakashi's inquisitive look, Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Well, more like, I originally wanted to throw the leaves as well, with my chakra I mean, but I just can't get it right yet. Maybe I need more training, dunno. But I was really thinking about the name. Something like Konoha Ninpo, Hadan, Leaf Ninja Art, Leaf Bullet/Shot, or something like that. Seems I have to train more. Chuckling uncomfortably was all Kakashi could do. It seemed one of the world's most innocent items would soon become something fearsome. Chapter 4. Eminochi no Midori, Green After the Rain. For your next mission you can walk some dogs, remove the stones in a field, babysit some children hiss. Miro, Taurus CHWAN. Come back to mommy. Or go looking for Tora again. Sighed the third Hokage, also known as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto's reaction, however, was everything but as subdued as his Kage's. He fell to his knees, pleading and bowing. Please, have mercy. Anything but that. Please, Hokage-sama. I beg you. I implore you. Please, please give us a better mission. Have mercy on us. Irika tried to interrupt with a detailed listing of how Genin only do D-rank missions and blah blah blah, to be stopped by Sandame's careless, alright, if Kakashi also agrees. Ignoring Irika's stunned attempts at disagreement, Kakashi looked away from his Pierre, literature, only to find himself face-to-face with 3 begging faces doing the perfect imitation of a puppy's pleading eyes. He broke, of course, no one can resist that technique, but he had to look cool while doing so. Well, it's alright by me. The brats have improved enough to take a simple mission on, nothing more than a C rank, something without fighting hopefully. Yada ah. One hyperactive blonde shouted at the top of his lungs before proceeding to bounce around happily. For all his headaches from Kagebunshin overuse, some would say abuse, he was still as excited as ever. Of course, mere seconds after that he chose to crouch down on the ground, hugging his head thanks to all that pain he suffered. Still, it was easy to see a smile on his face, as well as on the faces of his teammates. They had all been so bored with D-ranks. Really, what part of remove the weeds from the field turned them into better ninja? Lee and Guy could argue that it made them stronger, but really, that's just them. So, piped up the blonde once he was done cringing. What kind of mission is it? Recover some long-lost, precious artifact? Save someone important? He had stars in his eyes now. Oh, maybe go in another country. incite a rebellion, and win it with our awesome skills. The Hokage seemed to actually think about it, though he was mostly teasing the boy. Yeah, we could do that. But then you could just take the darn hat off my head, Naruto-kun. And then, I would have no hat to shield me from the harsh, hot sun. He chuckled at the boy that somehow seemed apologetic enough to start promising to get Gigi a new hat before becoming Hokage. But for now, let us stick to something simpler, like a relaxed bodyguard mission. Irika-kun, please send Tazuna-san in, he said to the still-stunned Chunin, almost laughing at the man's expression and near-robotic movements. Who said that being a Hokage sucked? The client, however, wasn't as amused as the Hokage was. Not at Irika, but at the three snot-nosed brats that would be escorting a super bridge builder such as himself. That little comment, however, resulted in Naruto cutting the man's sake bottle in half with a single leaf and then raising an eyebrow. Sasuke almost chuckled while Kakashi explained that even the village's dropout can kill a man with nothing but a single leaf, so maybe angering them wasn't exactly the best move on his part. As for Sakura, between scolding Naruto and gawking at the fact that Sasuke had, for once, expressed an emotion on his face, was too out of it to comment. Then Naruto asked the dreaded question, though no one knew it would be so until then. So, how long will we be gone? Couple of days? 3 max, right? It was right about that time that every member of Team 7 and a regretting Hokage realized that with Naruto never leaving the village, he had no idea what the word distance meant. Haha, no way, we'll need 2 days to go there, 2 to come back, and we'll stay for at least a week, said Kakashi happily. His happy mood vanished when he realized Naruto had stopped dead in his tracks and in fact looked absolutely terrified if that shaking was anything to go by. WWWW what? No. That's a joke, right? Haha. Very funny, Kakashi-sensei. No way I'm gonna leave for more than a day. No. Fucking way. The fact that he cussed out made it all the more shocking. Well, sorry to say, but yeah, that's the minimum amount of time we'll be gone, at least 9 days, if everything goes well. Better make preparations for 2 weeks, just in case. 14 days. No, I'm not leaving for 2 weeks. My pretty's going to suffer. They're going to die. I'm not leaving them alone for that long, not even for your hat, Gigi. Now that was cause for serious concern. Naruto would never say no to the hat, because, as everyone knew, wearing the hat meant you were the Kage. Naruto, who's going to suffer? Asked Kakashi, crouching down to a frantic, hysteric even, Naruto. My plants. They're going to die, he wailed, almost like having the funeral of a dear friend. I have to water them and feed them. Even if someone else goes, they're going to feel so lonely without someone to talk to them. You talk to plants? What are you, an idiot? Snapped Sakura, mostly due to being relieved it was something that unimportant. She should have kept her mouth shut because the glare sent to her by the blonde was absolutely freezing. I'm an idiot? Who pulled us through Kakashi-sensei's test? Who has made 3 new jutsu? Who is it that supplies our team with dozens of clones to do our missions in 1/10 of the time? Call me an idiot if you will, Sakura, he hissed, omitting the honorific to show how upset he was. But the scientific truth is that plants grow stronger and better when someone converses or sings with them. Even plants have souls. Then he had already switched to his morning child mode. And I'm going to abandon them. What a cruel, harsh fate. At this time of year when I must carefully trim their leaves so they can be at their best, such a dangerous time to make sure no pollen goes to the wrong plant to keep the line strong, after 6 years of careful planting and maintenance. And by now he was on his knees, a veritable mess. I am sure someone will go water them every couple of days. Kakashi chuckled uncomfortably. Couple of days? Couple of days, raged Naruto, fire in his eyes. Do you not understand the careful Presakian needed to take care of a purple iris flower? As soon as he said that, the sole female ANBU that stood guard gasped audibly enough she was heard outside the room. The sealed room. You cultivate purple irises? Sakura's voice betrayed a shock poor Sasuke hadn't seen before, so he asked her why that flower was so important. Sasuke-kun, purple irises bloom only once per year and need perfect conditions to do so, or they become ruined. Their pollen is key ingredient in many aromatherapy essences. Its stalk is a unique counter to several poisons, and its petals can be sprinkled over food to maintain its freshness over a great amount of time. It's one of the hardest flowers to grow, in fact. Whole greenhouses can be devoted to the cultivation of merely 10 pots. Naruto, since when have you been growing your plants? Asked a rather shaky Kakashi. He had had his life saved by such innocent flowers, so he had taken his time to learn about them. Hearing that his clumsy, hyperactive, almost insane student actually could grow purple irises. I said, for 6 years, haven't I? Asked Naruto back, wiping his eyes. And not only that, but this time is especially problematic. I'm hoping to crossbreed some of my plants. The previous year showed encouraging results, and I have to be there. A stasis field around my house won't work either. Basic level ones would ruin the delicate balance of humidity, and even advanced ones would ruin them due to the offset of time. There's nothing I can do. I can leave a clone behind for a day and maybe miss for another. Maybe, but 10 days? 14 days? They're going to die. My pretties are going to die. Now he was tearing up again. Naruto-kun, I may have a solution, piped up the Sandang. Leave a dozen or so clones of yours behind, each to be placed in stasis. I will ask one of my most loyal jounin, Inoichi Yamanaka, to tend to your flowers, and you will have a clone released from stasis each day to watch over and provide instructions. Inoichi-san is very good with flowers. He is the head herbalist of Konoha. He knows a lot. He can help you even. But, just to be sure, I'll tell him to follow only your orders, all right? Naruto only nodded half-heartedly and made several dozen clones while the old man sighed and got his sealing kit. The boy wouldn't trust anyone but the Hokage with it. Meanwhile, Sasuke thought about making fun of the blonde about his obsession over a few flowers, but if he had snapped at Sakura, no one knew what he would do to him. And with the Konoha ninpu of his increasing in quantity and power, he didn't really want to find out. So it was with a heavy heart that Naruto left Konoha to go to the Wave Country, a fact he never stopped glaring at Tazuna for. The poor man looked very uncomfortable with Naruto, and with good reason at that. Who knew where the blonde was planning to send his cutting leaves next? At first it was calm and quiet, something the jounin was grateful for. I mean, if there was trouble, he'd have to stop reading Ika, and that's just not good, right? But, somewhere within him, the veteran shinobi, whom he hides unconsciously because one look from him would make half of Konoha's jounin to shit their pants, also noted that missions without trouble are the best. No losses, guaranteed gains, what's not to like? Which was why, when he sensed the trouble up ahead, he all but groaned. However, he was well aware that his genin had grown stronger, and with that, so had their pride. They needed a fight to show them that while they had grown, it wasn't nearly enough to take on a Chunin. So, when the bladed chain appeared all of a sudden, he acted shocked long enough for it to wrap around him, or his Karumi Bunshin combo anyway. Even if he hadn't detected their little illusion, he would have had time to replace himself 3 times by the time their chain was around him, let alone when it would have grabbed him. One dash, down. The distorted voices of the 2 unknown ninja came before pulling hard on their chain and ripping Kakashi apart. Naruto, ranged support, Sakura, bodyguard. Snapped out Sasuke, the team's leader. Naruto hadn't liked it, but Sasuke had the right mixture between Naruto's spontaneity and Sakura's patience to take the position. Didn't mean Naruto had to like it, but at least the blonde accepted it. Of course, speaking does not prevent one from moving and engaging in combat, proven by Sasuke, who immediately threw several kunai at the chain, pinning it on a tree, and withdrawing another pair for the melee that was about to begin. Having trained a lot under Kakashi, Naruto knew what Sasuke was going to do and exactly when he was going to dash left or right. So, using that, he sent forward several clones under guise of kunai. The attackers would be highly surprised by the sudden change. Besides, he had already mastered the Kawarimi to a point he could switch with someone else, say Sasuke for example. Kakashi had originally worried about the blonde. He hadn't seemed too stable before this. In fact, the more he had learned of him, the more he had worried about Naruto's state of mind, or rather the ingenious insanity that had afflicted him. There was no sign of that now. Apparently, the boy had found some books on proper shinobi conduct. He could do anything he wanted off duty, but while in a mission, or even worse a combat situation, he would turn into a proper shinobi, focused, controlled, and lethal. While the left brother, Gozu, if Kakashi was right, though it was hard to tell with twins, tried to claw at Sasuke. He was quite surprised to hit only a bunch-in and find several kunai headed on him. He blocked, of course. Clawed gauntlets have the advantage of closing a gap in the defenses quickly enough, but he was even more surprised when, after the clanking sound that denoted the successful block, hands seemed to grab his hand. Hands that belonged to several orange-garbed kids, with a kunai in their other hand, quickly aiming for his arm. Gozu, of course, tried to reel back, but the clones had a firm grasp on his hand, which was attached to him, and quickly stabbed, ruining his hand until he could get to a medic. Of course, one did not become a shinobi, let alone a rogue, without some backups to fall back on. Biting back a curse from the pain, Gozu's left hand went to his pack and pulled out a ninjato. One good thing about him and Meizu was that they often changed positions in their attacks. Hence, they had both trained themselves to fight with either hand, becoming ambidextrous. He might not have enough strength to launch a proper offense, but Gozu was sure he could at least raise his clawed hand in defense. Alas, it was not to be. Kakashi had decided that enough was enough. The clones wouldn't last the attack, and no matter how well Sasuke was doing against a similarly disabled Meizu, who had caught a kunai with his kneecap, and now cursing inventively enough to surprise Tazuna, it wouldn't matter in the end. A Genin is a Genin. A talented Genin is still a Genin. Sasuke and Naruto still had a lot to learn, but their progress was visible. So, with a burst of speed he was sure would amaze his students, he really didn't need to go full speed against Gozu and Meizu. The poor fools hadn't even realized they had only gotten a poor log, blessed it be in its logness. Well done, team. Good job. He praised his brats once they relaxed after finding their targets unconscious in less time than it takes to blink. Kakashi could honestly say he liked the unvoiced awe in their eyes. Then there was Tazuna. Two Chunin wouldn't have dared attack a Jounin like himself without good cause. He was quite famous after all. Neither would they go after a pair of Genin. So why had these two attacked them? The only answer would lie with Tazuna. There were other answers, of course, but Tazuna was the easiest one to investigate without going further into interrogation than he wanted to show to a bunch of Genin. Who knew if the next Orochimaru hid beneath one of those innocent faces? So, anything you want to share with us, Tazuna-san? Ah, there it was, that flinch that every untrained person, and ashamadly enough many shinobi, made when caught red-handed. What do you mean, Hataki-san? Asked the nervous man, this time managing to draw the Genin's eyes on him. Well, apart from never calling Kakashi-sensei Hataki-san before, the flinch when he addressed you and the fact you seem ready to bolt. Naruto listed off casually, but making sure to ready a kawarimi with a stone just in case the man tried to run off. There's also the fact these guys would never have attacked a Jounin as famous as Kakashi-sensei or a bunch of new Genin like us. So yeah, I think he means come clean now, or something to that effect. In no way. I am just an average bridge builder that dash. Oh, would you cut that already? The act's getting more annoying than your regular behavior, you drunkard. Sasuke snapped. And what would you know, brat? Snapped Tazuna back. My country's dying because of a rich midget. My bridge is this country's sole hope of survival. Do you know how it is to see your people's spirit die day by day? My one grandson, merely half your age, thinks it's pointless to resist. But I'm not giving up. If I have to lie to a rich village that obviously doesn't need my meager leftover money, I'll do so. So, take your holier-than-thou attitude and shove it. The money I paid for a C-rank mission was all the money my country has. If you have to lie, I have to kill, Tazuna-san. Spoke Kakashi, a calm threat behind his words. Konoha may not need money in an obvious way, but there are many other ways you could have made up for the mission's cost. Moreover, you took 3 13-year-old kids, children who haven't been shinobi for more than a few months, and put them against people strong enough to evade capture from their home villages for years. Those two are the so-called demon brothers, Gozu and Meizu, Chunin-ranked missing ninja from Mizugakure. If it hadn't been me, or had one of us been less careful, you would have one of these innocent children's lives on your hands. So you take your holier-than-thou attitude away from us before I shove it down your throat. Poor Tazuna reeled back from Kakashi's rant. In all the time he had seen the Jounin, he had been laid back, calm, and polite. He definitely hadn't expected that harsher reaction, nor had he expected Kakashi to look like he meant it. Oh, look, I'm sorry, all right? It's just we've been stressed so much. People starving to death, workers abandoning the bridge, no food or money in sight. That bastard has locked down the entire country. I have to do something about it. I don't care if you're going to kill me, but do it after the bridge is built. Just, just let me take care of my family. Kakashi sighed. Despite his annoyance, anger even, he could see where the man came from. There was war, and each fought their own way. Gadu with his money, and Tazuna with his building skills. Truth be told, he too wanted the damn thing to succeed. If not for the praise, then for his own peace of mind. But that would mean putting his genin, his brats, in further danger. There was someone who often worked with the Demon Brothers. All right, team, time to discuss some things. Our client lied to us about the mission, as he has done so willingly, placing a team in intentional danger. The protocol states that we should make an example in return. However, he seems to have had no choice, so we can skip the punishment part. Also, there is one more thing. The Demon Brothers rarely work alone. There is someone who often leads them, a Jounin named Momochi Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. If he were to attack, I would survive, but I am not sure I would be able to protect you as well. Zabuza is that strong, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Sakura, afraid. Kakashi only nodded solemnly. In this world, there are people younger than you, but stronger than me. It is also possible that Zabuza may have more accomplices by his side. If that's the case, he let the words fade. At any rate, I call our actions to a vote. I vote against continuing the mission. What do you guys believe? All 3 genin thought about it. They were confident in their skills, Sakura much less than the boys. However, Kakashi was strong, like crazy strong. If there was a guy that could hold him off, or even beat him, worse, if there were several such guys, they were confident, but their defeat at his hand made them realize that they were still only genin, as loath as a certain pair of them might be to admit that. Naruto made up his mind the easiest. I don't know about all that complicated country dies if I don't make a big-ass bridge stuff. He huffed. Nor do I care. But if I don't try to help them, I won't be able to sleep at night. Tazuna is doing his best, so we have to help him. That's what heroes do, right? Yeah, and we're the big damn heroes, huh? Snarked Sasuke. But you're right. If I backed off, I'm gonna wonder what would happen if I hadn't for the rest of my life. He also remembered Itachi's words. Run, run, and cling to life. Live out a miserable, pathetic, and unsightly existence. Well, if that's what the murderer wanted, well, fuck him sideways with a morning star, damn it. He was Uchiha Sasuke, last of his clan, and he took orders from nobody. Well, except maybe the Hokage, Kakashi, and his mother. Gods knew he still remembered the first and last time he cursed near her. His ass still hurt. Well, if the dope goes on alone, he's more likely to hop around hugging trees than fight. Guess someone will have to keep him in line, so I'm going as well. Sasuke finished, snickering at Naruto's indignant cries. None of the two would admit it, but that banter of the two was balm to their soul. They had both been so unbearably lonely that they sometimes doubted the world around them even existed. Their friendly banter and disagreement. It was like having reality prove itself as real, like a moment of clarity in a period of insanity. The fact they would both admit to being insane at any moment made it a bit more literal, but that's a different story, one that involves ramen, tomatoes, a log, and a string, though someone would add a mouse. Seeing the other two agree, specifically Sasuke-kun, Sakura's choice was obvious. Well, since Sasuke-kun is going, I will go too. Fangirlism, the world's greatest scourge. No, I did not make a typo here. Every world's. Kakashi sighed. He could sympathize with the brats. Pulling back from their very first mission it was a matter of pride for them. Then there was also the fact that Wave Country would die if they didn't do something about the situation. Very well, we're moving on. Sasuke, take point. Sakura, rear guard. Naruto, you and I take the sides. Make some clones to scout, but keep them close. Taking their positions was done quickly and efficiently, helped along by hours of training. Many clones were also dispersed to help create a rudimentary perimeter. It wouldn't help much, but maybe, just maybe, they'd get lucky. That plan was quickly scrapped as they reached a river. Kakashi could easily cross it on foot. It was part of being a trained ninja for so long that he could do things nobody else expected, but his students couldn't do that yet. Well, Naruto might be able to, if he knew how. He had to have learned to control his chakra lest he burned out his leaves, but he hadn't taught them this particular trick. He resolved to fix that mistake as soon as possible. So, for now they would cross over on boat. Thankfully, Tazuna had a friend that would take them to the other side. Through the mist, the grand creation of the bridge builder was slowly revealed like a ghostly silhouette. Amazing, breathed out Naruto as he laid eyes on the building. Not one of the Konoha ninja could disagree. It was truly magnificent. Seamlessly falling back into formation, Tazuna hoped he would get to his home quickly. There was little time to waste. Gata's men would soon come out for patrols, and, as much as he might have wanted to believe in the ninja escorting him, he didn't. What could 3 brats and a single man do? Suddenly, Naruto and Sasuke turned and threw a kunai each at a nearby bush, prompting Sakura to squeal in terror and surprise, while Kakashi quickly went to the bushes to see what his genin caught. A rabbit, or bunny, whatever, he could never tell the difference. Women could apparently, but he was a hot-blooded male, thank you very much. The only problem? Its fur was white. White fur, but it's summer, so why would it? Then came the expected "ooh shit" moment, and he quickly dove to Sakura and Tazuna, pushing them to the ground. Get down. Not a moment too late, either, as Naruto and Sasuke hit the deck, letting a spinning blade pass right through where their heads were and hack straight into a tree's trunk. Well, if it isn't Hatake Kakashi. I'm kinda honored to meet such a legend, Kapinin, spoke the man that seemed to phase into existence over the cleaver-like sword. I'd love to stay and chat, but since I'd like to get this over with soon, would you mind giving me that old man? Kakashi sighed. It was one of those days, wasn't it? First the demon brothers, then Gato, and now Zabuza? What god had he pissed off lately? I'm afraid I can't Momochi Zabuza. Even though he is a lying drunkard, he is still our client, and honor demands we protect him. How about you let us pass today, Demon of the Mist? Exchanging pleasantries with a rogue ninja. Oh, the novelties of shinobi life, eh? Seems like we're at an impasse then. But you already knew that, didn't you? So, how about we get this show on the road? Kakashi sighed. He knew what was coming after. The technique that was perfectly fitted to Zabuza. There it was, that placement of his hands. Twin ram seals, one in front of the chest, and the other overhead. Kirigakure no Jutsu. Zabuza's voice intoned before the mist thickened and covered everything. 8 points, lethal and vulnerable. Liver, lungs, spine, clavicle artery, neck vein, brain, kidneys, and heart. So, where should I go for first? Zabuza's voice came from all around the group, successfully scaring the crap out of the genin. Kakashi sighed. He knew he had to do this, but that didn't mean he had to like it. His hand went to his headband and pulled it up, revealing a weird eye. Where his other was black, this one was a deep crimson red and had 3 tomos surrounding the pupil. The Sharingan. You could hear the capitals. And that was the moment that Naruto, ever the ingenious prankster and spunky brat, decided to make light of the whole situation. Well, considering the size of that choppa you're holding, like its feathers, I don't really think where you strike really matters. That was delivered with such a deadpan voice that even Zabuza chuckled. It was tons better for Sasuke. The poor boy was flashing back to that day, thanks to the rogue's killing intent. Kakashi, on the other hand, laughed internally. He had been so preoccupied with his duel that he forgot to take Naruto into account. Naruto, give us a smokescreen, he ordered, smirking. The mist ninja was in for a nasty surprise. A smokescreen? Are you an idiot? I am a master at silent killing. I could kill you before you even realized it. On top of that, I've already placed a smokescreen, so its obvious visual impediments are to my advantage, so what dash? Oh, would you shut up, no brows? Naruto challenged, his love for riling people up awakening. What's that sword for? Compensating for something. While the poor rogue gaped at the boy's apparent gall and lack of fears, internally also admitting that the blonde probably had balls of solid steel to say that to him. Naruto was finished molding his chakra the way he needed to. It was necessary after all. He had to alter the jutsu just a bit, create more wind to blow away the mist, and also charge more chakra for his Ugi. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He whispered, creating several clones and hiding them before shifting his hands to his unique jutsu. Konoha no Jutsu. Wind picked up violently, tearing leaves from the trees and lifting them from the ground before spinning them randomly around. Naruto almost called it his shitstorm jutsu for obvious reasons. Kakashi couldn't help but smirk. Now it was a bit more even. Zabuza depended on extreme sense of hearing to find his targets. However, the fluttering leaves completely disrupted it. Kakashi, on the other hand, depended on his sense of scent, which the leaves did little to prevent. Sure, the wind impeded it a bit, but not nearly enough to stop a genius shinobi like himself. Drawing his trusty kunai, he charged. Clanging of metal against metal came through the leafy cover. Sounds of exertion and calls of techniques that the genin hadn't heard of reached their ears. In the middle of the shitstorm, Zabuza was being pushed back. Kakashi was of a very high level, and even though the Sharingan wasn't fully operational in such circumstances, he was still good enough to nail him a couple of times. He had also landed a couple of blows on the Konoha dog, but it wasn't enough to decide the battle or even affect it significantly. Damn it. Fine, if it's like that, then it's time to take it up a notch. Allowing himself to be driven back was easy, back onto the water. Then, a quick half-seal afterward and a water clone came from behind him, quickly replaced with it, and there, Kakashi stabbed it, destroying the clone, and falling right into Zabuza's trap. Suetun, Suiro no Jutsu. Water rose around Kakashi and made a bubble of heavy liquid. A prison. Well shit. Kakashi deadpanned. Then, frantic. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura. Take Tazuna and run. He can't chase you while he's concerned with me. Surprised and worried by his teacher's cry, Naruto let up on his jutsu and gasped at what he saw. Kakashi-sensei was trapped. That was not good. Definitely not good. Well, when life gives you lemons, make orange juice and let the world figure out how you did it. Like hell we're running away, right, Sasuke, Sakura? Dunno about you, Kakashi-sensei, but running away just ain't my style, you know? Let's kick it up a gear Tebeo. Chakra surged around Naruto, and he grinned. His clones behind him sent several covert signals to Sasuke. The genius should be able to figure things out. Humph, disrespectful brat. I will teach you the meaning of fear and pain. For now, these clones of mine should be enough to finish things. And with a single seal, something that surprised Kakashi greatly, several clones of Zabuza rose from the water and walked forward, intent on killing Team 7. Naruto walked forward, taking point. He had to do this just right now. No second chances. He closed his eyes and focused. The words came to his mouth more in order to enhance his focus rather than for any true need. Heiton, Mori no Mi, leaf style, forest eyes. He breathed out. Kakashi watched in surprise as the Konoha picked up once again, but not so strongly as before. It seemed more like an aura around Naruto. There was also this peculiar chakra that came from the leaves. To Naruto, it was an endless, black void, littered only by lights moving around him, carried on a wind of his creation. Where they flowed, it was free. Where they met resistance, he knew it. Zabuza could no longer hide from his eyes. Initiate second phase. Naruto's overhead hand, his right, suddenly lashed to the right, and then to the left in a cutating movement before making a quick circle back to place. If you think you can fight me, then come, Zabuza. I am the leaf-style shinobi, Uzumaki Naruto. Humph, as you please, brat. Dot. He called out to the taunt, and his clones flew forward. Naruto's clones also charged ahead, straight at Zabuza's clones while the originals remained rooted to the spot. Two cleavers flashed in attack. Two puffs of smoke. Nothing. Kakashi gaped. The clones. Konoha ninpu. Ugi mori yuriai. Naruto called out proudly. Zabuza's clones broke down to water as Naruto's clones appeared over them, kunai wet with water. What? What happened? Sakura asked Sasuke, mirroring Zabuza's question. Only Kakashi had seen it, his Sharingan spinning in amazement. That ingenious brat. That's why he had asked me about Kawarimi. Leaves are normally too small to replace oneself with, but with the amount of his chakra imbued in them, it must be easier than a normal log. Also, thanks to him slowing down the Konoha, the clones could easily choose which leaf to replace with. The ball is now right in Naruto's court. Well done. While everyone gawked at Naruto, Sasuke wasn't about to let it go. Discreetly, he readied himself and left the open field, leaving a bunshin in his place. It wouldn't do much, but thankfully it would buy him the time needed. Naruto's clones charged Zabuza now faster, and he replied by calling out several more of his clones. It was no use. As soon as the water clones attacked, Naruto's clones would instantly replace themselves with a leaf and attack. Of course, they had to keep one hand constantly in a half-ram seal, but the Yugi was still imperfect. Still, they were winning. They were winning. Sakura watched in awe as Naruto's clones seemed to flutter in tandem with the leaves, their master not once moving from his spot or opening his eyes. Eventually, Zabuza found the lag time needed between each substitution, but with the clones moving so completely randomly, it was hard to take advantage of it, even as he struggled, sweating more and more to keep up with the damn brat. How much chakra did the blonde have anyway? Sasuke instead smirked, for clones had followed him into the foliage and they all linked together their shuriken and wires. It would all depend on a moment's notice. Seamlessly, the clones replaced themselves with the ones fighting, with none being the wiser to the strings attached, thanks to the rapid movement. None but Kakashi, whose eyes picked up the reflection of steel. He didn't have much time to think about it, because in an instant, the trap was sprung. Shuriken came from the forest, circling around Zabuza, their sound unheard until it was too late, thanks to the clones suddenly shouting now. Wires, sharp and hard, wrapped around Zabuza, and the four clones dashed in 4 different directions, essentially binding up the ninja, breaking his prison jutsu in the process. What? When did these guys? Zabuza was beyond surprised. These greenhorns have managed such a plan? Unbelievable. The wires wouldn't hold him for long. He was strong enough to break them easily, but in that time. Kakashi rose from the water, looking like a wet dog, ironically enough, glaring holes into Zabuza. Well, seems like we are on again. For the record, a move that worked once on me won't work again, Zabuza. What followed after that declaration was a fight between 2 titans, 2 jounin that were fully deserving of their rank, unlike others. ******. The end to the fight, however, was very anticlimactic. Just as Kakashi was ready to kill Zabuza, 2 needles flew out of the trees and stabbed Zabuza on the neck. Another ninja appeared then, claiming they had been hunting Zabuza for a long time and took him away for disposal. Mere seconds later, Kakashi fell over, unable to move. His Sharingan had exhausted him. Naruto was quick to follow, only not so badly off. He still had a lot of chakra and endurance, but Mori no Yurei, and such an extended Konoha no Jutsu, had sapped him pretty badly. Of course, that did not keep him from boasting to anyone with half an ear to hear. Moving to Tezuna's home was peaceful after that, even though they still made haste just in case. Once there in its relative safety, and in the arms of a very attractive woman, Kakashi was very happy to note. Kakashi called a team meeting. First of all, I should congratulate all of you. Even if you did nothing, Sakura, just the fact you held your ground against Zabuza speaks volumes of you. Trust me. Sasuke, Naruto, you also cooperated excellently and got me out of that nasty situation. Sasuke, your Shuriken Jutsu are top-notch. I don't think Itachi was ever as good as you are now. Keep up the good work. He smiled and received a smile in return. Also, Naruto, good job with that jutsu of yours. You really caught me by surprise, replacing yourself with your own jutsu's leaves. It was a good name, Forest Ghost. Naruto smiled proudly. He had worked his ass off for this and finally, it was paying off. I know. I had to slow down the Konoha and reduce its spins so it's easier to control the Kawarimi. You actually have to predict where the leaf is going to be when the jutsu activates, or else you'll end up completely off, you know? The half-ram in front of my chest is responsible for the chakra mold, but the other hand controls the spin and directions. That's why I did that with my hands. I had to remove a few spins. Then, when you have the spinning down to your desired level, ready the Kawarimi and choose a leaf. Since you're making the jutsu, you know where it's going to end up, but getting the timing right is hard. There's also the Kawarimi that dash. Naruto, why are you explaining the jutsu to us? Sasuke asked, rightfully curious. The blonde had even pulled out a few scrolls with the names of his jutsu on each scroll, except the Mori no Mi technique. Naruto just shot him a questioning glance. Why? Because I want to teach it to you, of course. I mean, it's natural. I'm going to be a Hokage and the Hokage teach their shinobi all their jutsu. So, I'm going to teach you most of mine. Some I'll keep for myself. I know it's selfish, but I just want a few jutsu for my own kids, you know? He looked strangely at Sasuke, almost not understanding why everyone looked at him as if he was from another world. Naruto, that's your jutsu, it's yours to use. You're not supposed to teach it to others. Kakashi tried to reason with his student. What are you talking about, Kakashi-sensei? Of course I'm supposed to. Iruka-sensei said that the Hokage teach their shinobi all their jutsu. So, I'd better start teaching my jutsu from early on. You guys are the first to learn them. To know if I'm going to do a good job at teaching them and dash. Whoa, hold up, Naruto. Iruka-sensei did say that the ninja of Konoha learned many jutsu from the Hokage, but that did not mean that every Hokage taught every single one of their jutsu. Sakura cut him off. Seeing him not understanding, she continued. It's true that every Hokage left several jutsu behind for the rest of us, but they didn't leave us everything. Each of them had unique techniques that they taught no one. Some jutsu are just for yourself, you know. Besides, you invented these techniques from scratch. Don't you feel it's, I don't know, bad to just give them away? Of course not. I'm going to be a Hokage, so I have to teach my jutsu. Iruka-sensei said so I'm going to do it. Naruto was definitely set on his current beliefs. Ugh, what a stubborn dope. Listen, if you had actually paid attention to all of the lecture, Sasuke stopped the blonde idiot savant. You would have learned that they only passed down some of their jutsu, the easier and more generic ones. Each technique is personal. You're not supposed to teach your jutsu to anyone. It's actually an insult if someone tries to learn something you developed from you, unless you offer first. New jutsu are a very important responsibility. Dope. You need to respect them. Kakashi sighed. His head felt like he had a bloody hedgehog in his skull, trying to get free. All right, you brats have just exhausted me with this. Go get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll teach you something important. Also, Naruto, do not teach your techniques to anyone, for now. I'll explain why later. Now let me sleep, damned brats. He grumbled and dismissed them, wanting nothing more than to sleep. He hadn't even told them of the Hunter Nin's true purpose yet. Chapter 5, Shiromori, White Forest. Breakfast was a quiet affair, and somewhat painful from Kakashi's viewpoint. Still, it had been good to see everyone fine. Gods know how many assassinations happened while the victims were asleep in the safety of their own homes. Kakashi had done several of them himself. Tsunami was a very capable housewife, however, apparent by the fact that despite their meager food supplies, she was able to whip up a hearty, fulfilling breakfast. There was of course a kid named Inari, who kind of made things depressing more than quiet, but Kakashi could deal with it. Same thing couldn't be said about Naruto, who reacted somewhat weird. Why are you trying anyway? You're all gonna die? Gad has already won. Spat the little boy while glaring at Naruto and Sasuke, the two discussing various jutsu and how to combine their arsenal. Well, Iruka-sensei said that you only lose when you give up. Besides, I haven't survived so far in Konoha by being easy to kill, neither Sasuke or Kakashi-sensei. Sakura-chan has a bit of work ahead of her, but I don't think she's just going to lay down and die. Oh yeah, and who's that Iruka-sensei guy, huh? I bet he's just another loser. Oh shippus. Kakashi and the rest of the team thought, while Naruto seemed to simply lose emotion. For an emotionless glare, there were few things that could rival it in hostility or creepiness. Listen here, brat. Naruto spat venomously, making Sakura shiver, remembering the last time he spoke like that. If you ever disrespect Iruka-sensei in front of me, I'm going to rip out your guts, tie them around your throat, and hang you from the ceiling. Got it? And if you ever even imply anything bad about my friends, I'll make death seem like the sweetest release possible. Go die in a ditch, loser. Death's already better than life. Isn't that why you're thinking? So why don't you do us all a favor and slit your wrists, you damn crybaby? Ignoring the shocked look from his team, though Kakashi also had an underline of sadness and Sasuke one of vindication, Naruto stormed out of the house. He only stopped at the door to look back and tell them he was going to look for a good place to train. Then he was gone. Whatever. He just made it up. Doesn't like that someone's actually suffered while he had his family coddling high dash. Further talk from the boy was halted violently when Sasuke leapt at him, brought him to the ground, and stopped his kunai less than an inch from the boy's right eye. Made up? Coddled. Sasuke spat out venomously. One thing he shared in common with the blonde was that they had both suffered. They had both known loss. You pathetic little weakling. What do you think you know of pain? Of suffering? Of sorrow? Of loneliness? Sasuke was shaking now, his eyes red with fury. Suddenly he pulled back. You are not even worth killing. At least you have your mother and your grandfather. I lost my entire clan in one night to my own brother and Naruto. He never had anyone to begin with. Instead, he had to shoulder glares and insults from the entire village. I'm following the dobe. I'll make sure he's all right. Wait, Sasuke-kun. Sakura made to follow her crush, but Kakashi quickly held her back. Kakashi-sensei, I have to go to Sasuke-kun. And do what? He needs time to calm down now. We'll get to them soon enough. Both of these boys, they have suffered far more than they should have. Only war victims can say they have felt more pain. To handle all that pain as well as they have until now, they are much stronger than any of you here may think. Kakashi finished calmly, giving a very sharp look at both the boy and his female student. Anyway, Sakura, go fetch my medkit from my bag. I'm going to show you a few tricks for field medics. Most of that stuff isn't in books, it's things you learn by experience. Might as well get you as much as we can. Sasuke found Naruto only a few minutes walk away from Tezuna's home. The blonde was furiously punching a tree. Impressively enough, he had already made a dent into the wood. Life's not fair, you know. Sasuke began, nonchalantly though internally he was just as angry as his teammate. He could just control it better. I know. I've known since I was little. Why did other children have parents? Why did they laugh? Why did they have toys? Why did they have food and clothes? Naruto stopped punching the tree, instead preferring to lie back against it. I've known it, but that doesn't mean I like it. Instead, I get that damn brat thinking he's got it the worst. Hell, I'm sure someone has had it worse than the both of us combined. How could that damn brat just give up so easily? He just reminds you of yourself, right? Sasuke smirked against the glare, then his eyes softened as he took a seat next to Naruto on the same tree. Same with me. Sometimes, you just can't help but wonder, why did I get up this morning? Why am I even alive? Why don't I just give up? Giving up seems so easy sometimes, doesn't it? Just lay down and stop breathing. No more pain, no more worries, just silence, darkness, and peace. But we're not meant for peace. Is that what you say? Some part of us just likes going up against all that. What are we, masochists? That, or we've already gone off the deep end, trapped inside a dream within a dream. Or maybe, just maybe, we are simply stronger. What do you think? I'll take answer number 2 with a little bit of number 1. Then again, can you imagine any sane Chunin fight a Jounin like we have? PSHH, we could make psychologists need psychiatrists. That's how messed up we are. It's not us. It's the world that's messed up, cried out Sasuke suddenly, throwing his arms in the air comically. Both Chunin broke down laughing hysterically after that. Yeah, neither of them was exactly sane or even near it. An hour later, enough time for the both to calm down by Kakashi's reasoning, the two were found deep in a taijutsu match. Naruto was the first to speak, though Sasuke's eyes held the exact same words his teammate spoke. Boy, what the hell took you so long? Don't tell me there's something secret going between you two. The slight wiggling of his eyebrows made the secret quite clear, and both male Chunin enjoyed Kakashi's gagging reactions. He wasn't a pedophile, for crying out loud, and Sakura's screeches of denial. All right, if you feel well enough to joke, then you're good enough to train. It's a good thing we have a forest here too. You see, Zabuza is probably still alive. Hunter Nin dispose of their target's body where it falls, and Senbon are weapons that rarely kill. Even if it had been poison, it would have taken time to affect someone like Zabuza, no matter how potent the toxin. If that's the case, next time, we stand against not only Zabuza, but his accomplice as well. I can handle Zabuza himself, but you'd have to take care of that fake ninja. And knowing that Zabuza wouldn't cooperate with a weakling, he's bound to be good. Even together, you probably wouldn't be enough. Or at least not without one of you dying. He amended, remembering how good their teamwork really was. So, the only way to win is by me power training you into a few tricks that may save your lives long enough for me to win and come to you. I'm sure that the other ninja is probably strong, but he can't be that good. Can he, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Sasuke, quite upset that his skill was being called into question. I didn't even sense his presence, Sasuke. That makes him an expert in assassination. If he's Zabuza's accomplice, that also means he's good at striking from cover. So even Naruto's Konohagakure wouldn't be as useful. Your only chance is for me to eliminate his concealment and hope his direct combat skills are not better than his silent killing method. Now, here's the first real piece of training you're going to receive. I'd be surprised if you finish it in less than a week, but even if you do, you will continue training it. It's very important and useful. Now watch carefully. And with that, Kakashi walked, or limped, towards a nearby tree and began walking straight up. How? That's impossible, cried out Sakura, rather loudly. Stealth wasn't her forte. With chakra, duh. Deadpan Naruto. I mean, we can throw fireballs and stuff. Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza fought on water, is walking vertically so hard to grasp. Obviously, he seems to be channeling a small amount of chakra to the soles of his feet. I saw the grass move a bit, but not too much. Am I correct, sensei? Sasuke kept up the observations. He was good with that. But the books and the teachers hadn't said anything about walking on trees. She kept on her denials. Because, if they had, all of us would have tried and gotten injured. Also, can't have ninja training techniques just lying around pointlessly. Even the basics can be used by the enemy. Did you already forget what Hunter Nin are all about, Sakura? Naruto sighed deeply. He had liked her for a long, long time. Even now he felt something for her. However, the more he got to know her, the less he liked her, or at least that way. She was far too unbending, adhered to the rules far too much. Her imagination was about as interesting as a salted slug, and, for all her smarts, she really didn't think that fast, only complicated. In short, they were too different for him to continue to go after her. Not to mention she insulted his plants. The fact that Naruto might have sneaked into the women's onsen a few days before being sorted into teams and saw the other girls might have also helped his decision. Big might. Well, my dear cute Chunin, what are you waiting for? Try it out for yourselves. Kakashi urged his students. It would be fun to see them fall and realize that it really wasn't as easy as it looked when you don't know how it works. That did not happen. While Sakura held back, likely expecting instructions from her teacher, the boys didn't wait. They each took out a kunai and glanced at each other, the message in their eyes clear. First up wins challenge accepted. Then they gathered their chakra to their feet and charged. Each took several steps up the tree when the bark under Naruto exploded outwards while Sasuke's foot slipped. Both of them, in a creepily identical way, leapt back and away, tumbled through the air and landed on their feet. Kakashi was impressed. They hadn't managed to go up, nobody did it the first time, but they had gone up further than he had expected. Yes, it's that simple. Channel a small amount of chakra to your feet and maintain it. As you saw, too little and you slip, too much and it blows up. Sakura, how about you try it? The pinkette looked somewhat indecisive, but believing that a perceived shrug by her crush meant, go Sakura. Conquer this and prove your love to me. She nodded determinedly and walked forward. Having a rough idea of how much chakra was needed, having seen her entire team succeed and fail at the endeavor, she gathered what she thought should be about enough and placed one foot on the tree. After making sure it was stuck well, she lifted the other and placed it on the bark. She adjusted the levels a bit, getting a feel for when she had too little or too much, and soon she had it down pat. It was tiring her, of course. It had to be a high-level training after all, but she managed to climb up the tree on her first try. Well, she actually managed it on her first try. Doesn't surprise me really. Her chakra levels are so low, she has control to rival me. Compared to the boys, however, she's not even a drop in an ocean. Then he noticed the way Naruto looked at Sakura. That look, why don't I like that look? That's a bad look. It sticks, Naruto said, next to Sasuke. Her legs stick like glue. Well, duh, idiot, that's what we're doing. Kakashi did it too, remember? The Uchiha snarked. Internally, he was curious though. It was that look Naruto had every time he came up with a new, insane idea. Why, what's on your mind? Chakra is adhesive? But what if? And Naruto kneeled in front of Sasuke to a large pile of leaves. He made a single half-ram seal and stuck the same hand's pointer and middle finger inside. When he pulled it out, a leaf had been stuck. There was another leaf stuck to the first one, and a third, a fourth, and several more, making a chain. No way, muttered Sasuke. The dobe, the freaking dead last, had managed to make something brand new out of an exercise he hasn't even completed. What's this? Konoha Ninpu. Konoha Muchi, Leaf Ninja Art. Leaf Whip. No, I think I have to work it a bit more to make them go rigid. I was thinking a sword. Naruto nonchalantly responded, likely not really understanding just how abnormally rare it is to make a new technique on the drop of a hat. Kakashi, however, was shocked for another reason. Naruto had enhanced a series of items by only focusing on a single of them, an aura enhancement of sorts. How can he have the control to chakra enhance a dozen leaves at once and still not be able to perform tree walking? He raged internally. Then, he realized it. Naruto had learned how to enhance multiple leaves due to his tampering with his skills and tricks all the time. Nobody taught him how. He was self-taught. That meant that the boy had simply skipped several lessons. Naruto probably hadn't realized it when he did something other Genins hadn't imagined of yet. Damn, now he was feeling left behind. He could do that at his age too. Ika Ika, wherefore art thou, Ika Ika? Take this lonely teacher into your generous bosom. All right, Naruto, make a clone or a dozen to look into your leaf sword whatever idea, but get back to work yourself. You too, Sasuke. Neither of you boys want Sakura to leave you behind. After all, if you master tree walking, it makes it possible to learn any type of jutsu. Hook, line, sinker, and pretty damn near the entire bay the fisherman was in. Both boys shook themselves. One made a dozen clones, and as one they charged their trees. Ignoring them, Kakashi effortlessly leapt to where Sakura was, scaring her as she hadn't thought it possible to leap that far in such a condition. Heh, poor girl. He had taken on samurai squads in worse condition. As for you, Sakura-chan, you are way too tired from just a simple hike. Do it a couple more times. It will help develop endurance. The Pinkette only mumbled something about how Sasuke-kun wouldn't like a butch woman and grumbled all the way down and up before and sitting down next to the tree to watch her Sasuke-kun. It made Kakashi sigh, really. The girl was so smart, theoretically, but she was incapable of applying her knowledge and brains in practice. She just couldn't. She froze in danger, spoke loudly when silence was needed, and she never really made an effort. At least Rin had been. The Jounin shook his head, reminiscing about those times was forbidden. So, he instead leaned back on the tree and watched over his students. His barb about them being left behind by Sakura had quickly urged them to work harder than before to make up. It was noon, and the boys still hadn't gotten the hang of it, but Kakashi wasn't surprised. Even if Naruto had managed to do things with chakra, he hadn't even realized he could. Chakra reserves the size of Naruto's were always hard to control. The blonde would probably never manage a high-control jutsu in his life, but it wouldn't really matter, or so Kakashi hoped. Sasuke was doing better, but the rate of his development was slower than Naruto's, and that made no sense. Could it be that the Uchiha was limiting himself until Naruto could surpass him, only to have a rival? No, it was different. These two, if Kakashi wasn't sure they were heterosexual, he would have worried about them. But even so, he was worried. Their troubled lives had made them connect with each other, from a bond much stronger than the one they had to their own home. If one of them deserted the village, the other would follow. Sakura, on the other hand, cared little for Naruto except for the fact that the blonde baka got way too much attention from her Sasuke-kun. How dare he? He was just a no-name loser, the dead last. Even if he had gotten better, she couldn't deny that. He was still inferior to her. She was sure of it. After all, she was smarter and she had a family. She was better than him. But Sasuke-kun talked to that baka so much more than her that Sakura was worried. How did that useless dobe manage to get her Sasuke-kun's attention so completely? It was impossible. Sasuke-kun loved her after all. Not once did the Pinkette wonder that maybe, just maybe, the raven-haired Genin simply didn't care about her, or that maybe everything that she knew of him wasn't close to the truth. Ignorance is bliss, as they say, obviously portrayed by fangirls. Sasuke, on the other hand, was far more accepting of the blonde. He had learned early on in his life that power equals respect. No power means no respect, so he had had nothing of the sort for Naruto. Now, however, the blonde improved faster and faster. He was no genius, he was a prodigy. Sasuke knew himself to be a genius in all ninja arts, be they jinjutsu, ninjutsu, or taijutsu. Anything that was taught, he swallowed it up. But not Naruto. The blonde didn't bother with traditional methods, he made his own. Sasuke knew he was stronger than the blonde. Even if they both developed fully, they would be equals and different only by their tactics. That's why he respected and accepted Naruto so much. Not only as someone who had suffered greatly, yet only became stronger for it, if also a bit less sane, but also as someone who worked his ass off and actually became strong. What use is a weak rival after all? What use is a friend that does not relate to you? To Sasuke, the feeling of friendly competition and unreserved camaraderie was reminiscent of his family in the best way possible. It healed his soul. The same went for Naruto. In the utter darkness of his loneliness, he had found friends, more than friends, anchors to his sanity. Irika-sensei and Gigi believed in him. Kakashi-sensei taught him. Sakura-chan was there to bring him back to earth when he went overboard. And Sasuke was just there. He was there to remind Naruto that he was not alone in suffering, loneliness, or even drive. What more could he ask for than a friend, rival, and comrade all in one? So long as Sasuke was there, so would Naruto be there as well. And gods help any poor fool who tried to get between them. Now, if he could only take care of his pretties like they deserved to, how they must be suffering in the hands of a foreign cultivator. How could he ever conceive to know how to hug them and caress them and feed them properly, how to talk to them and listen to them? The next few days went on like that, much to the anger and angst of Inari and annoyance of just about everybody else. The brat just didn't seem to realize that when life gives you lemons, you should make lemon and vodka and share a drink with her. Naruto and Sasuke were making good on their mutual challenge of who would master tree walking first, often spending their downtime sparring to let their chakra recover. It wasn't such a problem for Naruto, but Sasuke still ran out occasionally and just couldn't stand doing nothing while his blonde rival still trained. At least their sensei was always there to break up their fights if they got too serious and provide them both with excellent advice. Unsurprisingly, Sakura did the absolute least of work. She preferred to ogle Sasuke, berate Naruto, and occasionally, and under direct command, go up a tree or two. She had Sasuke-kun and Kakashi-sensei after all. It didn't matter how much Naruto or Kakashi tried to urge the girl to work harder. She only did so under Sasuke's HN agreements and ever since she saw the desolate place that Wave Country had become. Something about the hopeless atmosphere urged the girl to try a little bit harder. It was a shock to her to see children beg for dregs of food. In the end, it sort of became a habit for the team to let Naruto and Sasuke practice until they came back. Both of them were so stubborn and hard-headed that they just couldn't handle defeat. They simply did not accept it unless they couldn't lift their tired and beaten bodies from the floor. Tsunami, Inari's mother, was at least kind enough to leave them a few plates of food for them to come eat whenever they were done with training. Naruto even told Sasuke he could use his fire jutsu to heat up the plates, not as a combat technique, but more to get a feel for free-form chakra manipulation, much like the blonde often did himself via lifting leaves and other items. Sasuke hadn't believed it to be very useful, but he reneged on that belief when he suddenly belched out a small gout of fire during a heated taijutsu match, straight into his right hand. He had managed to burn off all the hair on his hand, but Kakashi had been fast enough with his water canteen that no further damage was dealt. This was going to be one of their last night in peace, Kakashi had told his team. Near-death states were hard to recover from, especially considering the beating the rogue had suffered. Kakashi didn't take too kindly to his team being threatened, but if the second ninja had such knowledge of acupuncture, then he probably also knew how to treat wounds. Overall, it would take the man a week to recover, thankfully a little more than what Kakashi had needed. Though the legendary shinobi could have fought even with a single day of recovery, he would definitely not be able to face a ninja at Zabuza's level. Sasuke and Naruto decided that enough was enough. They needed that training completed, darn it. How dare it oppose them? Future Hokage and Uchiha elite. Usually bother were quite humble, but this time they just had to do it. They couldn't let their teacher down, nor each other. Annoyance that Sakura had gotten it down at her first try was also a factor. So, as they were wont to do, they trained and trained and trained until they got it right, only to fall unconscious approximately 10 seconds after their victory as their adrenaline rush died out. They awoke the next day to an unfamiliar presence, a girl dressed in a flowery kimono with a small wicker basket in hand, several herbs sticking out. While Naruto didn't much react to a foreign presence so near to him, despite his harsh life, he hadn't really developed the shinobi instinct of constant vigilance. Sasuke did react by rolling away and palming a few kunai. One would argue that tormenting someone about the death of their family made for a good training tool. That person would get violently dismembered by a certain Uchiha. The girl seemed to reel back and away from the two genin, surprised and frightful. Understandable, really. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just worried you had caught a cold or something. She spoke hesitantly. Inwards, she was also wondering about why the two were sleeping side by side. To her understanding, which granted did not amount to much, such closeness pointed to specific kinds of relationships. Unfortunately for yaoi fangirls, nothing of the sort went on between Naruto and Sasuke. However, the night was chilling and warmth was precious. Not to mention the fact that alone they could easily speak with each other without having to show anything but who they truly were. Traumatized children struggling to maintain what little sanity they had left in a world so cold to them. Talking with someone who can understand you under a starlit sky can be very cathartic. Unfortunately, the overactive imaginations of people who never had the chance to go through something like this simply makes doing so forbidden. Nah, we're fine. Thanks for waking us up, though. We must really get back to training. Naruto rambled in his characteristic manner. Sasuke just stretched out, letting a HN escape him. Train? Whatever for? The girl asked. Well, we're ninja, shinobi, you know? So we have to train to become stronger and stronger, right, Sasuke? HNN. He said, yeah, don't worry. After a few months you could decode his words too. He's just shy. Naruto's barb obviously managed to draw attention from the raven-haired boy, and he returned a violent, I'm not shy, dope, making the girl giggle. You two are funny. She giggled some more. But, do you have a special reason to get stronger? People become truly strong when they defend their precious people. Do you have someone like that? She asked, head tilted to the side, innocence rolling off her in waves. HN no. Sasuke replied, looking away. His dear brother had seen to that. Don't be like that, team. You do have precious people. You have me and Kakashi-sensei, and Sakura if she ever got serious too. A team's like a family, you know. Then what are you, the idiot uncle? The snark wasn't at all hostile, really. Nah, I'd prefer that crazy old bat of a gardener with killer ninja moves that far surpass everyone else and is worshipped by women. Naruto hyphenated his own name. Of course, Sasuke couldn't let that chance at some banter pass him by. How about the idiot that everybody is ashamed of? Much closer to reality, dope. Further disagreement was interrupted by further giggling from the girl. You two seem to be getting along pretty well. Are you each other's precious person? She asked, looking at them strangely. Each other's precious per God and oh. Naruto screamed and went to the side, dry heaving. No, just no and oh. Similar sounds were copied by the other boy. Where did you get that idea from? Gods above, I need brain bleach. Sasuke could have made many pointy remarks about Naruto at that moment, but he was much more preoccupied with trying to withhold his own rebelling stomach. Brain bleach indeed. Oh, the girl realized she had misread their circumstances. The place was rather chilly at night, well, for most people anyway. I'm so sorry. You were really close and... Yeah, Naruto spat some bile off his tongue. But it gets rather cold at night. Couldn't walk back home. We had ran out of fumes to run on. But, sheesh Nachon, next time keep those dreams to yourself, please. The girl got up, still giggling demurely, hand before her mouth. Oh my, look at the time. I must have been out for longer than I thought. I really have to get back now. I have to treat my uncle. Why, he's hurt. Did Gatu and his scum threaten you? Naruto fixed her with a concerned look. You can come with us, you know. We could probably provide with some extra medication too. No, it's all right. The girl hastily denied the offer. It's nothing important, just a cold from fishing after hours. These herbs should have him back on his feet in no time. Then the girl turned to leave, and just as Sasuke was getting ready to ask her something, she turned back and winked at them. By the way, my name is Haku, and I'm a boy. B-boy. Naruto whispered disbelievingly. No way I'm buying that. That person's cuter than Sakura, almost on par with Ino. Ino isn't cute. She's an early bloomer, Baka. Sasuke disagreed. In fact, she's just a pushy know-it-all that doesn't know all that much really. And the screeches, gods. She has probably damaged my ears. I know Kiba has had to go to the hospital thanks to her. Yeah, but still, such cuteness. Whatever. You noticed it, right? Sasuke focused back on the track the girl had been on. She had disappeared in mere seconds. Yeah, she lied. I know how lightly you sleep, and she got so close. She didn't freak out as much when she saw your knives, or when we told her we're ninja. And also, these plants, they're not for diseases. They treat blood pressure and chemical imbalances. Don't forget she refused our offer of help. In a place like this, no one would refuse extra help or medication. But the question is, why did she stay and talk? Why didn't she use a long-range technique? Why didn't she try to attack us? Something's wrong here. Sasuke had been groomed to become a member of the police force from a young age. His mind was already working overtime to figure out these clues. It's like she wanted to tell us something about precious people. Maybe she's being pressured to work for someone? But who? Blood pressure treatment and chemical imbalances. He hummed. Being put to a near-death state would definitely mess up the body, at least for a time. She wasn't treating her uncle. She's helping Zabuza. Are you telling me we just let Zabuza's accomplice walk away? Oh man. Naruto whined, clearly not liking it. With good reason too. If they had taken her out, Zabuza would be much easier to deal with. No, she probably let us go. If she's Zabuza's accomplice, she'd definitely know how to take us down, both from stealth and out of it. But why? It makes no sense. Unless, could Zabuza have some sort of leverage over her, some loved one, a precious person? That would explain what she told us. But still, I think something's missing, like she wants us to win, but not in just any way, but a very specific one. I can't make heads or tails of it. Well, if you can't figure it out, I'm not even going to bother about it. I just think it's a bit simpler than that. I think we should go back though. We did manage our chakra control test, so we should be clear. Maybe he'll get us a new training or something. Right, Sasuke drawled. And you want fries with that? That guy probably only taught us because he was too tired to turn pages on his Aika. I wouldn't say no to fries, but I would most definitely prefer ramen. A gurgling, almost roaring, sound from Naruto punctuated that sentence, soon followed by a similar from Sasuke. The two boys ended up walking back hungry and discussing about food. Or, well, Naruto did anyway. After a fulfilling breakfast, courtesy of Tsunami, and a rather long rant about staying outside after hours, again courtesy of Tsunami, Naruto and Sasuke were rather glad to be away from the gentle courtesies of the woman. She may be a civilian, but she was a civilian mama, and that made her bloody scary. Not even Kakashi managed to escape her ranting, especially his irresponsible nature and laid-back attitude, letting two innocent little boys wander off into the wilderness. Ahem, back to what's important. So you're saying you met someone who could be an accomplice of Zabuza, had a friendly talk, and she went on their merry way? Is that what you're telling me? Yup, Naruto nodded. Though, keep in mind, that person also had herbs that could help with Zabuza being healed. That means she is also a medic, so he could be ready to fight again soon. The various herbal teas I made you should have helped a bit, but I'm no medic. I just mixed and matched. Yes, he had. Taking random herbs, he had made various teas for his teacher. Said teacher didn't drink one of them. He trusted the boy, but sometimes Naruto wasn't exactly the most predictable person. Case in point now. She said something about precious people though. Wonder if she'd like my pretties. My pretties would like her. They're very cuddly sort of plants. Would you like to be adopted by one of my pretties, Kakashi-sensei? You'd have to take good care of her though, or she'd have to scold you. They are very sensitive, my precious pretties. Now what could he say to this? The hopeful look in the blonde's eyes was heart-wrenching. How he could manage to pout like that while being 13 years old, Kakashi would never know. I'd rather not. I don't know how to best take care of your pretties. Wouldn't want them hurt now, would we? No, we wouldn't. She would throw a tantrum, and that just won't do. Naruto shivered. Either way, today you should stay here. Don't think I can't tell when a student's worn his chakra raw. Sasuke may have less endurance, but he isn't nearly as wiped as you. Are you telling me I'm confined to bed rest? Naruto was near apoplectic. Had he not proven that he was equal to everyone? Today only. It's just a problem with people that have naturally high chakra. Until you mature, there is a limit at how much chakra you can use in a day. It's not about how much you have, rather how much you wear out your circulation system. Think of it like friction burns. You use it more than everybody else, so you get burned. Sasuke doesn't, since he doesn't have anywhere near your amount of chakra, so he doesn't get burned. He gets a little raw though. When you mature, in a few more years, you won't have that problem. It's nothing bad, trust me, but if you channel too much chakra today, it's going to hurt like hell. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head with his hand. He was talking from experience. Besides, someone has to watch Tsunami and Inari, you know. Starting tomorrow, we'll have normal shifts of 2, all right? I'm not telling you to stay in your bed, just to let your body recover. Oh man, Naruto whined. All right, I get it, but I better have something exciting tomorrow. Well, we'll see. Tomorrow you can help around the house if you want. The garden needs some looking after, and I think your clones would be a great help. But today, just stay here and rest. In mere moments, Team 7 had left the building, off to the bridge, leaving only their blonde teammate behind with their secondary wards. Sitting in the garden, hands idly stroking the soul rose plant in there, Naruto looked out. Something was off about the Hishi they had met today. For just a moment, he thought he had seen an endless loneliness and sorrow in those dark brown eyes. Almost like what he had, a long time ago, before his pretties. There was also the herbs. They were not the strongest acting variety, but they were rather fast acting. Why go for greater recovery rate at the cost of less total recovery? Like poisons, one could use a fast-acting one that caused nothing worse than dizziness, or they could go for a slower-acting one that could do much worse, be it blindness or even death. So, why use the weaker effect? Unless… Oh shit, he thought. Using the weakest herb meant very little if you had already mostly recovered. Before he could leave the house, however, there was a crash and a scream, a woman's scream. Letting go of the plant, Naruto dashed back home, worried that maybe Tsunami had slipped or something. He wasn't that lucky. 2 sword-bearing men, covered in ugly tattoos to disguise their even uglier scars, held her at sword point, sneering and leering, obviously threatening her. If there was a list of things that Naruto could not forgive, rape and murder were within the top 5, easily. And he knew that look in their eyes. They were going for it, both of the sins. When one of them grabbed Tsunami's chest roughly, Naruto broke free of his hate-induced daze and acted. Chakra gathered at his feet, and cursing himself for the pain he was about to feel, he dashed forward, almost too fast for a human eye to see. The punch that followed was very satisfying for the genin. The sound of broken bone was gross, but also kind of nice. But maybe that was his hate talking, because his enemy certainly would be unable to speak for a long time. His lower jaw had been shattered. Note to self, attack strength is proportionate to the speed of the blow as well as the size of impact. Must research further, especially with Kawarimi. He didn't have much time to think though, as he quickly lashed out with another blow at the other swordsman. This one at an even worse state than his comrade, as he was caught with sword still sheathed. It would remain so if Naruto had a choice. The blonde quickly bobbed and weaved closer to the enemy, copying another genin that fought only with his fists, and quickly sent out a 5-hit combo that ended with a vicious uppercut. Then, before the guy had time to recover, Naruto spun on his heel and gave him a vicious mule kick at the gut. Sure, it wasn't as coordinated or effective as Sasuke's style, but it got the job done. With both men down, Naruto quickly turned to the distraught woman he had just saved. Damn, he was good. Comforting her son, who had been seconds from charging to his certain death to protect her. Deciding that the boy's attention would be much better for the woman, Naruto turned to his defeated opponents. A quick search and a length of rope later, and the place was safe. Tsunami-san, I have to go. These guys are accomplices of Zabuza and Gatu. My team will need all the help it can get. You should go to a friend's house and barricade yourself. If we fail, be ready to run. Then he dashed up to his room. He needed to get some extra weaponry. Zabuza would not underestimate them this time, and there was that second ninja to contend with as well. The wind wheezed past Naruto's ears as he ran. He had to move fast to get to the bridge in time. Sasuke was strong, and so was Kakashi, but the enemy was stronger still. Zabuza was on Kakashi's level, and his aid may be beyond even that. At least his chakra hadn't hurt him yet. Seems that the damn demon's presence helped in more than reserves. It still felt weird and raw, as if scratching on a bruise, when going over a small amount. But he could take it. He has taken far more pain before, after all. On the target location, however, none were as calm. Zabuza knew that Kakashi was on a level above that affected by fortunate circumstances. He had been underestimated before. It would not happen again. Sakura and Tazuna were scared out of their wits, knowing, or assuming, the strength of the other fighters in the area. The hunter in the mask was hesitating. There were people like him, lonely like him, strong like him. In this place, could he bring himself to kill them? Could he become a true shinobi, a person that tails after death? Surrounded by icy mirrors that held his enemy no matter where he looked, Sasuke was just as troubled, only more worried. This was bad. This was really bad. He had fallen right into his enemy's trap, right into a jutsu he could not break out of. The demonic ice mirrors, as the fake hunter had called them, were immune to his weapons, his Katon jutsu, and his own kicks. What was he to do? A memory came to his mind. Flashback. So, you noticed how overloading your chakra levels at the feet makes the tree blow up, right? Said Naruto in one of their downtimes. Yeah, it's why it's called training when you learn to not do that. Why? Thought of a new jutsu. Of course, impacting leaves or something to that extent. But no, I was thinking. Tsunade of the Sannin is considered to be extremely strong, right? But you never hear about her grappling, only her striking. So I was thinking. She took that chakra control exercise and turned it into a fighting style? That's crazy. But using leaves to chop people is even worse. What are you thinking? Sasuke was now interested. If he could mimic such a technique. Well, I was thinking of building a charge, a lump of chakra, right at the edge of your impact area, and then exploding it. More charge time is more chakra, is more of an impact. Yeah, but doing so would require extreme chakra control to get the proper timing. Unless, well, your Sharingan gives you a visual on where you will strike and when. And it also gives you a visual indication on where the chakra lump is. If you were to combine knowing how long it takes to channel the lump and knowing when you will strike, you turn it from an exercise in chakra control to a matter of reflexes. Exactly. Of course, it's not that simple. You get kicked away from the tree too, so there is some backlash. You must never channel more chakra than you can handle, which makes this technique dependent on your own strength. Tsunade-sama probably has worked a way around this, but, for now, I guess it'd do to get a good hit in. Probably doesn't work with ninja tools though. And I'd have to wait for my Sharingan to awaken before using it. Damn, Naruto, never thought that you of all people would figure that trick out. What can I say? I live to impress. Naruto laughed. And flashback. Well, he didn't have his Sharingan yet, but he wasn't about to drop dead either, not until he had exhausted himself doing his darndest. In a desperate run, he dashed to the closest mirror to him, left hand raised above his head for a straight punch. Gods above, he hoped he was doing this right. The thump-like sound told him his punch had landed just about when he felt the pain of smashing full strength on an unyielding surface. He had missed the timing, too late. Hopefully, it wouldn't be too long now. A loud crashing noise made Haku double-take. Haku's mirrors had never been broken before. Even Zabuza-sama didn't break them. That's how he'd train her, breaking them, and her, until she made them strong enough. How? For his part, Sasuke cried out in pain as he felt the wave of pain run all the way up and down his entire arm, even his shoulder. He got now why Naruto had said to not overload the technique. He was just glad it wasn't his right hand that he'd broken. But he was free. So, with nary a thought, he dashed forward, hopefully somewhere away from all that water, somewhere he would get the advantage. He didn't get very far. Haku recovered quickly and fired several senbon at his legs, causing him to fall over. Despite her tired state, she had been taught under Zabuza. She had won harder fights in worse conditions. Then again, She was lucky that punch hadn't struck the mirror she was in. Sasuke growled at his pursuer. Damn it, he couldn't even see her. He and Uchiha. It wasn't just about being an elite, it was about him being an Uchiha. His clan had the best eyesight possible. The Hyuga were just imitators. How could he not see? It was insulting. And besides, these weapons, what the hell, wasn't he being underestimated here? Sure, the guy, gal, whoever it was behind that mask, too thin a frame to be male, too masculine movements to be a female, was dead accurate with them. But why wasn't there a more dangerous weapon, like a kunai? Hell, Shuriken were more lethal. It felt like his enemy was sparing him, and that was something that Sasuke could not accept. His pride couldn't. In one way, he was glad Naruto was Naruto. He'd gotten used to being irritated to near explosion levels, or he'd have just charged at his enemy frothing at the mouth otherwise. And speaking of a certain knuckle-headed blonde, there he was, charging at the mirror dome. Wait, what? Tajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. And then it was raining Narutos. The fake hunter replied by sending out salvos upon salvos of Senbon. That most definitely destroyed the clones. Sasuke didn't even want to know how much chakra Naruto wasted right there, which in turn created enough smoke to blind everything. It was hopeless, of course, getting away from the ninja. He was trained to fight in such conditions, but it was their best bet. Quickly, Sasuke removed the Senbon in his feet, biting back the pain and using it to strengthen his resolve. Kunai flew from all around Sasuke like a hail. Apparently the dobe could really back up his claims of 1,000 clone armies, impacting the mirrors without effect. Behind the glacial wall, Haku was worried, however. Haku was quite well aware that he possessed very little chakra compared to other shinobi. It was only by virtue of exceptional control that he was able to do so much. However, the ice mirrors were heavily draining. Most enemies simply didn't live long enough while trapped within. But this time, Haku's enemies were the worst possible match if the blonde's clones were to be taken into account. Naruto, gimme some cover. Sasuke yelled and leapt back under the cover of a clone smoke bomb. He didn't have much time and only so much ninja wire. Thankfully, Naruto had taken some of the extra supplies he had back at Tezuna's home, tying as much as he could on as many kunai, real, not cloned. He gave them to Naruto's clones. They would serve as tracers. Maybe he could get some form of hint on how to beat Haku's technique. Then, the raven-haired boy squatted down and squinted as he paid as much attention as he could, going over all the facts he had acquired. Firstly, his enemy didn't stay inside the mirrors for long. Apparently, whatever skill he had for creating ice did not extend to weathering such cold for too long. Secondly, every time his enemy attacked, he removed himself completely from the mirrors. That meant that his movement was rather limited while inside the safety area. The two combined told Sasuke that the Hunter Nin didn't use a straightforward jutsu, but rather one that affected dimensions as well. By affecting space, he could affect time, so that's why he became so fast. Also, the masked ninja could only move from one mirror to another. Presumably, if he were to not enter a mirror, his speed boost would break, if he even was capable of doing so. Last but not least, the ninjutsu also increased reaction time. They could not hope to land a blow as it would be detected and diverted, unless they could predict what would happen. All in all, despite the weaknesses of that jutsu, it was still one major pain in the ass, and they were quite probably screwed if he didn't get the guy's pattern figured out soon. Which was exactly what the tracers had been for. If he could hold the taut strings of the kunai in his hands, he could maybe find some weak point, some way to predict it. It only took him a few seconds to realize that was futile. The Hunter Nin could choose to move to any mirror he had visual to. He was not restricted, he had no discernible pattern. But, as he strained, both mind and body, he also strained his chakra. He had heard from Kiba that his Kekkei Kai, if it was one truly, depended on channeling chakra to specific points and controlling it. Sasuke's Kekkei Kai, the revered Sharingan, resided in the eyes, coincidentally in the same body part he needed to work as best as he could. So, between the flurry of senbons, the smoke of dispelled clones, the reflections of ninja wires, and the blue haze of chakra, Sasuke began to see something. It was indistinct and so damn fast, no more than a large shadow leaping around. But the shadow's movements were soon followed by tugs in the wires he held in his hands. Left, right, no left again, up and left, to the side, below up dash. The shadow went and Sasuke followed it as fast as he could, his eyes jumping from mirror to mirror. Down, right, right, left, down, right, up. I can see it. He quickly retrieved his best kunai, a longer than normal pair, a birthday gift from him. Then he was off, remembering to push all the chakra he could into his legs, moving faster than he ever had. Sasuke never noticed he left a small crater at his starting point. Naruto might have been surprised by Sasuke's sudden charge, but he didn't let it stop him. He showered the area with more shuriken than ever, hoping to pin the rogue ninja in a mirror. Haku might not have been pinned, he was too fast for that, but he sure as hell was surprised when he suddenly found himself nose to mask with Sasuke, his hands straining to hold the knives back with just his senbon. What? How? He could not resist asking. Not even Zabuza-sama could do this. Sasuke only raised his head to pin the eyes behind the faceless mask, smirking. I can see you, he mocked in the semi-childish tone he knew would infuriate his enemy. Haku cursed, just his luck. Leaping back, he melted into a mirror. An Uchiha, a survivor of that tragic clan. I see. No wonder I couldn't defeat you. Is your friend from another so famous a clan? When it all fails, parley. A scoff was his return. Naruto? The dope wouldn't have such luck. No, he's just your average ninja, no clan backing him. But, you see, Naruto has earned my respect. If you know of Uchiha, you do realize how rare it is to give our respect to a clanless, right? He allowed his smirk to widen. Oh yeah, feel the burn, bitch. Feel the fear. Sasuke was quite pleased to note the minute widening of the eyes. The ninja was now realizing that he was horribly outmatched. That would lead to mistakes which he could then use to bring this fight to a victorious end. Unfortunately, Sasuke forgot that when people are pushed to the wall, they retaliate, often in an unpredictable way. He was quite surprised to find a clone try to smother him from behind while the masked ninja fled right past him. Belatedly, he also realized that to move so fast meant that there was a mirror on his rear too. Sasuke's knives flaced quickly and disposed of the clone, turning around to block the incoming attack. Only, there was no attack heading towards Sasuke. There was only an enemy heading towards Naruto, and the blonde couldn't even see him. Mirrors appeared in front of Haku, made to last only for a second as he practically flew towards the blonde. He had to be removed if he wanted to have a chance to beat the other one. Interference, even for a second, would be lethal against an Uchiha. Then a mirror materialized to Naruto's side, and he threw his senbon as he pirouetted over the boy. Naruto turned to the side, only having barely caught the forming mirror's reflection, to realize had just been had. No clones to defend him, and he was going down. Time seemed to still for him, almost mocking him by finally letting him see the sleek, thrown weapons. Then his field turned black, and he realized it was hair. Familiar hair. A body seemed to shudder once, twice, as the senbon impacted and then fall back on him. Sasuke. Hey dope. Sasuke's voice was weak, almost sleepy. Fancy that, me saving your skin. How pathetic is that? He seemed to exhale softly and then just looked at the sky. Don't die, live for me too. Naruto. Then he wasn't moving anymore. Sasuke. Naruto shook his friend once, twice, and repeated the call. See, come on, man. This is nothing, just a pair of needles. You've had worse before, right? You can't die from that. You can't. Sasuke. You can't die. You can't leave me alone. Was he your friend? Was he a dear friend? Was this the first time you watched someone die? Haku taunted. At least the greatest obstacle had been removed. Now, if he could infuriate the blonde into losing control of his technique. It's a cruel world, people die all the time. He died because he wasn't strong enough. Because of his weakness dash. Shut up. It was only whispered, but it resounded in Haku's ears as if someone had shouted it. Shut the fuck up. A weird chakra was now escaping the blonde. If Haku had to put it to words, if he had blue before, now he had blood red. The alliteration did not escape the now gulping ninja. He was my friend. He understood me. You took him from me. I'm going to fucking kill you. It felt like an explosion, only without the concussive force. But with all the heat, the scorching heat that seemed to melt the ice and evaporate the water. Haku flinched once more as he realized that the heat was merely a side effect of the blonde's sheer, unearthly rage. Then, with no warning, Haku felt his eyes widen in terror and surprise alike as Sasuke was not supported by hands anymore. And there was a glowing fist heading towards his head, that too. Poor Haku found himself akin to an out-of-body experience as he was sent flying back by a punch that broke his mirror, his hands, and quite possibly his sternum. He felt almost detached from his body as the world flipped around him several times over. Then the pain hit, and it was only thanks to Zabuza's and the Chunin core training that allowed him to not scream in pain. The subsequent blows, all delivered as if the blonde was slashing, however, sent Haku far beyond his admirable pain tolerance level. It was almost a relief when Naruto had pounced onto his broken body, much like a predator would, and pinned him down. And yet, there was not nearly as much animalistic fury behind those red, slit eyes, as there was an endless pain, an abysmal loneliness, a look that Haku knew all too well. Go ahead, kill me. You have won. I am of no more use to my master. It was not only that he had failed Zabuza, it was the realization of what he had done to someone who had been so similar to himself. He had just taken someone else's precious person. Haku didn't want to live if he were to subject someone else to the same pain he had been drowning in. It would make him no better than his father. Haku closed his eyes as he saw the blonde's raised fist, glowing with so much power he was glad he was no censor. It would have probably blinded him. Then it came down. Why? Haku was quite surprised to find himself alive. Why kill him? What gave you the right? Then there was the welcome feeling of breathing as the boy's knee was taken off his lungs. Still hurt like hell, though. You aren't killing me. He is dead. The vile, crimson chakra was retreating now. There is just no point. You can't hurt us anymore. It was true. The blows had jarred Haku. He could barely raise his arms to defend himself or even draw breath. His chakra was also dangerously low. Even his Chunin mask had been destroyed sometime into the short altercation. It didn't surpass Haku nearly as much as it should, considering they had been made to be tougher than steel. So, the defeated ninja sat down and awaited his judgment. Regardless of who of the two warring Jounin won, his life as a tool, a bad life but the only one he had, would be over. The mist cleared. Off to the side, Sakura was shaking, kunai in hand and terror in her eyes, in front of a just as terrified Tazuna. Beyond them, another pair facing each other, one kneeling and the other slouching forward. The shadowy shape of the legendary cleaver sword lay in their middle. Kakashi sighed as he pulled his headband back up. It was finally over. He'd probably get a few nightmares, but it would be worth it to protect his brats. Zabuza had been defeated from the moment he threatened to dismember his 3 genin apart after beating him. It had just taken the missing nin a little bit to realize his folly. It's over, Zabuza. No hands, no weapon, and barely a bit of chakra. You've lost, he stated. I'd let you go, really, but I can't. Your actions, bringing ruin to a whole country just for your desire for money, threatening my client, and worse, threatening my genin, I have to stop you. The bloodied shinobi barked out a laugh. Then do it, copy nin. Don't bore me with your morality speeches. If that trash, Haku, had at least been a little bit worth my time, I'd have killed you, but it seems I chose the wrong tool to follow me out of Mizugakure. He spat, glaring at the heartbroken Haku. You pathetic brat, you can't even do one thing right. I bet you didn't even kill that blue-haired bastard over there, did you? He spat out. You're just a weak, worthless little shit. He would have said more had Naruto not dashed and punched him in the face, sending the missing ninja rolling on the floor. How dare you? He screamed at him, crimson chakra once again awakening. Haku is stronger than you ever thought. Haku gave everything he has to you, and that's how you repay his loyalty, his kindness? If you are what is a true shinobi, then I'd rather be a civilian, rather than a coward like you, who hides from his own emotions. He took a deep breath. I'd rather be a weakling rather than a pathetic fool who doesn't realize when he hurts his precious people. Shut up, brat. There was something different about Zabuza this time, something in the way he stood. He seemed startled for a second as if he heard something, then sighed. Well, seems like you wanted to double-cross me from the beginning, Gato? The mist finally cleared to reveal a midget in front of several hundred mercenaries. The suit easily identified him as their boss. Well, at least you have enough brains to realize that, don't you, Zabuza-chan? He mocked, striking the ground with his cane. It's more cost-efficient to hire a ninja, have him kill my enemies, and then hire 1,000 mercenaries to kill him. It's even better in your case. I'll get your bounty too. He laughed. No had feelings, as Zabuza. It's just business. But the demon of the mist wasn't so easily defeated. No, he was defeated, just not physically. That boy's words had cut into him deeper than any blade. Since when had he been with Haku? When had he not been with Haku? So long they had been together, fighting, surviving, eking a miserable existence made bearable only by their mutual companionship. His rage simmered. So, I was thinking, that brat of yours, he'll make a good example, won't he? Breaking my arm, the bastard, I'll break him. Now his rage boiled over. Hee. Zabuza chuckled. It was so funny, so exhilarating. He knew he shouldn't be feeling it, but his rage, his fury, it made his adrenaline come short. It made endorphins explode within him, mix in an addictive, heady drug that brought a blood-red haze to his eyes. Tossing his head back, he laughed. Ha 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 ha. Then came his ki, his killing intent, the absolute, complete desire to maim, kill, destroy, dismember, drink their bloodbathian Theron trails. It settled on their shoulders like a boulder, making them almost kneel in abject terror. Kakashi's eye widened. Zabuza was like him. He, too, had another self, locked away, the true Kishin, the true demon. And now, that pudgy little midget had just awakened it. The only thing he could think was, fuck. Then, Zabuza was off, charging head first. No chakra or weapons or even his hands to help him. Just that insane, consuming bloodlust that froze almost 1,000 men. It did not stop a Jinchuriki, nor that man's defeated accomplice. It took Haku's remaining chakra, but she threw her master a weapon, a nice, solid, ice katana, just so he could grab it with his teeth. Then, Haku knew no more, having lost consciousness. Unconsciousness was the farthest thing to Naruto's mind. The Kyuubi's power surged within him. He could feel its hate, he could feel its wrath, and he felt the same. Unable to contain himself, he knew he would explode unless he were to burn that chakra off. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, mass shadow clone technique. The Kyuubi-powered technique burst outwards like a wave of smoke, obscuring everything, expanding and expanding until it covered half the bridge. Then a gust of wind cleared the smoke, and Kakashi had to thank his mask for not letting his jaw hit the floor. There were clones everywhere. On the floor, on the rails, on the side of supporting beams, on the side of the bridge. He was sure that some were hanging from under it too. When they took their kunai out, Kakashi knew it would be a massacre, but he also knew it would traumatize his student. So, with a weary sigh, he let out him. It felt so familiar, as if they hadn't been separated for a day. His nostrils flared, and the metallic scent of blood made him grin. He breathed it deeply, and the world seemed to spin into focus. Finally, he could see. He could feel. The world itself had finally come alive. Hatake Kakashi, former ANBU captain, Jounin and laid-back pervert, took the back seat as he allowed his alter ego, sure, ANBU captain, assassin, and general bloodthirsty badass take control. Then he vanished in a blur, appearing in front of Zabuza, his hands already snapping 2 necks. When someone tried to stab him, he seemed to flow without bones or even purpose, as if he had stumbled. It would have been funny if not for the 2 kunai that slit 4 throats each. Then came the rain of steel, and Kakashi began dancing. Kicking and punching and parrying the thrown weapons, he redirected them to the many mercenaries almost as easily as a one could breathe. The Hatake Kakashi inside him was just happy that his student had avoided lethal spots completely. He would have almost mistook it for bad aim if it were not for the sheer amount of thrown weapons. It seemed Naruto wouldn't become a killer this day. Zabuza, on the other hand, the Nuke Nin rejoiced in the bloodbath. His maniacal laughter would haunt the dreams of many. his pure white blade now stained with so much blood that it must have seeped deep inside the crystal. Then the man was in front of Gatu. His form, bared naked from the waist and up, towered over the other one. There were few contrasts as sharp as this one. In one hand, a murderer, a born killer, a demon, tall and strong and proud. In the other hand, a murderer, a weak, pathetic life form, coward amongst cowards, whose only power wasn't even his own. Zabuza's foot caught Gatu on the chin and lifted him in the air. Then, a sword pierced him through the kidneys, and another one through the lungs. One by one, Zabuza struck all the most painful spots of the body before letting the screaming businessman fall to the ground, bleeding and pleading. Finally, a kick and he had shoved him off the bridge they had both worked to destroy. Most of the onlooking thugs, those not screaming in pain or trying to evade Kakashi as best as their limited skill allowed, stared at the blood-spattered demon. Zabuza only smirked at them, and that was just as scary as if he was attacking them. "Well, come get me," he screamed at them. Of course, no one would take his invitation. They were definitely not that suicidal or stupid. So, their shoes filled with liquid fear, screaming like the women they so liked to torture, they ran off the bridge, leaping onto the waiting boat transport, or into the water when they couldn't fit. But even those that got on the boat wouldn't go too far. The people of Wave had finally found their courage and had assembled on their own boat craft, and already surrounding the miscreants. It would seem Wave's prisons would be full for a long time. It was about that time that, released from the paralyzing fear of Zabuza's aura, Sakura realized she hadn't seen Sasuke anywhere. Of course, she could care less about Naruto, who, despite his rapid growth lately, she still considered inferior to her, as he was a parentless nobody, but her heart was fanatically, even obsessively, devoted to the sole Uchiha heir of Konoha. "Oi, Naruto Baka, where is Sasuke-kun?" She screamed at him. After all, Sasuke-kun would be far more useful in the fight against Zabuza. Why would he have stayed back to guard the masked ninja prisoner? It was only the despair she saw in Naruto's eyes that hinted to her that something might be wrong. It was only the sight of the prone body laying further away towards the shore, surrounded by many of the people of Wei, most of them with bowed heads, that told her what was going on. Ignoring all protocol and most sanity, Sakura ran off to her downed crush and fell to the ground sobbing. She couldn't believe it. He was dead, 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 and there was nothing she could do about it. So, sobbing, she fell onto his chest. Or would have anyway, as the missing Nin, who had managed to come around a few moments ago, grabbed her hands and pushed her off the boy. "You!" Sakura screamed at her enemy. "You killed him. You!" She was never that good with insults or banter. Ino always beat her at that, but she made up with more than enough zealotry. Only, zealotry didn't really help her free her hands from the vice-like grip the prisoner had. "Stop it. You'll aggravate the wounds." There was an infuriating smile on her face, closed eyes and all. "I don't think Uchiha-kun would appreciate my Sunbon going any deeper than they already are." "What are you talking about, you bastard? You killed him," she shouted, or more like screeched. Then she stopped struggling as an yin-f sound came from below her hands, and a familiar voice complained. "God, why doesn't the screeching stop? Last time I go drinking with that dope. See? I only knocked him unconscious." Sasuke Kun. Now she was crying again, but happy tears, as she would say. "Oof. Sakura, get off me, damn it." T-Team. Naruto's voice reached the Uchiha. "You're alive?" "HN, rumors of my demise were grossly exaggerated." "Ouch, Sakura. Watch your hands, damn it." He scowled at the pinkette that hurt him more than helped him. "Haku, could you please get these needles off me?" But Haku didn't have time to do that as a large shadow fell over her, cast by the equally large shadow of Zabuza being carried fireman-style by Kakashi. The missing ninja simply sloughed to the ground next to his former apprentice. "Oi, Haku, before tending to the enemy, make sure your own team's covered." Haku's own eyes were glacial as they bore into Zabuza's own, belying the rage the former tool felt. "That's what I'm doing, Zabuza-sama." And Haku's hands pulled out a needle from Sasuke's body, ignoring his indignant cries of pain and surprise. "Yeah, about that. I'm sorry, Haku." He seemed mightily uncomfortable with his admission. Frankly, he seemed even more uncomfortable when he looked at Haku's face, who seemed to have changed to better project the teary, large, doe-like eyes his apprentice had. Zabuza-sama. And then, he experienced his maybe third hug in his life. A dozen things passed through his mind to say at that moment, but in the end he settled for an indignant, ouch. Easier on the ribs, Haku. I always knew you were more of a demon than me. Of course, that only produced much laughter from the three males of Team 7, leaving Sakura outside of their private world of insanity. The battle was over, and they had survived. All was good. A/N. Yet another chapter by yours truly, though it was my hardest one yet. Hope you enjoyed it and want to adopt it. I'm getting irritating with the whole adoption thing, I know, but having so many fics can be hard on me. Especially since I haven't completed a single one of them, one-shots and such not taken into account. Also, here's a question of sorts. I'm trying to find a taijutsu style for Naruto. I came up with a wuxia/wushu combination focused on kicks and acrobatics to allow for quick movement and free the hands for had seals. He's a ninjutsu specialist after all. Sasuke could go for Goken, Uchiha Interceptor, or whatever his family style is called, Naruto's style, and use twin knives to get up close and personal. Melee combat using a large amount of ninjutsu and jinjutsu to supplement. His Sharingan-based reflexes make him an excellent close-quarters combatant. Sakura will still be, well, Sakura, totally pointless. So yay or nay? Go for it. Ideas on it. Finally, Haku male or female? Kind of thinking of femme, Haku Sasuke fling. Maybe meeting up again later on. Then there's Naruto's pairings. Anyone but Sakura could play a part. She's already insulted his pretties. Suggestions? Though, for the foreseeable future, none of them will be more serious than a romantic flick, not like people usually marry their teen boyfriends/girlfriends. Omake Corner. Visiting Naruto's greenhouses, Scene 1. Naruto's greenhouse collection stands at the edge of Konoha, but not outside the wall. It is a large place, belonging to Naruto mostly because nobody else lays claim on it. Today, we visit the warehouse. Named so because that's exactly what it is. Pre-QB, it was used as a storage warehouse, but during the Beast and the following fallout of various economic businesses, it was abandoned. Truth be told, its owner gave it away with a smile. Even if it was Naruto, when it was bought it was almost at the point of falling apart. Nothing of the sort now, however. Now, the warehouse stands rebuilt and robust, perfect for the cultivation of fungi and plants that require less sunlight. So, why exactly are we here instead of, I don't know, the gates, waiting for our client? Asked Sasuke, annoyed. But I have to take care of my pretties, replied Naruto, happily. Since I'll be gone for so long, I have to leave them some food, you know? What if something happens? I couldn't leave them to starve. And why can't your clones do it? Because my clones break apart after a single blow. Thought you knew that. Meanwhile, Naruto wasn't standing still. He opened a large refrigerator and walked into it. Several grunts of exertion punctuated his speech. When he came out, he had a whole skinned deer on his shoulders. And in Naruto, what the hell are you doing with that deer? Asked Kakashi with trepidation. The blonde just looked back at him in the weird way possible. Getting some food for my pretties. It's only a bit though, they seem to have been getting weight lately. Need to get them on a diet. And with a happy whistling tune, he was off to feed his pretties. Growling, wet splattering sounds and crunching of something hard. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura would never set foot in that warehouse for the rest of their lives. Bacon. Haku watched transfixed as the red, malicious chakra raged around Naruto like a maelstrom. It lashed out violently, tendrils of Yuki cutting gashes through the frozen mirrors. Then something wrong happened. What leaf the tendrils would touch became red and rectangle, the smell of smoked meat heavy in the air. Then came Naruto's voice. For the Bakun. The following beatdown is removed from the FIC for the benefit of underage readers, weak stomachs, and people who still have a shred of humanity in them. So, how did all that bacon show up in the bridge? Asked Kakashi. Apparently the lump of meat had been appreciated by the hungry folk of Wave. So much so that most of them didn't care about hygiene and just ate the delicious morsels off the ground. EW. Oh, Kyubi made them out of my leaves when I used its power. Naruto replied nonchalantly. At least it was just Kakashi and Naruto in the room, or the Jounin would have to practice his memory seals on his own students. He hadn't done so in 14 years, mostly because last time he did, things didn't go well. Kyubi? And how exactly did he manage that? It's simple, really. Thanks to the law of flora-fauna equality, in tandem with the energy-to-heat theory and compounded by the Otani heat theorem, the leaves, as organic matter, could be considered meat. Therefore, when Kyubi's energy scorched them, they became cooked meat, and the quality of such great amounts of raw energy turned them to high-quality bacon. Of course, one could counter that raw energy in fact is non-existent as it depends on its medium to be expressed, but Kyubi's power surpasses the circular numerical infinity theorem, turning it in fact into heat. Naruto explained somehow summoning several visual aids in the form of papers with rather analytical equations and presentations. He even had glasses on his face and wore a white doctor's trench coat. Oh, really? In an instant, everything had vanished and Naruto went back to staring at the potted plant on the window. Well, no. Kyubi just made it happen. He likes his bacon, you know. But how? He's Kyubi. He makes earthquakes, infernos, volcanoes, tornadoes, tsunamis, and generally all kinds of disasters. Does the fact he makes bacon seem all that far-fetched? Well, no, but dash. Besides, it gave me an idea. Naruto leaped up, eyes glowing with barely repressed intellect and madness. Kakashi wasn't sure the madness was repressed all that much. A new line of jutsu. No, he can't be thinking dash. Back in jutsu. Bikonten, Bikonio's no jutsu. Bacon style, bacon summoning. Kakashi would later be found in a catatonic state. Psychologists couldn't get him to respond at all. Except one day that a warden came to work with a strip of smoked meat. Bakun. Kakashi's scream of terror would in fact avert the invading force of Odo and Suna Ninja. Whatever could produce such a horrified scream was definitely out of their league. Meanwhile, in Naruto's stomach, an old demon looking like a fox grinned happily. He had bacon, and all was good. Yum, bacon. Intermission, Kyubi's awakening. When it had first opened its eyes, it felt groggy. It felt lost, like the absence of something it could not exactly place. Its eyes, big and red, like its power, looked around. Pathetic. Is this another imprisonment? Will these hairless apes, an insult to the Gobi, never learn? At least that idiot, Son Goku, had the power to back up his arrogance, but these humans were pathetic little things, too controlled by their feeble emotions, unable to not stare in fear. All this human scum, it could not even pull itself out of the mire of hate they had thrown themselves into. So disgusting. Fine, nothing better to do. Time could pass better if it reviewed some of the brat's memories. He is dead. There is just no point. You can't hurt us anymore. Oh, a forgiving one, eh? Amusing. Oh, this is funny even. Sparing your enemy, the one who killed your brother. What a hypocrite this boy must be. There is no human that forgiving. And now what? More power? Oh, this time to give in to the hate, eh? Fine, if that is what you are all about. It seems like the brat is really no different from any other human. There, you want power? Then take it all. Take as much as you can handle. Feel what this so vaunted power is all about. Feel it in your soul. See what you, so foolishly, so arrogantly, try to control. Why? Why are you not killing? No, there is no way. Hypocrisy is all that humans are good for. As if there was a chance for one of your pathetic race to rise above your basest instincts. Trash, vermin, disease. You shall be cleansed from this world like the virus you are. Ah, the Seal Titans again, eh? Fine, at least there will be no need to see these sickening humans any more than absolutely necessary. Sleep well, little human child, while you still can. The Kyubi's hate still stands strong. Chapter 7. Natsukashi Kaze, Nostalgic Breeze. Sakura woke up slowly, nuzzling her pillow and wrapping her blankets around her. It was so soft and nice to sleep in. But the sun was a merciless and evil bastard and gave her no quarter. So she slowly got up. It took her quite a bit of time to wear her kunoichi clothes and secure her hitayate on the top of her head. She would never call it her forehead. She had been traumatized to that word. Then, she greeted the day by stepping out of the house, an apple in her hand. She was still on a diet, Shinaro. To only come across Haku apparently meditating, though it wasn't so. The girl, she had been revealed as such afterwards by Zabuza himself, much to Haku's own displeasure, was practicing with her bloodline, making small crystals of brilliant ice hover around her and move in complicated patterns. It was a rather mesmerizing sight, catching rays of the light and sending them all over in designs that changed every second but never quite clashed with each other. So Sakura sat down there to watch the ice kunoichi practice while she ate her apple. "Is there anything you want to talk about, Sakura-san?" The voice might be calm, but its abruptness still made Sakura leap up. Haku allowed herself a small smile. She had increased her sensor range again, apparently. 20 meters away, she was improving. "Wah. No. I'm fine, Haku-san. I was just admiring your crystals. They're so pretty." "Thank you. It's hard to make them this small and compact. Though, admittedly, it was harder finding out how to make them first, since I had no clan to show me. Again, Haku was smiling with her eyes closed, something that for some reason irritated Sakura. Of course, it irritated just about everyone who didn't know the girl. They just thought she was smiling down at them. Then again, it might just be Sakura feeling rather inferior to the girl. She was very pretty, with the classic Japanese style of beauty, graceful and very talented. It was just, the girl was so nice to people that nobody could really hate her. Kind of like Naruto in that regard. He was annoying as hell, but his smile took away any irritation in an instant. Huh, weird that Haku and Naruto were really similar after all. Bah, must be a coincidence. No way Naruto would be as talented as her. His jutsu must have been flukes, right? Oh sure, he had gotten better lately. His jutsu were pretty impressive too, considering he had been the dead last of the academy. But really, he can't have improved that much, right? She could still beat him, right? For some reason, Sakura wasn't too sure of that. Still, she clung to the idea that academy scores and positions meant something, that somehow, she was superior to the brat that everybody hated. Unfortunately for her, a mind as developed as hers wasn't too keen on willful idiocy. Her own arguments were crumbling every second she laid eyes on the truth of the dark world she had been introduced to. "Is something bothering you?" The gentle voice of the ice user snapped Sakura's attention back to the present. Really, she should stop spacing out so much. "No, well maybe. I don't know. It's just that. Well, Zabuza-san attacked us and I just froze. I'm the top-ranked kunoichi from the academy, and I couldn't do anything. But look at Naruto. He's the dead last, the weakest of us all. He was a shame on the academy. He failed 3 times to graduate." Then her rant ran out. "But I just froze and he didn't seem to be affected at all, so you wonder if it was a fluke or if he hid his strength. You wonder about your own self-worth, yes?" Haku was terrifyingly insightful to the pinkette. "Well, from what I know of Naruto-kun, he didn't hide his skill. It is not in his nature to conceal what he can do. He may not outright say it, but he never hides his skills. No, if Naruto-kun was the dead last of your academy, well, either the academy's standards are far higher than I thought possible, or Naruto-kun simply grows scarily quick in terms of skill. I would bet on the latter, though. But if that's true, then why? How? What am I supposed to do?" Let me tell you a small story of when I was a child, younger than you. It starts when I was taken in by Zabuza-sama a few years ago. She began, looking up towards the sky. Her story was rather short. It was about her trying to become more useful to her master, training day and night to become a sword user like himself. But, in the end, he told her that she was not suited to that avenue of combat. So in the end, I realized that I have to train for my own benefit in my own way. Zabuza-sama is different from me, but it does not bother me. I also know that I can probably defeat him, but it does not bother him either. We like being different. But, as you can see, the fact I can defeat Zabuza-sama does not make me stop improving. If anything, losing to Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun has made me realize that I want to step up my training. I do not wish to be useless to Zabuza-sama ever again. Unfortunately for Sakura, She didn't really understand the burning desire to protect someone else at the cost of oneself. Having not felt the sorrow of losing someone important to yourself, she couldn't really understand why Haku would give her everything to a man who berated her, beat her, and pressured her to do many things she didn't want to do. But she was still very intelligent, if lacking in the wisdom department. But, as they say, wisdom comes with time. So, she nodded as if she understood and walked away, thinking, maybe she should copy Haku-san? Maybe she should start training? She hadn't really given that much attention to it herself since graduation. She hadn't even trained her taijutsu at all in the months since she became team with Sasuke-kun. And Naruto, of course, don't forget the blonde. He seemed to be hopping around Zabuza-san, pestering the giant man with something. How the blonde could not cringe at the mere sight of the bloodthirsty warrior, she didn't even want to know. I mean, his sword was bigger than herself. Unbeknownst to her, Naruto wasn't pestering Zabuza. Or well, alright, maybe he was. Just a bit. Come on, Zabuza-san. He would whine. Can't you at least help me out here? Kakashi-sensei's still asleep. The lazy bastard. Can't you give me any hints? I need to up my jutsu repertoire. Alright, shut up already. The poor man was at his wit's end. He wasn't really that angry, but was it too much to be allowed to meditate on his sword for a couple of hours? Here's a chakra control exercise, a step up from your tree climbing, water walking. He demonstrated it by taking a few steps on the water and even sitting down on it, before opening the pouch filled with ninja tools, or, in his case, filled with rice cakes made by Haku. The girl was a kitchen master. She'd made so many things in the wild that giving her an actual kitchen was, well, he'd be happily munching on some food for the foreseeable future. Of course, the little brat wasn't about to let him have his piece. Of course he wouldn't. Instead, Naruto sent out a few clones before sitting down across the swordsman. Say, you're good at using swords and stuff, right? Like, you're supposed to be one of the best, right? Zabuza's glare made right to the feeling of underestimation there. Yeah, could you, like, help me here a bit? He took the non-committal grunt as an agreement. You see, I'm trying to make a new weapon, and it has sword parts, so I thought you might help me design it. Now, there was a little bit of interest. Zabuza may care for very few things, slaughter and blood being at the top of the list, but weapons, and in particular swords, were pretty darn high up there too. A scroll filled with designs and schematics was tossed over the water and securely caught by the large hand. Naruto smiled. And Zabuza would not admit it, but he was getting to like the kid. Pity he couldn't take the blondie with him. If he made leaves dangerous then, well. In the meantime, Sakura wandered around aimlessly, trying to sort herself out. A few years down the lane, she'd admit to having gotten a culture shock. But for now, she was worried about how this new world had the tendency of messing up her ordered, structured illusion that she had lived inside for so long. Sure, she knew that it had been an illusion. She had read the wars and the warnings about how dangerous life could be for a ninja, but it just never hit home. Hell, she hadn't seen a person even bleeding seriously. Of course, regardless of how absorbed she was by her thoughts, she would never miss the sight of Sasuke training. He had carved out the outermost layer of a tree's bark and was now punching and kicking it, occasionally leaping back to throw a shuriken or three mid-air, spinning to strike with kunai, almost dancing around the poor plant. It was amazing, really. He seemed to flow from one attack to the other seamlessly. It really inspired Sakura. So, hesitantly, she asked him if she could join him in practice. It wasn't just so she could be near him or have a chance to feel him grapple with him. Instead, she got an incredulous look. Why? Not like it would help you much. He had replied, breaking the poor girl's attempts. At least Sasuke seemed to realize he said something insensitive, so, taking the opportunity to have a break, he sat down and faced her. Your taijutsu is abhorrent. You hit strong, but you lack form and overextend yourself. Also, you're very slow and your reflexes are barely up to snuff. In fact, it's better for me to practice against a tree than against you. He took a break here to let the girl digest it all, while also drinking a bit of Naruto's handmade herbal tea. The blonde was sure this time he had gotten the recipe right. The lack of rashes, fever, and barfing also seemed to compound that fact. Or, he had become immunized to poisons. Truth is, you probably overthink things. You look at an enemy and begin calculating vectors, strategies, movements, counter-movements, like it's all a big chess game. That makes your taijutsu fail. You cannot adapt, and you take too long. But I'm supposed to be the top kunoichi? As if Hinata's the best in taijutsu, hands down, after Kiba. Ino's better than you too. Hell, Naruto's better than you. And the dobe's hopeless when it's not about jutsu. He let out a smirk at that. It was good to know he was better than the blonde in at least something. It's just that Hinata can't hurt a fly, and Ino. I don't really know why Ino never fought seriously, really. He shrugged. He didn't care much. If the Yamanaka didn't want to try and improve herself, it wasn't his problem now, was it? So, taijutsu is pointless for you. With a lot of work you may become adequate, but you're never going to be good enough. Also, you're just as hopeless in ninjutsu. Just a bit of tree-walking fatigued you. High-cost jutsu would kill you. Again a break. This time to chow down some fruit. Tasted good. Gulp it down, wipe the juice from his lips, and a deep breath. As you are right now, Sakura, you simply cannot depend on 2 of the 3 basic ninja arts. Also, you lack a bloodline. Another problem for you. Way I see it, you're not a combat type. You just don't belong in the front line, nor are you especially good at stealth, what with pink hair and all. This one was delivered with an attempt at humor, which Sakura did not find funny at all, unlike how Naruto would have. Really, you only have 2 options, maybe 3, available: medic, genjutsu, and traps. Another bite of the fruit. Damn, it was almost addicting. Traps require a tactical mind. You have that, so it should be easy. But detecting a trap is easier than setting it, so it won't give you an obvious benefit for quite some time, until you get good enough. That lives genjutsu and medic arts. And medic? Genjutsu? But she didn't think all that much about them. The academy did a downright amazing job of directing the children to more flashier styles, even if those styles got them killed. What? Weak, pathetic? One of the strongest. He cringed this time, a faraway look in his eyes. Strongest ninja of Konoha was a genjutsu master. He killed 100 ninja in one night, without anyone even getting to touch him. Damn, it was still hard remembering that day. Naruto had helped a lot in overcoming the pain, but it was still there. Sasuke knew it would always be there. He was so strong that entire Yenbyu teams backed away rather than face him in combat. So, no, genjutsu is definitely not pathetic. However, like traps, it also requires a lot of work before you can get to a good enough level. Mostly because the genjutsu breaking techniques are so darn easy. It's like cheating. Of course, Sasuke would never admit he himself was nowhere near that good with genjutsu. Not even his Sharingan had boosted that talent much. Oh, he still was better than most genin could hope to be, but he was nowhere near the talent others showed. As for medic? Well, one word, Tsunade. He left it at that, knowing he didn't have to say any more. Sakura knew of Senju Tsunade's history and legendary skills. Elsewhere, Kakashi was sitting on the moor, a faraway look on his face. He had set sure loose too much on the bridge. He could feel the alter ego whisper in his ear about being careful, about constant vigilance, about keeping a knife always handy because everyone could be an enemy in disguise, that he couldn't be safe until everyone around him was dead and buried. Everyone was out to get him, but he'd show them. He'd get them first. He'd slit their throats in the darkness. He'd mess up their minds and destroy, destroy, destroy. Needless to say, Kakashi was not a happy person this morning. Even after 2 days of rest, he still couldn't quell his urgings to take out a few kunai and vanish into the shadows, waiting for the right moment to kill. So, there he was looking out at the world from one of the many piers near Tezuna's home. That last battle had shown him many things that were wrong about his team. Sasuke wasn't like himself, Naruto was no Obito, and Sakura had little in common with Rin. He had confused the past with the present. That was a mistake he could not allow himself to repeat. Last time he made such a mistake, his old team was destroyed. This time, they were saved only by the aid of their former enemy. "What's got you so super down, Kakashi?" came the bridge builder's voice, accompanied with a strong scent of alcohol. Am I that easy to read?" The older man just shoved him a bottle of sake. "Only when you're like that. So, what's so super wrong you can't train your brats? You've been super down since that super bridge fight." Kakashi took a swing of the alcohol. Wasn't anything too great, but it hit just as well. "It's those brats, Tezuna-san. It took them nearly dying for me to realize they're not. They're not like my old team. Because of my softness, because I believe them to be like my old friends. He took another swig and chuckled at Tezuna's expecting look. The old man wanted his sake back. They almost died. I should have paid them more attention, trained them a little bit harder, maybe fought for real against Zabuza in the first fight. Ye often don't know if the bridge is gonna last until the first storm hits it, Kakashi. The old man sounded more wise than he'd heard him before, or maybe it was the sake. Your brats ain't dead yet, and they're super skilled. Even the pink-haired one. She did things with bandages I don't know you could do. Super cool that was. She'd be a super doctor. The bottle lost some more alcohol. But your brats ain't dead yet, are they? So, it might just be me, but I think you should get down to teaching them some super techniques and make them super ninja. The Kamis know we need some more kind people, like these. Most ninja would have left me to die a super messy death, and then Wave would have been super doomed. You know, I never thought I'd agree with you, but you're right. Maybe I should really get down to training them. And he had so much to teach them too. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, fuinjutsu, kenjutsu. Naruto would have probably gotten off at hearing about all these jutsu words. Good to see you're back. Now gimme my sake back. Kakashi could only laugh at that. Lunch was far less reserved than it used to be before the Great Bridge Battle, as it had become known to the people of Wave. Naruto would often tell stories of his accomplishments in Konoha, how he would trick others or the pranks he would pull, causing everyone to laugh at his antics. Even Sakura would only barely manage to conceal her giggles under a stern look. She had to uphold her place as the serious one of the group. Kakashi also shared parts of the story where he and his team fell into Naruto's smart traps, sometimes willingly, sometimes not, making even Zabuza chuckle at them. Haku was the greatest change of them all, however. Before, she was pure and kind, but there was always a coldness in her heart, her lack of a childhood, Zabuza's almost inhuman training, not associating with others, not having someone she could share her feelings with. That she had managed to avoid tainting her soul as much as she had was a testament to her strength of character. Still, there was always the awkwardness, the inability to sympathize with others, the questioning of if it all ever meant something, of if she was worth anything. But, in just one short moment, with a scant few words, Zabuza had shown her that he cared for her. The girl's world seemed to turn around for the better. The team's resident Uchiha, however, wasn't doing so stellar. He had been defeated by Haku. Not that he cared if she was a girl. He wasn't that stupid or conceited, but he himself had been defeated. Sure, it had been due to his own actions and after he had been nearly exhausted in the fight, with an almost broken arm to boot, but still, his pride just couldn't take it. And then, Naruto had to go and beat Haku. It was just like his brother, that feeling of rising jealousy. It annoyed him. Naruto had no bloodline, and yet he beat an enemy with one. Not to mention he outlasted him. An Uchiha, the clan lauded to be the elites. At least Naruto never really showed off or spoke about his victory. It seemed as if he was ashamed or hurt that he won, but at the same time, Sasuke felt better about it. That's why he was there at this moment, in the clearing where they first met Haku, with said girl there with him. I have to fight you, one more time, Haku. What? The girl only tilted her head to the side, confused. Sasuke just looked at the moon above them, a full moon. It would provide good lighting. It's for my pride. At that bridge you destroyed me. That's not true, Sasuke-kan. You kept up with me at first. I know many Chunin who can't. That earned a chuckle. She was always so nice, never hurting another's feelings. But as soon as you got serious, I lost, right? I couldn't even scratch your mirrors. I have to fight you, one more time. This time, both of us at full power. I want to fight you, defeat you. I want to overcome the milestone that is you. Then can't I just give up so you can win? Would you give up for Zabuza-san? I won't give up either. This is for my pride. This is for me to know that I'm getting stronger, that I don't waste my time, to prove to myself that my path is right. Haku only smiled, once again with her eyes closed, but when she opened them, they were as cold as her ice. Fine then, Uchiha Sasuke. Come at me however you like. Even her voice was dead, but Sasuke's newly activated Sharingan could spot a single minute twitch of her lips. So Uchiha Sasuke, last loyal Uchiha of Konoha, laughed. His chakra flared around him like an aura, like he had seen Naruto do every time he was excited. He vanished in a flash of shadow and a glint of steel. More than 2 hours later, both Sasuke and Haku were sitting on the same tree, exhausted, scratched, cut, and both of them smiling. The power of the Sharingan is amazing. Sasuke breathed out in awe. Is that so? I think. I think that Sasuke-kun is the amazing one actually. That caused the boy to turn to look at her, puzzled. He received a gentle smile. The Sharingan is strong, but Sasuke-kun is powerful. Even if you couldn't see my attacks, you got up again and again. No matter how many times I put you down, each time you got stronger and stronger. It was like Sasuke-kun had become more than he already was. And at the bridge, Sasuke-kun's Sharingan is what showed him my last attack. But it was Sasuke-kun himself was strong enough to give his life up for his friend. I think. No, I believe that it is Sasuke-kun who is truly strong. The Sharingan is only a tool, not the source of your power. I see. But still, you were amazing, Haku. He wanted to turn the conversation away from those dangerous waters. The Sharingan had been the source of his family's pride, but somehow, Haku made it seem like it was worth no more than a kunai. A good kunai, but just a kunai. He didn't want to think more on that. I mean, you changed your movements every time to fool the Sharingan's predictive capabilities, and you were so fast that, even if I could see you, I didn't have any time to react. The girl giggled once again. It seemed to be somewhat of a habit lately. But I have trained my bloodline to its upper limits. You have just began learning. She gave him another smile. I have no doubt that, if Sasuke-kun continues to protect his precious people, he will become more powerful than he believes. A long time was spent in that clearing between the two teens, just staring at the moon in that clearing. Some nights, Naruto would come with them too, and they would share both blood, food, and emotions as almost family. Sasuke wouldn't admit it even the day they would split their ways, but he was very sad he would watch Haku go. So much, in fact, that he had to ask her and Zabuza about their plans for the future. So, Zabuza-san, where will you and Haku be heading? But he could not say, why don't you stay with us? Probably for a vacation. We got more than our share from Gata's money. The gruff man replied. Then I guess it's off to Kirigakure. Take a part in the slaughter going on there. He adopted an excited look, much to the disapproval of Haku. All the blood I'll be able to spill there. And in comes Sakura with her rapidly crumbling naivety. She really should have known better, but she was rather tenacious in holding as much of her innocence as she could. Logical, really. But won't you take part in the rebellion? I mean you did start it. She almost stuttered at the incredulous look on Zabuza's face. The rebellion? Now why would I want to do that? I didn't do it to liberate Kirigakure. But Kakashi-sensei and the books they said. Let me set your story straight, girl. I didn't do it for Kiri. I hate everyone there. I just hate them less than I hate everybody else. With the exception of present company, especially Haku. I didn't do it for Kiri. I did it for the Mizukage. I just wanted to kill the fucker. That's all there is to it. But I thought that. Listen up, little girl. I'm a murderer, a psychotic killer. And I like it. I like slaughter as much as any psycho next door. His grin turned sour. But above that, I'm a warrior. Not a thug. I give all my enemies a chance to fight back, and I don't kill the weaklings. There's no honor in that. Unless it's part of my job, nothing I can do about that. Then his voice fell into a growl. But that bastard of a Mizukage did not. He didn't care about honor, or about fighting, or about being a warrior. He just wanted people to die. He murdered ninja and civilians alike, men and pregnant women, children who could barely walk straight. That kind of killing just didn't sit right with me. And killing babies is just wrong, man. Wrong. Zabuza-sama has no respect for life or humans. Only individuals. Haku's wise voice startled them and calmed the berserk shinobi down. That's why it was never about fighting in a rebellion or taking up Mizukage's spot. It was just about killing someone who could fight back, who could rival Zabuza-sama. Nothing more, maybe much less. So, why can't you come with us to Konoha? Asked Naruto, relieving Sasuke of the duty of asking that. I mean, Sandaime no Jizan would probably take you in. He's the bestest old man to bayo. It was a childish delivery, just like how Naruto sometimes regressed into, but they could not refute the honesty of his offer. Kakashi also knew that the Hokage would probably do it too, if it was for Naruto. Zabuza only laughed. You think that any sane Hokage would take me, the demon of the mist in? That they would give me a home and the slaughter I crave? You're a funny one, boy. No, it would not be impossible for Naruto to do. Kakashi spoke from his book. Naruto and the Hokage have a very complicated relationship. If it was for Naruto, he would welcome you, even if that made Konoha a major target in the political and financial arena. Now it was time for Zabuza to look surprised. He would do it, but it would cause many problems for Konoha, Naruto, if we were just to up and take a foreign rogue ninja as one of our own. Small villages, like AIM, sometimes do it to bolster their ranks, but that's because they are so small. A major village like Konoha would have a lot of trouble, mostly because we have a major daimyo behind us, meaning we have to make an example. The Ika book snapped close. But, say, if the Mizu rebellion were to end and Zabuza-sen be honorably discharged, say for seeing too much slaughter, a grin at the impossibility of that. It would be much easier to purchase him for a certain price. Fat chance of that happening. Zabuza scoffed. I'm a national treasure of Kiri. My sword is considered a legend as great as me. They would never give me up for any price. Not unless they could rip every single dirty secret their pathetic little water-drowned country filled my body with. Haku's even worse. She's a former hunter. They'd sooner remove her spine from her still-breathing body than let her live. Nah, if we even said something about that, at best we'd get personality-altering seals to our foreheads. He grumbled. He wouldn't admit that it was because he felt more loyalty to the blonde menace than for the entirety of Kiri's population. Sasuke, however, refused to accept it. Kiri did sound like an awful place for anyone, especially poor Haku and what she had gone through in there. No way he was going to leave her there to rot. And if that means getting Zabuza, her adopted father figure, to come to Konoha as well. Well, the Uchiha clan did have a large amount of funds just sitting there and getting taxed for the comforts of Konoha's council. If he had to waste the entirety of the Uchiha fortunes to get these two out of Kiri, in Sasuke's mind, they would be funds well spent. But, there has to be a way. They can't just imprison you there, just cause you were born there. It's just so unfair. Naruto whined. Somehow, he had taken a shine to Zabuza. His attraction to Haku was a given. She was like a big sister to him. I'm afraid that's how it is, Naruto. Kakashi sighed. Unless they can get the leader of whatever side wins the rebellion indentured to them, nothing can be done. Kiri was always xenophobic. Well, I won't give up. Naruto smashed his hands on the table, getting up. Even if I have to work day and night, even if I have to kill, even if I have to give everything I own up, I will not accept it. Neither will you, right, Sasuke? What are you asking me for? Of course I don't accept it. But, no matter what you do, Naruto, you can't change everything. They don't care about you working, or about you killing, or about anything that you own. His glare was piercing and angry. It's just the way of this sick, demented world. Then let's change it. Damn it. I don't have much to give, but I would, if it would change things. And if all of us give something, even if alone it's not much, together we'd be able to do it. This time it was time for Sakura to whisper the blonde's name. She had rarely seen such charisma, such force of personality and will, be displayed so blatantly, so powerfully. It was as if Naruto exuded some force that pulled people to him, like a magnet or a great general rallying his troops. But Zabuza only laughed, though Haku and those who knew him best could tell it was just as sad as it was amused. Way to go, boy, never change. It may be impossible, but you'll fight it, won't you? He laughed some more. Damn, he was glad he had met these people. Better move on, though. That's one of the things it's impossible to change. The next day, they said their farewells, first to Zabuza and Haku, and then to Team 7. Neither Kakashi nor Zabuza knew where Haku, Naruto, and Sasuke had slept, nor where they had been before showing up for their departures. Tsunami's glare was enough to stop both men from inquiring, and Sakura was still too troubled by her own discoveries to bother Sasuke with questions. Didn't stop her from loudly welcoming him or professing how worried she was. In the end, Neither group was too good with emotions, with the exception of Sakura, but she had never bonded with Zabuza and Haku like the boys had. So their farewell was a simple one, a handshake or hug in the case of Naruto, Haku, and Sasuke, and a promise to meet again. Neither was allowed to die nor let their precious people die until that time. While Zabuza and Haku left in relative peace, with only Team 7 and Tezuna's family being there, Naruto and his own team weren't quite so lucky. It seemed as if all of Wave had come to see them off, even from the cities away from the bridge, those that had only heard of the deeds. Sakura and Naruto really lapped up the praise. It felt good to be appreciated, and so did Sasuke, though he wouldn't admit or show it apart from a smug smirk on his face. Kakashi, on the other hand, played it cool and hip, as his closest friend would say. Walking the way back home, Naruto realized that he was coming back to Konoha, where no one really appreciated him. At least, there was good ramen there, and he had his pretties to take care of, so he wouldn't be bothered by those damn idiots. If they thought he was a demon and he couldn't be trusted, well, he knew the truth now. He didn't need them to acknowledge his existence. Someone already had. Many people already had. Sasuke, however, decided it was time to step up his training. Sure, Naruto was a prodigy, but he was a genius, damn it. He couldn't let Naruto get stronger than him. He had his damn pride to uphold. That's not to say that he was jealous of his friend. Well, all right. Maybe he was a little bit envious, but Haku had told him many things, and he knew he would grow stronger and stronger. All he needed was a reason. Looking to his side, seeing his best friend laughing and pointing at the many trees, making jokes and bad puns at him, Sasuke realized that he already had a reason. Yes, it was a good thing to go back home. Kakashi smiled as he looked over his Ika. He was now armed with important wisdom, and by the gods, he would put it to use. So, what are you going to do when we get back? My cute little Jinnin, he asked, gathering their attention. We're probably going to get a week or so of leave to calm down from all the excitement before going back to our regular program. So, anything planned out? Training. Sasuke was quickly reverting to his old one-word, grunt-based replies, which Kakashi was beginning to think was more of a defense mechanism than a personality trait. Such as, he prompted, Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu. Time to put my Sharingan to use. Oh, that will be good, but not good enough, Sasuke. Even if you memorize everything perfectly through the Sharingan, you are still going to lag a bit. Doubly so if you haven't conditioned your body to be quick and agile. I'll see what I can do to find you a few more textbooks on Taijutsu. You have an aptitude for it, it seems. HNNN. Well, that was an agreement. The team agrees, Sensei. Naruto translated, earning a half-hearted glare from his friend. I'll need some taijutsu training too. Mizuki-sensei never taught me any, and the library doesn't have anything I can use. The shops mostly just throw me out too. Guess I pranked them a few times too many or something. It wasn't true, of course, but he had to cover it somehow, and Kakashi knew it. I may have a few scrolls back home, a couple of styles you could take up. Of course, one of them was limited to one clan and one clan only, but he could hopefully pass it off as an extremely rare, very powerful style that he was given by Naruto's parents. Even if he gave the wrong parent and never told him that he wasn't adopted into the clan. Yeah, and I've been looking into seals too. I mean, explosive notes are awesome. He yelled, earning a shudder and cold sweat from Kakashi, along with looks of fear from Sakura. Sasuke only twitched his lips upward. Weird. But the books say I could blow myself up if I'm not careful, so I've only been memorizing them for now. Plus, I still haven't found a seal that does exactly what I want it to. Sakura interrupted Naruto's grumbling, hoping to draw his attention away from explosive notes and the like. Seriously, the blonde's unhinged enough sometimes. Giving him access to things that go boom would be a bad idea. I'd like to get a primer on Jinjutsu and healing techniques. She cut in shyly. Not being able to fight next to her idol hurt, but she believed that she could still be there with him if she could become a combat medic like Tsunade-sama. She could still be of use to him. Maybe I'll learn a few basic ninpo too, see if I can combine them or something. A Jinjutsu mistress in the making. Yes, that would suit you well. Maybe I'll have to get Kurenai-chan to repay me that favor she owes me now. Goody, more time for Ika. He happily finished, enjoying how he riled up the girl. Seriously, if she ever found out the truth behind his addiction to it. 2 days later, the gates appeared ahead, and Naruto somehow managed to egg Sasuke on to get a contest on. See who got there first. Sakura only shook her head, and Kakashi chuckled. These two would be great. He had never seen Sasuke push himself so hard, nor Naruto ever act so serious. But the two boys still had a lot to learn, and Kakashi chuckled softly as he passed them at the gates. The two Chunin had worn themselves off, since their race stopped being just about speed, but also reflexes as they tried to slow down each other with every trick they had. Oh, the joys of youth, Kakashi thought, but made a note to keep Naruto away from his green-dressed friend. Despite his exhaustion, Naruto smiled as he walked past the gates. It's good to be home. Chapter 8. Mori no Hate, Fleeting Breeze of the Forest. Wahaho! The loud whoop of joy made Sasuke leap up from the tree he used to lean against, just in time to see a flying Naruto soar past him. Out of the small forest behind him, a small line of leaves breaking apart. We dash. Oh crap, and that was the blonde falling right into the middle of the river. Oi, you all there, dope? Sasuke asked mockingly as he leapt under the bridge, sticking there with chakra and lending a hand to pull the soaking wet blonde out of the water. I'd give you a 4 for style, but a nice 9 for your landing execution. Hey, my style's solid gold. Don't diss it. Right. He drawled at Naruto's indignant cries. Because orange and blue obscenities is called style these days. Better than having a duck's ass as hair. Much better than having a face like a shaved cat, a colorblind shaved cat. Boys, may I have your attention? If it's not too much of a chore. Kakashi's voice surprised the two. He had hidden his presence expertly the foliage of a tree. Now, there's a great event coming up and you, my cute little Chunin, will be taking part in it, if you'd like. It's an elite event, so I'm not sure I should enlist you dash. We're in. We're so into Bayo. Naruto's happy cries at taking part in an elite shinobi event interrupted his teacher, much to the laughter of his team. Can I bring my pretties too? They'll behave, I promise. Yes, well, I'm afraid you won't be able to bring your pretties along for most of it. It's a very ninja event, you know? Can't have many witnesses spoiling our ninja-ish ninja-ness. Kakashi tried not to laugh at his student. Oh, the kid was a blast to have around. Random as hell, but dependable like few people could hope to. Anyway, this event is. He paused for effect, almost laughing at the way Naruto seemed to hang from his words. Who knew he'd like pranking the blonde blob of energy so much? Chunin exam selection. He finished dramatically. Yay, Chunin exam. Chunin exam. Naruto danced around before stopping, with a wondering expression on his face. What's Chunin exam? The question caused poor Sakura's face to meet the ground with sheer incredulity before leaping up, hands clenched, and bonking him while shouting about his immaturity. Naruto. It was only when the Naruto went poof in her hands that she realized she had been beating on a clone. Also, that's about when the laughter of her most annoying teammate registered with her. Oh, you should have, ha ha ha, seen your face, Sakura-chan. It was so funny. Funny was it? I'll show you funny. And then she was off, chasing him, fist raised in the air. Well, at least she's back to normal. Her being so silent annoyed you more than her usual antics, eh? Kakashi commented idly, getting a HN from his leftover student, to which he in turn gave an eye smile. It's not that bad, Sasuke-kun. She's not as bad as you thought, and that kind of shook you, right? Again, HNNN. Don't worry about it. She can take care of herself. She just needs to believe in herself, not her fantasies. She's going to be a very dependable teammate in time. And you like it? Whatever. She's smart, I'll give her that. But unless she stops wasting her time, me and Naruto are going to leave her behind. Besides, it's not as if I'd ever take her as my girlfriend. Oh, so you already have one in mind, eh? Kakashi poked at his student, chuckling when he saw the rising blush. Remind me to buy you a round of drinks when you get your first kiss. Though, I could give you some advice on what to do. Aika has all the tricks you'd ever need to win the girl of your dreams. I'm no pervert, Kakashi-sensei. He denied the offer, but Kakashi smiled knowingly when he spotted Sasuke's eyes drifting to his ninja pouch, where his important perverse treasure was stored. Yes, Another will soon be converted into the pervertedness. Then, after the boys master the art of the Aika, the girls will follow, and the world will be perfect in its Aika. Mwahaha. May the pervertedness be with Sasuke and bring forth a new day of Aika. Bigger, longer, and more perverted than ever. Ahem. Back to reality and away from the daydreams of a 25-year-old virgin. Eventually, Sakura settled for giving Naruto a noogie, having enjoyed the whole game far too much to keep being angry at him. So, how come you leapt like that out of the woods, Naruto? Asked Kakashi. Come think of it. You were holding on some leaves, weren't you? Naruto quickly recovered from where he had been nursing his head, excitedly pulling out a scroll and opening it up in front of his curious team. On it, Kakashi could see a breakdown on elemental chakra and what each chakra did best. Lightning, piercing; wind, cutting/pressure; fire, absolute destruction. Sasuke smirked when he read this. Water, flexibility and control of movement; earth, toughness, rigidity. Zabuza didn't teach me all that much, not even a jutsu, the cheapskate. Came Naruto's grumble as he spread out the scroll, showing diagrams of how each individual chakra would react with leaves, even going so far as to speculate on other, rarer types of leaves and plants. But he did show me a few things, how to make my chakra mimic elemental chakra. He said, I was almost there, almost had it down, he just had to show me how to do it right. Doesn't mean I can use elemental chakra any better, except for wind of course, but I can make my chakra mimic each energy's properties. Then he pushed it to the side, opening another one. This one showing a breakdown of a few of his jutsu. I use wind a lot, so it's easy to apply it, but I didn't want wind for this, I wanted something else. Luckily, Zabuza knew how to mimic both water and earth-type chakra. Now, watch this, he said and gathered up some leaves before sticking a finger in and pulling out a chain. This is what I showed you when we learned the tree walking, right? So, here's what happens when I mimic water. Sasuke's Sharingan showed that the chakra turned a darker blue, almost viscous shape, and filled each leaf. Then, the entire chain seemed to take on movement. It's not perfect yet. Of course, I can't make it hurt anyone with significant force, but I can make help any movements I'm already, physically, making, as well as hold on to each leaf better, kind of like super glue. So, you made a whip out of leaves. Kakashi mumbled. Well, it had its niche, but wait, why was Naruto grinning? Whip. Oh no, that wouldn't do it all. Remember, I've practiced with wind-type chakra a lot. I can give it an edge as well as keep it as a whip, so it can still cut pretty well. But, Kakashi-sensei, what would happen if I changed from water to earth? He grinned deviously and demonstrated, causing the leaves flow closer to his hand, often making several layers and ending up in a straight, double-edged sword protruding from his fist, complete with a few leaves wrapped around his hand as a form of extra protection. With just a little bit of change and some good old chakra manipulation, you change your whip into a sword. And back again. He grinned, taking out yet another scroll, after he let his jutsu fade, this one having various hand seal positions and what each did. Admittedly, I did it seallessly because I know how it works, and I have way too much chakra, enough to spare. The hardest part is in fact finding out a seal that conforms to water's flexible control, as well as Earth's rigid toughness. Turns out, there is no such seal. He finished, snapping the scroll shut. So, Sakura prompted. So, I made a new one. His reply got a ludicrous look from his entire team, not to mention several mumbles, or in Sakura's case cries, of impossibility. They only got a raised eyebrow in return. What? Why is it impossible? Because nobody else does it? Did chakra just illuminate us with the right place to put our fingers for each hand seal? Did the chemist come down and tell us we have to do it in a specific way? No. People experimented, they tried and failed and tried again until they made it work. He shrugged his shoulders. Of course, not everybody has the ability to make 1,000 clones and have them run through a variety of completely random hand placements of possible hand seals, and then record their effect on chakra. But then again, nobody's as awesome as me. He finished with a grin. Poor Kakashi. At age 9, he had already made a powerful assassination technique that couldn't be used unless you belonged to a specific clan and had a very specific bloodline activated. And all this time, all these years that he had spent copying techniques and perfecting his arts, he had never, not once, tried to repeat that feat of his youth. For almost 2 decades, he had simply sat down on his success of his past and didn't take a single step forward. Is this how it feels when you let yourself down? Is this how it feels when you get the good kick needed to get on your second gear? He wondered, not for the first time. Next to him, Sasuke didn't know if he should be happy or envious. He was happy that Naruto was getting stronger. The dobe worked his ass off for it. He deserved it. But he was also envious. Naruto had defeated Haku. He had made so many new jutsu. He had probably even made a whole new freaking breakthrough in chakra control. It was a bittersweet feeling. He didn't like it. His hands clenched a bit. Fine, if that's how it's going to be. Well, fuck it all. It's time to up his training some more. Can't have the dead last surpassing him now, can he? Last but definitely not least, in her mind at least, Sakura was gazing at Naruto with newfound respect. So far, she had believed that either someone taught him these techniques or he had simply lucked out. He did have the devil's luck sometimes. But this was no luck. This was research. This was spending hour after hour, painstakingly writing down your findings, cross-referencing them, and finding out exactly why something ticked the way it did and what you could do to mess with it. Though few knew of it, that's exactly how Orochimaru worked. This is how he gained the ability to perform techniques that no one else could. Because, similar to Naruto, he wasn't satisfied with whatever everybody else told him was possible and denied what was considered the correct way, making his own path. Only, somewhere along the way, he misplaced his ethics. But the man was a researcher first, and had anyone known just how similar those two were, maybe things would have gone different. But right now, not even Orochimaru's top spies knew what or who Naruto really was. And so, Konoha's most recent obsessively insane chakra researcher instead chose to follow the path he had realized he was walking when he met Haku for the first time. He would not let any harm come to his beloved precious people. Far, far away, several people had felt a chill crawl up their spines when the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had made his vow to 2 other like-minded people. But for now, he would happily spend his days learning and inventing jutsu, as well as tending his ever-friskier pretties. He couldn't say he was surprised. They were always unpredictable when it was pollination time. At least, his own pet project had gone well. His memories from his clones assured him that he had done as he had asked. Hopefully, he would be able to hasten the growth a bit with some special aids. It would lessen the quality of the final product, sure, but if he could get even a tenth of what he had calculated. Who knew? It could even be ready for the Chunin exam selections. Really, he knew what it was. He was greatly interested in getting the Kage's hat. So of course he had looked at whatever way there was to getting there fast. But Sakura was so easy to rile up sometimes. Focus, you damn idiot. Sasuke's voice pulled Naruto from his reverence. Only a second before a kick caught him on the side of his head, sending him rolling head over heels. Oh right, this was taijutsu practice time. Or, as Sasuke called it more aptly, beat up Naruto time. Alright, stop, that's enough. Kakashi's voice provided relief to a bruised black and blue Naruto, sprawled at the ground, twisted around like a pretzel, with Sasuke practically yawning on him. Are you alright, Naruto? It's just a flesh wound, came the groan. Yeah, well, I didn't think you were quite that bad in taijutsu. Anyway, I got a few ideas for now. Want to hear my advice? Sure, better what anything I've thought, for sure. Alright, Naruto, you have unreal endurance and toughness. You took all of Sasuke's blows. Here Naruto muttered, like I had a choice, still annoyed he was that bad at taijutsu. Or maybe Sasuke was just that good. And your reaction time and agility are alright, but your strength and speed are subpar. You have the muscle for it, but you don't know how to best put it to use, so all your strength is wasted and causes you to overextend. You need a style that allows you to avoid enemies and move quickly. No matter how much you train, you'll never be a great taijutsu fighter, but you're a ninjutsu type anyway, right? Yeah, and if I could use a leg-based one, I'd still have my hands mostly free. I may be able to use my own jutsu without seals out of combat, but while fighting, it would be almost impossible beyond the simplest moves. Too true, you've done a great job with the Kawarimi, but there's a reason it's considered a basic technique. There's not really many jutsu that are easier to use. So, I scoured my library, pulled a few strings, blackmailed a few people, he said nonchalantly, and got some styles to choose from. Some taijutsu masters go for multiple styles or combine them to get a better one. You shouldn't try something like that. It's just going to confuse your body with conflicting instincts. All right. But whatever you teach me, you teach to Sasuke as well. Naruto replied after a second of thought, getting surprised looks from his team. What? If we both know the same things, he'll know what I'm about to do and complement my own style. Besides, the team's got the right instincts and stuff for taijutsu, right? One more style should be fine, right? Would it really help me, sensei? Sasuke really did want to learn. He wanted to learn as much as possible, but Kakashi's warning about not learning more than one style crossed his mind. Learning more was good. Messing up what you already know wasn't. Yes, Sasuke, you are a budding taijutsu genius. Well, so far I've seen, you're a genius in all arts, but taijutsu and weapons are your best. You've got a good head on your shoulders, great instincts, proper conditioning, and years of practice. Your Sharingan also gives you the reflexes to fight with ease, even in grappling distances. I'll help you refine your control and awareness, but you still have your Uchiha clan scrolls, right? You won't need me to add much to your jutsu arsenal, but of course you can ask me anytime for help, ideas, or advice. But, unlike Naruto and Sakura, you have material to start on. Then he turned to his last student. Speaking of the sole female of our team, he grinned at the half-hearted glare Sakura shot him. Taijutsu will do you good, but we'll focus more on evasion than anything else, for now. I dug for some medic scrolls from a friend of mine, too. Oh, Miho-chan, the ever-naughty nurse. Ahem, and I'll be showing you a few jinjutsu to see what you can do best. Then we'll see. Not like we'll be able to improve too much before the exams are here. If we won't be improving too much until then, why are we being invited? Asked Sasuke. Caught on to that, eh? Simple. You can't grow if you do the same thing over and over again. Facing ninja of other countries will give you a very good idea of what's going on. Also, you've already had a meeting with the world outside, so you three are much better off than the other Genin teams. They've only done a C rank or two. You have an A rank under your belt. And last but not least, it's safe. The exams will take place in Konoha this time. You'll be much safer here for your first time rather than somewhere else. And if you pass, well, you pass. He grinned at them, before making a hand seal very familiar to Naruto and making 2 clones. Split up now, time to train. And so it was that Team 7 had their first meeting with ANBU Captain Hatake Kakashi, realizing how much of a slave driver he is underneath his relaxed facade. Really, the ANBU had thrown a party when he left. Even then Root had joined too. Several hours of grueling hard work later, an exhausted Team 7 was making their way back home, leaning on each other for support, lest they fell on the ground. Not even Naruto would have the energy to get back up if that happened. Dropping off Sakura with a mumble of bice and a shaking hand barely rising up enough to hit the doorbell, the last 2 members trudged on, hating the fact that their houses were so far away from their training grounds. Finally reaching that intersection where their paths split, Sasuke was struck by inspiration. Naruto, come stay with me tonight. Now, there was a great deal many things the blonde could have said, and so he did. My Sasuke-kun, he said, fluttering his eyes at his friend. How straightforward of you. But you should at least have taken me on a date. He would have shifted to his alter ego, Naruto, too, but he didn't have enough chakra for it. Damn Kakashi and his training. Such a good opportunity to embarrass his friend, and he couldn't even take advantage of it. Shut up, Dobe. You're too short for my liking anyway. Came the snark and grin from the Uchiha. Besides, my home's closer, less walking for you, the way I see it. Oh, and what's in it for you, except the honor of basking in my presence? You'll cook breakfast, and I get to have someone sleep over. Dad would have had a stroke, it's not an Uchiha, but what can we do? I'll have to make do with you. The last word was delivered with an over-exaggerated sneer, barely managing to hide the grin behind it. As the 2 Genin made their way, they didn't notice a rather acid-tongued, gossip-loving civilian eavesdropping on them. The woman didn't have the best hearing, though, nor was she all that good of a judge of people, so most of their words were taken in a completely different context. Itachi would later find the rumors hilarious, as would Naruto. Sasuke, on the other hand, was much less amused, at least until he realized that it saved him from approximately 99% of his fangirls. He threw a party after that. But, in the safety and emptiness of the old Uchiha district, Sasuke and Naruto were enjoying a very late dinner of cup ramen. Sasuke would have rather had something else, but he didn't have the energy to make something, so he let Naruto just boil some so they wouldn't sleep. "So, why didn't you tell me about Zabuza-san's teaching you?" asked Sasuke, the question annoying him. "Not like you asked." Naruto grinned, but quickly turned serious, all signs of his usual chipper smugness gone. "He didn't teach me all that much anyway. I still can't use elemental jutsu beyond the basics of wind, if that's what you're worried about. I can just mimic what elemental chakra does, but it's not all that good of a mimicry either. Wastes too much chakra for now, I think. Hell, the only reason I can do this with leaves is probably because Mokutan, the bloodline that creates living wood, is a mixture of earth and water." Naruto speculated. He had researched on it, of course. If he wanted to use unique jutsu, it would have been much easier if he could at least use some legendary styles, like the Mokutan or Jintan. That, and what if his manipulation of leaves alluded to having such a bloodline? He would go from Konoha's demon brat to an almost prince level, as heir to the Senju. It would have also given him a family, even if it was only one person. However, his chakra testing showed that he had not one shred of Mokutan in him. Too bad, really, but it wouldn't stop him. "I see. So you wouldn't be able to use fire or electricity through them?" "Well, fire would just burn the leaves, so yeah, I could, but it would at the same time reduce the leaves I can use, meaning that it would weaken all my other jutsu. Not a good idea, I think. Besides, I'm wind-natured. Fire's not my area of expertise. You're the team's pyro." Both of them grinned at that. "And electricity? Well, water could channel it, so I guess I could, but it's an element opposed to my wind, so I doubt I'd ever learn enough about it to put to use." Naruto shrugged there. "Ah, I see. So Zabuza." "Well, I showed him what I was doing, and he just helped me focus the effect without wasting as much chakra as I did." He shrugged again. "So, anyway," his insanely happy look returned. "Can I interest you in one of my pretties? They'll behave too, I think." No, not that good with plants. Pyromaniac tendencies, remember? Well, whatever worked to get away from taking care of one of Naruto's pretties." After that, they descended into a calm quiet, relaxing simply in the presence of each other. They only spoke when they were retiring for the night. Naruto on one of the many beds of the house. "Sasuke, catch." He tossed him a small scroll. "Start reading on it. It'll come in useful later on. Trust me." It was a scroll with the proper chakra manipulations needed to mimic water and earth chakra, and it would come in handy soon. As soon as his special order was finished anyway. Should be ready by the end of the Chunin exams. Too bad it wouldn't be done earlier, but, oh well, high quality requires a long time to acquire. Good night, dope. And they were out like a pair of lights. The following days rolled by much the same. Waking up, training hard, having lunch, training some more, and collapsing to their beds for the night. But there was marked increase in their skills as Kakashi seemed to pull all the stops from training them. Well, not all the stops. He still made sure to withhold quite a bit of training. He couldn't let them get too powerful yet. They didn't have the kind of bonds with the village to not be 100% safe from abandoning it, but he still cared for the brats. To Kakashi, they were all so familiar to his old team, yet so different. Sakura was so much like Rin, but at the same time so different. At least he was safe from his old teammate's legendary wrath. Sakura seemed to hold his position as teacher in great respect. Rin was never really bothered by their ninja ranks. Sasuke and Naruto, though, were his favorites. Gods, these brats were amazing. Naruto had enough chakra to rival the entire village and the willpower to match, while Sasuke was an absolute genius. It was like he absorbed techniques like a sponge to water. So he trained these two hard. Naruto was forced to learn taijutsu along with the chakra control exercises he had started him on, also making a single clone to match Naruto's idea cataloging squad. Naruto chose the name, helping the doppelgangers come up with new ideas for old techniques and brand new techniques to work on. Kakashi had found himself surprised by some of the blonde's insane ideas. even if most of them were niches, tricks that would be great for a very specific case or situation rather than something more generic. Still, he had found more than a couple of viable, useful ideas in Naruto's many scrolls that he would have to work on. Truthfully, even Sasuke had found a nice trick or two he could use with his Keton, but he wasn't like Naruto. He wasn't that good in making jutsu from scratch. He just wanted his target to burn. So he swore he would get that damn dope to make him some fire techniques worthy of an Uchiha. Then they would all burn. Burn. Mwahaha him. That is to say, Sasuke's pyromaniac tendencies were also getting looked at. Of her team, Sakura was the least happy of them. Her studies in Jinjutsu and Iriajitsu, healing techniques, were taking up a significant amount of time in studying, time she could not use to go after her beloved Sasuke. That is not to say she didn't see him, but the only time she did was when Kakashi was running them into the ground, meaning there was no time to just look at him and sigh dreamily. But today was the day. Not just any day, but the day. The day that signified the beginning of the Chunin exams, a biannual event that was hosted by a different major ninja village each time. In 3 different and successive stages, young, promising, and upcoming genin would compete to see who would gain a promotion to Chunin, bringing honor and clients to their village in a show of power and superiority. Needless to say, nearly every competing genin was bursting with anticipation at the event. Except Shino. He's always calm. So now they walk the path to the academy, where the first part will take place, Sasuke and Sakura trying to comfort an inconsolable Naruto that no, written tests are not evil, and they do not in fact eat people's souls. Naruto would, of course, disagree. But, other than that, they are also making fun of the blonde thanks to his mini-me, a young boy named Sarutobi Konohamaru and his 2 friends, Udon and Moegi, who want to be just like Naruto and Aizen. The boy had even almost made the mistake of speaking out about Sakura's forehead, but it just took Naruto's warning that she did in fact pack a mean punch, and she wasn't afraid to use it, something he had learned for himself several times over after becoming teammates, to stop the possible slaughter. Not that it stopped the kids. Being children, they would run ahead of the trio, making ridiculous antics, issuing challenges, or just making fun of the people around them. It was just after the little ones had dashed around a corner, trying to get Naruto and his team to spot them if they could, when they heard a light thud, 2, ow, and a you damn brat. Turning around the corner, they saw poor Konohamaru raised off the ground by his scruff and a weird guy holding said scruff. The guy was really weird. He would give anyone a run for their weirdness. Purple lines on his face, a weird cat-like jumpsuit, only lacked the paws really, and an even more weird coffin-shaped thing covered in bandages and placed on the back. I should hurt you, just so you learn not to piss off those superior to you, spouted the black-dressed guy. Oh yes, because hitting little kids makes you so superior, make up Chan, Naruto said with a sneer. He had been on the receiving end of bullying too many times not to grasp the chance to show a bully how it feels. Now, your hand will let go of my friend, or I'll cut it off, he growled menacingly. Why Kankuro, let go of the brat. If we're late he'll get angry again, spoke up a very attractive girl next to the now-known Kankuro guy, dressed in a short battle kimono, fishnet, and carrying a huge fan. The 4-ponytailed girl made for a much more serious and attractive sight than her teammate. Oh yeah? What do I care? These weaklings challenged me first. Weaklings? We're weaklings? Huh. I'd like to see them so much as look at Zabuza, thought Sasuke, but outwards only scowled and grunted at them, his hands slowly inching to his favorite pair of knives. HN. Right? You're picking on kids half your age and we're the weaklings? Then again, what would you expect from a queer make-up-loving coward? That insult seemed to be too much for the catsuit guy, and he dropped Konohamaru, preferring to go for a quick punch on the insulting blonde, only to hit a cloud of smoke and air. Oops, missed me. Want to try again? Oh, this one was close. My Kinky-chan. Are you getting angry? Teased Naruto, subtly using the Mori Yuri to replace himself with innocently floating leaves, leaving the poor guy spinning, punching, and almost frothing. Why you? He screamed, setting down the bandaged object. Stop, Kankuro. A cold voice informed them, making everyone look at the speaker, a weird, red-haired boy wearing red and black robes and carrying a gourd. There was the kanji for love on his forehead, and his teal-colored eyes had black rings around them. It was like a switch had been turned. Both unknown ninja. They looked like genin, but Kakashi-sensei looked laid back when he was really a slave driver, seemed to shiver with barely restrained terror as they turned to look at the new speaker. Only a few seconds of pinning everyone under cold, deadly eyes. The red-haired one seemed to surround himself with sand and then vanish, only to appear at the street, in between Naruto and Kakeru. Jigara, the blonde girl stuttered, still shivering in fear. Relax, we were on our way. Temari, shut up, or I will kill you. It was emotionless, lethal, cold, dark, and somewhat familiar to both Naruto and Sasuke, for different reasons each. Then, the Gaara turned to the Konoha shinobi. Apologies. My siblings are stupid. Who are you? Uzumaki Naruto. And Blondie there isn't stupid, just the makeup lover guy. He said, much to the chagrin of Temari and the gulping of Kakeru at Gaara's newest glare. Uchiha Sasuke. There is no problem, but where are you going? You are no Konoha shinobi. Your headband indicates Suna. Here for the Chunin exams. Sakura, however, chose to stand back, make herself as small a target as possible. It wasn't fear so much as shock. After Zabuza, few people could scare her like he did, but the fact that a boy near her age could was. Besides, what could she do? She's pointless in direct combat, and Sakura is keenly aware of it. Even Naruto can eventually beat her in taijutsu, even if just by way of his endless stamina, though he had been markedly improved lately. No, best to lay back, watch and help her team as best as she can, which is not by getting into the fray. Yes, we are here to take the exams. You are entering them too. It was a statement. You are strong. I look forward to meeting you both there. When we do, I will kill you. Then, sand rose around the three siblings from Suna, and they were gone. Well, ain't he a basket of sunshine? Yes, such a nice, caring personality. Makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Sasuke mocked. He was surprised just as much, if not more than, Sakura. Those eyes were familiar. Very familiar, though old in memory. Itachi's eyes. It was an uncomfortable silence that dampened the moods of Team 7 as they made their way inside the one building they had uniformly hoped to never enter again. Just a few flights of stairs ahead of them, there was a lot of commotion, shouts of pain, curses, and even some pleading. Naturally, the members of Team 7 went to investigate, finding the very doorway they were looking for, 301, literally flooded with prospective Chunin being held back by a pair of bullies. What cinched it for them, however, was the sound of pain coming from a girl that was quickly thrown to the floor. Yeah? What weaklings? Pathetic losers like you shouldn't even be considered for Chunin. One of the two bullies said, one with X-shaped bandages over his nose. We're doing you a favor, really. So you better thank us. And then, he was moving to kick the down girl. His leg didn't make it as he found a leg stomping on his other one, and a hand clamping down on his throat. If this is what amounts to worthy Chunin, I'd rather be a rogue, coward. Naruto hissed, tightening his grip. The other one, however, did not stand idle. He quickly made to kick the blonde, but blinking in surprise as he found his own leg pinned to the wall behind him by a rather annoyed Sasuke. And you're not really all that strong, are you? Sneered the Uchiha in absolute disgust. Not even your Jinjutsu is that strong. 301. Are you stupid? We only went 2 flights of stairs, not 3. This is the second floor class, 201. Around them, prospective genin gasped and released the illusion that had tricked them, making the numbers swirl back to their original. A second later, the one Sasuke had pinned down had leapt up and over the boy and was coming back at him with a quick kick. Not that Sasuke remained standing, of course. As soon as his target had leapt, he too spun and was ready to interfere, when 2 hands grabbed the 2 legs and stopped them in their tracks. You should not fight so close to the exam. You know, the boy with the shiny black bowl-shaped haircut spoke, large, bug-like, eyes looking out. You could get expelled. Sasuke sneered as he retracted his leg calmly. The green-dressed boy was good. His taijutsu was almost on par with his. But he looked ridiculous. Whatever. Compared to this guy, Kakeru, or whatever his name was, looked almost normal. What followed then was a declaration of love from the bull-haired boy towards one Haruno Sakura, prompting the Pinkette to hide behind a rather amused, almost snickering, Sasuke. Until he took pity to her anyway and asked this sexual harasser to stop traumatizing his teammate. Unnoticed by them all, except maybe a certain boy with long black hair and pupil-less white eyes and his chocolate-eyed, brown-haired female teammate, Naruto was whispering to the other bully. I'm ashamed at you too, really. What were you thinking, placing a Jinjutsu here? The prank's nowhere near funny, and you didn't even think to use paint? Jinjutsu can be broken, but if you had just replaced the damn sign, no one would have known. Is that how I taught you to prank people? The captive ninja had even the good grace to look sheepish before being freed and taking his partner, vanishing in a swirl of leaves. Unfortunately for the blonde, he had missed the goings-on, which had included someone hitting on Sakura, someone copying Sasuke's haughty demeanor, and a rivalry challenge. Really, the blonde thought, normality may be overrated, but sometimes it's just too much. So, he turned to the lone girl of the opposing trio. How do you bear with them? No offense, they're crazy and you're pretty normal. Not that I have anything to say about normal. Even my pretties think I'm crazy, and they're plants for God's sake. The girl giggled and introduced herself as Tintin. No last name, which is weird, but Naruto thought that, hey, she could be embarrassed about it, or maybe she was adopted and didn't know where she came from. The stick-up-the-mud guy number 2 was Hyuga Neji, apparently a prodigy as a Hyuga, to what Naruto snickered. The guy was a Hyuga all right, he'd pranked them enough. Nah, Neji was no prodigy, he was a genius, to be sure, but no prodigy. He was a textbook Hyuga, no innovation that one. The green leotard-wearing, bull-haired, bug-eyed boy was called Rock Lee, though Naruto quickly rechristened him as Eyebrows, or Jajamayu. Really, the blonde thought, it might be wrong for guys to dabble in the makeup arts, but it's even worse having caterpillars for eyebrows. They even wiggled like real. A few minutes after that, Sasuke was nursing his jaw. He had taken Rock Lee's challenge and had gotten his ass handed to him. The man was good. Lee might look like a clown, act like an idiot and dress like a retard, but he damn sure knew his taijutsu. Even with the Sharingan, he had barely seen him move, and, had it not been for practicing with Haku, he would have been smacked around silly. Even then, Lee was so fast that his body couldn't react in time, bypassing his blocks as if they weren't even there. Only his last resort technique had saved him from total embarrassment, Katan. Hishu, or Fire Style. Fire Flash, a spat-out tiny fireball that goes off in a bright flash like a miniature firework. No damage, but also no hand seals needed, which makes it for a nasty surprise up close. Thanks to that, Sasuke did manage to give Lee a few good hits, but the crazy Chunin seemed almost as tough as, if not tougher than, Naruto. Sasuke would not deny wondering for a second if insanity somehow also made someone tougher. If their detachment for reality somehow made them impervious to damage. Were they simply incapable of understanding that, after a point in time, it should be impossible to keep getting up? Like their body sends them a memo of, you're in deep fucking pain right now, and they miss it. A few moments after that coherent thought, Sasuke would also admit that, since his crazy is different from Naruto's crazy, then he should have different abilities or something. Did anyone even catalog these crazies? Unfortunately for the last Uchiha Scion, no one did, and so he missed on all these abilities insane ninjas seemed to be getting. That, or Lee eventually shook off the stars from his eyes, and proceeded to, quite simply, beat Sasuke black and blue. He even went so far as to use a forbidden technique, one that started with a kick under his chin, throwing him in the air and then appearing right under him, floating in his shadow. Sure, it was an ideal place to start an attack, but what about that technique could be so dangerous that called for the Jounin sensei to interrupt it? Well, then there was the sensei that reminded Sasuke he should really find some brain bleach. Two males dressed in skin-tight green leotards and hugging each other under a sunset, complete with crashing waves. Oi, Naruto. Sasuke turned to his friend, still testing his jaw to make sure everything was here. Do you have some leftover brain bleach? That guy was. He got a shudder in return. Nah, and doubt it would work on you. Magic copycat eyes, remember? I guess that teaches you to not keep them active all the time. That left poor Sasuke grumbling all the way to the examination room. which was after a short talk with Kakashi supplemented by a sympathetic look of pity and an admission that they were better off than him, since he had somehow managed to get Mato Guy, Rock Lee's Jounin sensei, to consider him a youthful rival. No, Sasuke was sure that if Lee had called him his eternal rival, he would have seriously considered seppuku. Because, after Kakashi's explanation that this specific pair of ninja simply didn't seem to accept the fact that someone was better than them, he was quite pleased with himself for losing. No, best lose a fight than have that self-styled, beautiful green wild beast after them for life. Infinitely better. Entering the examination room was eventful. Ino tried to tackle Sasuke. Sasuke replaced himself with a willing Sakura. She let him substitute her for himself before realizing the reason. Kiba howled with laughter, almost crushing poor Akamaru as he rolled on the floor. Hinata quietly giggled, and Shikamaru and Chuji looked at each other before snickering. Shino was cool, as always. Naruto preferred to mumble about his pretties. Using the covert signal system Kakashi had helped them create to communicate without anyone understanding them. The fact that everybody also underestimated the blonde as being completely insane and therefore helpless was just an added benefit. Really, for a village filled with ninja, nobody ever tried to see underneath the underneath. Someone approached the group then, a guy with silver gray hair and round specs, meekly warning them. You might want to calm down, you know. People here are getting really agitated. Looking around them, they noticed that nearly the entire room was glaring at them, so Naruto, being Naruto, decided to send them over the deep end, en masse. Agitated, aggravated, insanely introverted. He leaped up, screaming accusingly, while on a desk, pointing at them, insanity clear in his eyes. I know you're kind. You're here for my pretties, aren't you? I know you are. Admit it. One of the poor onlookers tried to speak, but wasn't given the chance. Silence. I don't need your excuses. Listen up, all you, flower stompers and tree cutters. Knaves and maids alike. Ye who bear the honor of being a shinobi to your little, itty-bitty, treeless villages. You got a problem with my pretties, bring it to me. Not my pretties. And if you think you can take on my pretties, well, let me tell you, they will rip out your hearts and serve them with mayonnaise. An onlooker interrupted the crazy guy by saying something like, "You're crazy," which only prompted Naruto puff up, not unlike a peacock, and yell out, even louder. Crazy? This is Konoha. He finished with a loud war cry before abruptly calming down, dusting off some imaginary dust from his clothes, straightening them out, and, with obviously exaggerated arrogance, leapt back down to the ground. All right, you may proceed with the examinations. It took almost all of Sasuke's considerable self-control to not burst down in loud guffaws, but just looking at the stupefied faces of his fellow shinobi, friend and foe alike, was almost too much to bear. Ah, that idiot. With just a loud show, he made everyone doubt his sanity and focus on himself rather than the examinations. Amongst the Suna siblings, the blonde girl, Temari, smirked. Oh, I like him. Can I keep him as a pet, Gaara? Please. She gave the puppy eyes to her emotionless little brother, while her other little brother's eye twitched, and he mumbled something about, oh great, now there's two of them. Temari chose to ignore him. With Team Guy, poor Lee looked dumbfounded by everyone else's reaction. Naruto-san definitely had strong fires of youth. Why did they look so weirded out about? It was an inspiring speech. Silently, he swore to himself to keep a better eye on the blonde. He might get his eternal rival yet. Tintin, on the other hand, had trouble preventing her giggles, especially as she looked at a horrified Niji's face. The poor genius looked ready to have an aneurysm at just being of the same village as Naruto. A silver-haired Chunin, on the other hand, looked at his special pack of ninja information cards and reconsidered ranking Naruto's intelligence ratings above that of a goldfish. With a quick wave of his hand and quite a bit of chakra control, he rewrote the information to plainly show that the subject in question was an insane idiot with absolutely no talent or use, obviously having gotten there on Sasuke's capabilities. The rumors that the blonde had some sort of special technique were also apparently false. No one that stupid could possibly have made a technique. Still, he coughed slightly, getting everyone's attention. The show must go on after all. Ahem. Yes, that is one way of reacting to it. I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself. Yakushi Kabuto, Genin. Here to take the exams, I suppose, eh? Are all of you green, Genin? We're not green, interrupted Naruto out of nowhere, somehow surprising everyone that they had managed to already forget him. I'm orange. Praise be to the orange. It's up there, with ramen and the log, in divinity. Truly there be no higher forces in the universe. Ignoring the blonde, who continued to praise ramen, the orange, and the log, urging those around him to pray to the so-called divine trinity, Kabuto soldiered on. I mean, you're new here, right? Well, it's kind of embarrassing, but I'm a veteran of these exams. They're very hard. I've taken them 7 times, and still I can't pass. The admission was delivered perfectly, well enough to receive any actor's award. But Sasuke didn't buy it. Having spent nearly half a year next to the insane blonde, he had learned how to tell when people hid something. His best, maybe only but still best, friend did it with alarming frequency. That, compounded with reading his father's guides on how to read people, guides made so that beginning members of the Uchiha police force could tell when someone lied to them. It all pointed out to one fact, that Kabuto guy was lying. Unfortunately, he wasn't good enough to be able to find out about what he lied or why, but he knew there was something fishy about it. Maybe it was the veteran's way of calming the rookies down, or making them think he's an ally so he can defeat them later on, or maybe he has a different goal for the exams. Sasuke didn't know about his reasons or goals. He did know, however, that he couldn't and wouldn't trust the guy. Clenching and unclenching his fist in specific timings passed the message to Naruto, lies, no trust. Said blonde didn't seem to lower his eyes from the ceiling, where he had been looking while still praising ramen, but a small movement of the shoulders told Sasuke that he had received the message. 7 times? Man, you must be a weakling then. Kiba's rowdy voice tried to insult Kabuto, not that the older Genin seemed to mind. If anything, he took it in stride, which sent even more warning bells in Sasuke's head. Yes, haha. That may be true, Kabuto admitted, laughing awkwardly, once again ignoring Naruto's cry of repent infidels, praised the log in its logness, and instead tried to move on. But, you see, I have collected a great deal of information, so I'm confident I'll pass with the help of my Nifo dash, and the world shall unite under the orange. Doesn't he have a goddamn off button? He screamed, finally having no more patience. Surprisingly, he got a sympathetic look from Sasuke, who clapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry, only the first month or so is truly painful. After that, you get used to him. There was an almost palpable feeling of pain and humiliation. But, you were saying something? Trying very hard, and still barely succeeding, to quell his desire to decapitate the crazed blonde, Kabuto smiled uneasily. Yes, I wasn't I? I have these ninja info cards, or ninfo cards for short. So the ramen were born of salt and flour, the perfect unison. Ninfo cards, yes, cards with a great deal of information about almost all participants of the exams here. Oh, so you have information about all of us? Sasuke asked, obviously curious, though he hid the reason why. When Kabuto nodded, he decided to take advantage of the veteran Genin, see what more information he can earn to store in his own mental personal folders. So, there's someone named Gaara. He's from Suna. Anything on him? Gaara? Oh, you mean Sabaka no Gaara, son of the Kazekage, brother to one Sabaka no Temari, user of wind jutsu, and one Sabaka no Kinkuru, whose specialty is unknown, but I think he knows how to use poisons. He smiled, thankful that the blonde seemed to be involved into a weird, muttering prayer. He tried not to overhear. The very words the blonde spoke hurt his ears. Unknown to him, 3 particular genin of an up-and-coming village were straining to keep their brains intact. The damn blonde's words were killing their brains. But back to Gaara, wow. He's good. Like, really good. He's taken part to B and even A ranked missions, completing them all without even a dash. So praise be to the bright orange, for it lifted our spirits, the tasty ramen, for it fed our stomachs, and the holy log, for it saved us from painful deaths. Screamed Naruto once again. Scratch. Who the fuck is going to save you from a fucking painful death, you little shit? Unable to control himself any longer, Kabuto leapt at the blonde, frothing at the mouth and obviously trying to strangle the annoyance. "Stop this at once." A loud voice boomed from the end of the classroom. A tall, scarred man, wearing full body armor, boots, and a large bandana on his head, surrounded by a dozen or so proctors. "I am Chief Interrogator Marino Ibiki. I am proctoring this exam and dash. And on the 5th day of the 7th month, ramen shall come down from the heavens to feed the devout." Naruto's voice interrupted Ibiki, "and there will be much rejoicing." Then he just looked around, curiously, at everyone staring either at him and his apparently house-sized steel balls, for ignoring Ibiki and his twitchy eye. Seriously, that wasn't healthy, to see what kind of punishment he would dish out. Naruto, of course, was unperturbed. "Want to join the reciting of the ramen prophecies?" Marino Ibiki stared. He stared hard. He was not glaring, he was not scowling, and he would never pout. But this brat had ruined his dramatic entrance. He twitched, wishing to strangle a certain someone. Still, he would admit that this boy had big balls of steel, high quality too, none of that cheapskate stuff that noob ninja buy. So, even though he wanted to take the little brat for a tour of his workspace, he had to respect him too. That, and he'd have to keep an eye on him. He'd seen the chaos he'd wrought. If he could get him into TNI, torture and interrogation, he'd be breaking the worst prisoners without even touching them. But, in the verses of a great song, the show must go on. So he filed away these new information snippets and continued on. "Silence, unless you wish to be banned from Chunin exams for life. This is the first rule. Shut up. You will be silent and respectful, or I'm going to toss you out on your collective asses. Am I understood? Good. This is a written exam. You all start at 10 points and 10 questions. For every time you cheat, you lose 2 points. For every question unanswered, you will lose 1 point. If this exam finishes and you have no points left, you fail. This exam will last 1 hour. Those of you smart enough to have read the tests," he sneered, "you will find that there are only 9 questions there. After 45 minutes, I will give you the final question. Take your seats, silently, and we'll begin." "Well, what the hell are you waiting for? Move," he snapped, satisfied at making most leap to their seats. The first stage was underway. Naruto looked at his test and sighed. What the hell was wrong with these people? Calculate the vector of throwing a kunai with half a gram leaning towards the left front axis, through a gust of wind with 43 degrees bearing left in front of you, and a circular funnel of wind, both at 10 kilometers per hour, at a moving target moving at 33 kilometers per hour bearing 21 degrees right, so as to hit in the inside of the calf. What the fuck? He glared at his sheet. Did they expect them to know this kind of useless stuff? First you throw a kunai, and then you correct your aim. Well, fine, if that's how they want to play. I would attach an explosive note, initially hidden in the hollow compartment under my sandals so as to not be found, to the kunai. Throw the kunai in the general direction of my target, and use the kunai kage bunshin no jutsu, blanketing the area with explosive kunai. The resulting explosion will make sure that the target will not have a body left, let alone a leg. Well, he's a combat-type ninja. He ain't no genius scribe or some such useless thing. He sighed. He had told them that this would happen. He had warned them, but did they hear? No. Tests don't suck your soul out, Naruto. They said, yes, Naruto. We're sure that they won't be using this as an opportunity to take your brains and replace them with slug-like parasites so they can take over our lives and conquer the world, they said. Oh noes. They're going to eat their brains. Quickly, send out some leaves to Sasuke and Sakura. Warn them before it's too late. Sasuke and Sakura found it truly hard to hold their laughter in as they saw a leaf float in front of their tests, writing Naruto's terrible truths revealed in his regular style. Next to Naruto, however, Hyuga Hinata giggled at his antics. She had looked at his eyes, going from a mesmerizing swirling tide, a chaotic mix between sky blue, sea deep blue, and cloud white, spin and spin around, hypnotically, switching to a just as powerful perfect blend, though this one seemed to not move, but instead glow with willpower. Not once had she seen fear in his eyes, not even once. Was it then such a big surprise that she wanted to be like him? He had been through a lot. She had seen the few occasions where he was bullied just as harsh, if not harsher, than her. And not even the bullying, not even the threats, not even those cold, frigid, looks had deterred him. He still shone just as brightly as ever. Some would say that Hinata was only crushing on him. She would not deny that, but she also knew that she had true feelings for him as well. She only had to gather up the courage to talk to him about them. In time, the 45 minutes passed, quietly, as even Kiba refused to so much as let a peep out against the terrifying proctor. He did repeat to himself that it was because he didn't want to hurt his team's chances of passing, but Akamaru whined a liar at him, though he let it drop. "All right now, brats, it's been 45 minutes. Time for the 10th question," he yelled, causing everyone to look at his stony face. "This one has 2 additional rules. Shut up, I'll answer later. If you interrupt me again, I'll show you just how good I am at my job. Now, the first rule is that you can choose whether or not you will take this question, but if you choose not to, then you fail the exam." He sent a glare at the poor boy that made to speak, instantly silencing him. "Don't like it? Don't care about you." Second rule is that if you fail this question, you are banned from Chunin exams for life. He took a deep breath, knowing what would happen, and predictably many people made to shout. "Silence," he yelled, using his aura of the Dark Lord ability to quieten everything. "As I said, I don't give a fuck if you don't like it. It's just your bad luck that I and the examinations proctor his year." Another glare reinforced his points. Now, Naruto wasn't someone to give praise or respect easily. He called the Hokage old man for crying out loud, but this time, he had to admit, the man knew how to terrify them. Even he, Naruto, felt fear and uncertainty creep into him, and he had mouthed off at Zabuza. Looking to his right, seeing poor little Hinata shaking, he sighed. Time to bring out the crazies again. Well, now that he thought about it, it wasn't so bad. So he took a deep breath. "Infidel, you bear not orange. The ramen has not granted you their exquisite taste, and the log has renounced you," he yelled, pointing at a blinking Ibiki. "Repent. Repent at once, I say." "Oh, they speak to me. They talk to me." "You are a liar, infidel. The log does not stand by your tactics of fear and terror. Repent. Repent," he screamed, leg on his desk, looking just as insane as, well, every time he was alone. "Oh, the ramen talks to me. They say you wear pink underwear. Shame on you. Shame. Shame." Now the whole class was laughing and Ibiki was having a hard time holding down even his own chuckles. The log speaks once more. "It says that I need no Chunin to behold my dreams. A world united in the orange's glow, the ramen's taste, and the log's logness. They have spoken. This is the truth. The absolute truth. Rejoice, for the Trinity has spoken." Then he just fell right back to his seat, hands clenched together, speaking made-up words as prayers. 3 particular Chunin wondered if it really had been better to get some earplugs, despite the nature of their skills. Anything was better than hearing those sounds coming out of the blonde's mouth. It was like a blasphemy against reality itself. "Thaluaya, Aya, Aya." Still, Naruto's cries of infidels, logs, orange and ramen were enough to make the people calm down. The dark aura that Ibiki had unleashed on them broken. Some even began to think more clearly. What if they failed Konoha's exams? They would get tested in their own countries. Besides, did they really have to be Chunin to get to their dreams? Ibiki himself was amused by the whole turn of events. Fine then, if that's the way it was. No more leavers? Well, if that's the case, all who remain here pass. And cue cries of disbelief, joy, question, etc., etc. "Silence, you idiots." Ibiki's voice boomed, instantly demanding respect and quiet. Except for desperate screaming of pain and suffering, but there was none of them there, unfortunately. "Yes, you all pass. Do you even know why? Just fucking luck. Luck that helped you choose the right answer. Pathetic. You're not halfway to being proper Chunin, so shut up. Sit down and listen for a fucking change." He barked at them, making the few who had stood up in complaint sit back down with an audible thud. When you are given a mission, you do not have the right to refuse. You cannot back down from your enemy, regardless of danger. You have to go through, survive, and protect your own village. But this test was also about your intellect. No matter how strong you are, if you can't learn anything about your enemy, the weakest Chunin will have your collective asses. He then untied his bandana, revealing numerous scars on his bald head, torture scars. This is what happens when you act like idiots. Use your brains and walk boldly. yet tread softly. This is the first step to becoming Chunin. Aw, does it mean we get cool scars and stuff when we become a Chunin? Or is it just for jounin? What about tattoos? Guess who piped up, getting a grin from Ibiki, though whether it was bloodthirsty, proud, or downright murderous, it wasn't exactly clear. Oh, I'm sure I could get you a few, even if you're a Jinnin brat. He snarked, getting a toothy grin in reply. Now, as you have passed this part of the exam, most likely due to sheer, dumb luck or more guts than brains, get ready for your second exam. It will weed out the children from the adults. It should start right about now, he said, having known the second examiner's penchant for flashiness. And of course for having an ANBU cast a Genjutsu on said examiner, so she would show up exactly when he wanted her. Just then, something impacted a window, shattering it, and then seemed to explode open, for Kanai pinning the corners of a huge black cloth on the blackboard, reading, introducing the sexy and single, second Chunin exams proctor, Mitarashi Anko-sama. Next thing everyone knew, a poof of smoke revealed the form of a truly sexy, if vulgar, woman with brown eyes, violet hair, and gorgeous body. Unfortunately for most virgin boys, Sasuke and Naruto not included, she only wore a short miniskirt, a fishnet top, metal shin guards, a trench coat, and, well, just that really. Kiba experienced a full octave drop in his voice, and a near dangerous loss of blood. Akamaru just sighed on his pet's head. Naruto, on the other hand, he took out his test paper, scribbled a 9, and held it over his head, shadow clones mimicking his actions only with different scores. 6. Anko whined, catching on to the blonde's antics. Oh, she loved guys like this. She quickly sat down before said clone, leaning forward and letting him see more of her body. I'm sure we could work out a better score, MESDR. She whispered in her best, sultry voice, which is in fact very effective. The clone quickly took down his score, turned the paper around, and put a 1 before the 9, now reading 19 out of 10. The pupil-haired examiner smiled and placed her hands over her bust dramatically, sparing an amused look at the glaring Hyuga next to her. Oh my, is this for me? Why thank you. Then she leapt off the desk, landing next to a sighing Ibiki, and grinned widely. Call me in a couple of years, stud. I'd love to teach you a few things. Then, like a switch, she turned from seductively playful to murderingly playful. Well, if you survive, if any of you survive, because the next test is going to cut you down by at least half. She gave everyone a gleefully sadistic look and hopped on the windowsill. Follow me, and quickly. You snooze you lose, suckers. The next moment she was gone, laughing as the poor Jinnin tripped over themselves to catch up to her. Oh, beautiful chaos, how she loved it. Chaos, chaos, undivided. Anko's laughter scared more than a few people, but only made Sasuke and Naruto grin. In the end, Anko and her minions, entourage, subjects, following mass of Chunin hopefuls, landed next to a large forest, separated from the rest of the world by a huge fence. On a nearby sign, the words Training Ground 44, Forbidden. Welcome to your new examination area. For those of you who can't read, it's Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. The name's more literal than you think, because in here, you will have a pretty darn good chance of dying. She grinned at them hungrily. Yes, some of you will die, spilling all this beautiful, tasty, lovely blood. Oh, how I wish I could be there with you. She even moaned at her own descriptions, successfully making several Jinnin look green. Naruto couldn't help but agree. He wondered what blood ice cream tastes like. Now, since there's that chance of dying, you're gonna have to sign these papers, saying that if you kick the bucket it's your own damn fault for being pathetic, so Konoha doesn't get sued by your crying mommies and daddies. After you hand in each form, your team will get a scroll, one of a pair. One is Lablet Earth, the other Heaven. You need both scrolls to advance, as well as a full party of 3. If even one of you can't reach the tower in the middle of the forest in 5 days' time, well, you better find your own way out, cause no one's coming to save your sorry asses. Now, keep in mind the time limit and needing both scrolls. However, you can't open any of these scrolls until you get to the tower, understood? If you do, well, let's just say that the tigers, snakes, Giant spiders and giant bears here will have an extra lunch without having to chase you down. Final piece of advice, don't die. Sufficiently creeped out, scared witless and nauseous by the Jounin, the hopeful Chunin made lines to get their death release forms and scroll, though unsurprisingly many of them chose to leave the exam right there and then. Soon, Team 7 was standing in front of a gate, Sasuke hiding the scroll amongst his own supplies. Naruto had quickly agreed with the plan. He knew Sasuke was smarter than him. He must have had a reason to do this, right? Only, Naruto kneeled quickly, calling the other two. The onlooking Chunin found himself staring surprised at an extremely precise map of the Forest of Death, complete with the few gorges, lakes, and even small hills it had. All right, listen up. I know both of you are smarter than me. You even bother to think. I don't. He gave them a grin that caused the other two to laugh and roll their eyes. But here, I have an advantage. I've been here before, quite a few times, and let me tell you, there's a lot of problems ahead. Giant leeches, giant spiders, giant tigers. Hell, there's giant mosquitoes that are going to eat us alive if we give them half a chance. So, we need to have constant lookouts, no exceptions. He had quickly turned grim as he added small details here and there. I've probably gone over the entire place looking for more species to add to my pretties. There's a treasure trove in there, so I know how hard it can be in there. And it's hell, trust me. Food's not an issue. If something glows, don't eat it. If something's red or yellow or black, don't eat it. If something still moves, stab it until it's dead. I once tried to hunt down a giant rabbit. The bastard almost ripped my head off my shoulders. He ignored the incredulous looks he got. Sasuke, the tower the crazy lady spoke of is here. He marked it with a circle. We're here. He marked another with an X. The easiest route to the tower is this. He drew a jagged line. Not the shortest, but you avoid a couple giant spider nests and you go around the giant leeches. Sakura now looked ready to vomit. Imagine leeches the size of your legs. Yes, I do think we should go around them. Now, on the first night in, I'll work on making you some maps so you can navigate. Other than that, well, you have the brains, I have the chakra. Sasuke-kun. Sakura hesitated to put an idea forth. He was still the boy she crushed on. She couldn't hope to know better than him, right? And maybe we could take the shortest route to the tower and camp there? We could, of course, take on any team we meet until there. But since we have Naruto, who knows the area, we could be there without much trouble even though everyone else would be tired. And, well, it's an individual team event, but maybe we could work together with another Konoha team? Like Ino's or Hinata's team. Sasuke H&Ed quietly and nodded. It was an adequate plan, for sure. Anything else to add, Naruto? He used his friend's name rather than insult to show how serious he was. Yes, one last thing. Keep to the fucking trees and away from webs. Giant leeches move as fast as a large snail, so we can outrun them, and giant spiders stick to their nests, so we may at most have to face a couple of them, rather than 100. The tigers and bears, though, and just about every big predator here, stick mostly to the ground. Only come down to forage for food, water, and if the branches you're on break. No other reason. The Chunin proctor quickly informed them that the doors would open soon, and Naruto wiped out the map he had made on the ground. Team 7 stood by the doors when Anko's voice echoed loudly over the speakers. Chunin exams, second phase, begin. Now, and the doors open wide. 2 steps into the forest, Team 7 had already leapt for the trees, moving quickly and silently, as Kakashi had trained them. Hop, hop, hoppity hop, mumbled Naruto as his team leapt from branch to branch, only occasionally taking detours. For having not been there for a few months now, and considering how quickly everything seemed to change there, it was as if it was alive, which it was. His map was pretty darn accurate. Suddenly, Sasuke leapt to the ground, panting. Weird, Naruto thought. Sasuke might not be nowhere near his own endurance, but he was pretty darn tough. So why? All right, let's take a break. All this jumping around like rabbits has tired me out. Rabbits. Of course, the signal his team had made after their first encounter with Zabuza. Hidden enemy watching. Had their leader detected something out of the ordinary? Naruto, can you get us something to eat? A quick breakfast, if you please. Naturally, Sasuke would never ask Naruto to bring them food. even if they needed it despite carrying food capsules on them, as Kakashi had deemed it withing acceptable nice deed of the month parameters to tell them to prepare for a few days of hiking. No, there was another reason. Ah, of course. Sure. I think I saw some nice, thick, juicy mushrooms a few trees back. They glowed all pretty too. Hang on tight, I'm gonna get him. And he purposely stumbled all over himself to get the glowy mushrooms. In on the trick, Sakura leapt at Sasuke, cooing at him. Ah, Sasuke-kun. How smart of you to send the idiot off. Really, he's so worthless. He always gets in our way just when things are going to get good. She sighed dreamily onto his chest. Though that wasn't nearly fake, it had been a good chance to cop a feel. Take that Inobuta? It should take him some time. The idiot. I'm sure we can spend our time very enjoyably until then. She tried to seduce him, again not that faked, but she felt his muscles tense and sighed inside. Always interrupted at the good part, Shinaro. Less than a second later, a bunch of kunai had been sent at them, or where they used to be anyway, as the pair quickly split up, each going to opposing directions. It was a bad matchup really. The attacking Jinning were from Aim, a place of dreary rain and flatlands. This was Konoha, a place of bright greens and tall trees. The attacking duo had no idea how to camouflage themselves effectively to hide from shinobi who have trained to fight in those conditions. A few minutes later, an unconscious and two tied-up Genin, all of the same team, had been tossed into the clearing, Team 7 glaring at them. Did you really think you could have hidden from us? I knew of your little circle genjutsu after the second time I passed the same tree. Sakura probably felt your chakra, and Naruto. Well, Naruto can run the entire day without getting tired. Now, where is your scroll? And be quick about it. There's a giant spider colony here. You wouldn't want to be left behind now, would you? Sasuke smirked at them. Why you wouldn't dare? Their apparent leader said, not sounding too sure of that. Why you Konoha ninja don't have the guts to do it? Ah, don't bother with them, Sasuke, spoke Naruto, stopping the leader. I already got it. Let's go. And as the team leapt off, they heard the desperate cry of help behind them. Only Naruto sighed and tossed a kunai back at them. What? I couldn't leave them to die? We're way ahead of them too. The kunai landed about a dozen or so meters above them. It'll take them a while to get it, and by then we'll be gone. Now left or right? Left some leeches, but right's longer, and will put us over some giant wolves. And ahead. Ahead, my dear Sakura-chan, is a field of mushrooms that release toxic fumes. Beyond that, there's several giant wasp nests. And after that is a small field with man-eating plants. No, we do not go ahead. Sakura gulped and nodded. In the end, they went right, but not before sending some Naruto clones to make tracks towards the left. Both scrolls were now safe in the team's pockets. Naruto had placed their second one in his pouch, while promising Sakura their third if they got it, as they leapt. Then, fate decided to toy with them. A strong gust of wind, too strong to be naturally developing, blasted the team. While Sakura and Sasuke had been lucky enough to be on a tree branch, Naruto was not so. He was caught mid-jump and was sent tumbling back. After breaking several branches, Naruto finally managed to find the earth beneath his feet, or well, around his body as he rolled several times to absorb as much of the impact as he could. Well, ain't that grand? He drawled in a way too similar to Sasuke. His eyes closed a bit, and he focused on the chakra-charged leaves he had given his team. Ah, good. Not too far away, nothing near them either. Now let's see how to get there. And could someone stop that damn hissing? Wait, hissing? Oh shit. Turning around to see a giant snake reel back to snap at him, Naruto's mind turned to Kakashi's training. Namely that time that his sensei told him that a wind moving in spirals generated more power than going straight. That had given birth to Naruto's soul movement technique. Yikes, and he was off, pumping chakra to his calves and feet, turning into a powerful gust of wind and spinning it counterclockwise. He had found it made the spin stronger somehow. Naruto was tossed high into the air, spinning vertically as he went, the wind making a small cyclone under him. Of course, it didn't give him flight, but he had leapt just over the damn snake's jaws and onto a tree branch. Damn, giant snakes too? I hate snakes. He whined before leaking his chakra onto the branch he was standing on and right into the leaves around him. Then, ram, Ox, bird, dragon, and the leaves came alive, gathering around his clenched right fist. Back the fuck of Slimehead. Konoha Ninpo. Hano Nagar. Leaf Ninja Art. Leaf Stream. And he punched, sending the torrent of wind-enhanced, hardened leaves washing down on the serpent, spinning in a spiral, as if in a funnel. Hiss! The snake reeled back, its face cut up in many places, eyes bleeding and blind. Even its long, forked tongue had been cut apart. Deciding that staying any longer would be greatly detrimental to its health, and resolving to warn the others about the jungle friend monkey, it decided that discretion is the better part of survival. It quickly vanished in a puff of smoke. Smoke? Wait, that's summons. Oh, unholy fucking hell. Naruto yelled, knowing that only one person had the legendary snake summoning ability. A ninja considered as a genius and a prodigy in one. A ninja insane, deranged, and yet brilliant. Someone he would have loved to meet, were he not an evil, depraved bastard. One of the legendary Sannin, Konoha's strongest three-person team. Orochimaru. And where Orochimaru was. Well, Naruto wasn't exactly sure what Orochimaru did. He had never talked to the man, but he did not want to know. Because if Orochimaru was there, then things were not going to be nice. So, channeling chakra to his feet like Sasuke had shown him, Naruto leapt forward, features contorted by his worry for his friend. The exams were unimportant right now. He had first to make sure Sasuke survived. Hurry, 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 goddamn you, stupid legs. He urged himself, the place going by in a blur. A spider made to jump at him, and was summarily kicked off into a tree without though. It was pulverized on contact. Leaves swirled around Naruto as he let his chakra flow freely, connecting with every single leaf around him, filling it with his chakra so he could make room for more. At last, the branches opened up to reveal Sasuke, doubling in pain as someone had planted his fist into his kidneys. When that someone pulled back for another blow, Naruto had had enough. He leapt in front of his friends, hands splayed to the sides, leaves quickly gathering in front of him, sticking with each other and hardening. The thud of the fist was not the only sign of the blow. Naruto felt his arms strain as he held the shield back. Oh, now that's an interesting jutsu. I wonder, how did you get past my snake? Asked in a feminine voice that had Naruto's hair standing at the cold thread in it. Konoha Ninpo, Konoha no Tate. You're Orochimaru, aren't you? He shook in his sandals, for sure, but he knew he had to buy some time for Sasuke to recover. Kidney blows suck. Me, Orochimaru? Now, where did you get that idea from, boy? He seemed genuinely curious, even arrogantly ready to launch into a self-important speech. Well, he was a villain. You used a summoned snake. Granted, it slowed me for a second or two, but yeah, it was a summon. The only ninja who summons snakes is Orochimaru, and I doubt a Chunin, or hell, even a Jounin, would manage to get one of Orochimaru's most prized techniques and live. Either you're Orochimaru, or you're on his level of skill, or you're one of his subordinates. I'd rather think you're Orochimaru. You feel too off. The man laughed, and gods, it was an evil laugh. It was a wrong laugh. It sounded like it scraped on Naruto's ears. At least, behind the blonde, Sasuke had recovered, though he stayed doubled over to hide that fact. Yes, I am Orochimaru. Are you frightened, little boy? Well, you definitely should be. Especially if you keep standing in my way. I just want Sasuke-kun behind you. I'd call you a gay pedophile, but I doubt you'd take it as an insult. Naruto snarked before his eyes got serious. So instead, I'm just gonna do this. He yelled, snapping his hands forward, breaking his shield to individual leaves, and turning the chakra from earth mimicking to straight wind type. An instant later, the stream of leaves had been launched at the still, smirking man. Both Sasuke and Naruto, the latter with a dozen clones spawning as well, leapt away, clearing the place just in case. Good thing too, as the Orochimaru they had been talking to had turned to mud, and another had appeared melding out from the earth. Impressive instincts. I did expect them from Sasuke-kun, but to get them from you as well, Naruto-kun? Seems my spies aren't as good as they think they are. While the two boys fought for their lives, Sakura shivered away from them. She had barely even recovered from just a look Orochimaru had sent them, so strong and key that it had made them hallucinate and see their deaths over and over again. She saw Naruto launch one of his Hano Nagar, many clones at the same time, making a deluge of leaves all around, shaving parts off trees, and yet Orochimaru didn't even seem fazed or even hit. She saw Sasuke-kun bind Orochimaru in wires and then set him on fire with an awesome fire jutsu called the Fire Dragon, and all Orochimaru did was take off his melted face and smirk, unhurt. Nothing they did could hurt him. Nothing they did even annoyed him. Punch, kick, flurry of knife slashes, kick, kick, leap and drown the place in fire, popping of Naruto's clones, grunts of pain and exertion, and above all this chaos. Orochimaru's laughter, Orochimaru's taunting, Orochimaru's smirk, Orochimaru. Sakura quickly ran to Naruto when he was kicked down and fell right next to her. Her stomach clenched, one eye was closed, his left arm was clutched to his stomach, as if to hold it there, and he was beaten black and blue. In front of them, not even half a dozen meters yet so far away, Sasuke was screaming in pure agony, Orochimaru having somehow bitten him. Leave him alone. Naruto got up, yet again, and charged Orochimaru, only managing to pull Sasuke away from that monster while it laughed. But he didn't get away himself. He was grabbed from his hurting arm, eliciting a grunt of pain, which was scaring Sakura since she had never seen Naruto so much as flinch in pain. Then, with another mocking comment about incompetence and being useless to him, Orochimaru slammed his palm on Naruto. This time, Naruto didn't grunt or wimped. He screamed. Then he fell, Orochimaru kicking him over to his team. Well, I guess that's the limit of your power. Might as well kill you. Rid Sasuke-kun of the company of such weaklings. He sneered, revealing for once what must surely lay beneath that smirking facade, a monstrous mien that made Sakura shiver. But Naruto wasn't out just yet. Barely aware of himself, barely even cognizant he would admit, but he hadn't given up. His chakra was all wonky, but it was still there, still fucking there. It took a momentum feat of will, but Naruto got up again, wobbly and unsteady, but still standing. Naruto. Sakura's breathless whisper just reached his eyes and elicited one of his foxy, smartass, confident grins. As if to say everything's gonna be fine, Sakura-chan, just trust me. Just like always. Then the Pinkette noticed something in his hand, a weird fruit, looking like a large, bright, violet grape. Then he was eating it with swift bites. That's when the chakra came, bursting around like Naruto, potency and quantity making up for quality, a visible tower of chakra, a flame that covered half the clearing, all of it centered around the blonde Genin. A blonde Genin with 3 clones appearing behind him, grabbing the team quickly and securing them, all except Naruto. Their summoner had instead fallen to a hand seal terribly familiar to Sakura, the hand seal of his first ever jutsu. Orochimaru, confident in his skill, merely looked on amused. Soon the seal would set, anyway, and the blonde would be out like a light. Might as well see what stupidity the boy thinks it can use to hurt him. If it's enough, he might even convert the brat in some other way. Konoha Ninpo. Konoha no Jutsu. Naruto spoke between coughs, but he made it. Leaves were ripped from the trees around him, a cloud of green, complementing those he had used before, saturating the world around him with his brilliant blue chakra. Then something happened that Sakura hadn't seen. The right hand fell from where it was placed, just above the crown of the head, never losing its half-ram placement, and came to rest upside down, palms touching, right onto his left. The world erupted into violent green, ripping white and blades that cut the world. A high-pitched sound, like 1,000 Shuriken, spinning through the air filled Sakura's ears for but a second before her world became a blur. Orochimaru wasn't so lucky. He had barely heard the Genin's words before the world became chaos. Heitan, Senhaken, leaf style, 1,000 leaf blades. It was as if thousands of blades, screeching piercingly, howling fearsomely, descended to this place of the world. A green maelstrom of blades that turned trees to sawdust and stones to dust. It only lasted a few seconds, but it was enough. When Orochimaru re-emerged from his hiding place, he looked around in unbridled awe. It was gone. The entire clearing, trees wider than 2 men are tall, rocks the size of small houses, they were all gone. They had been cut to pieces so small, to dust and grain. The blonde had rendered the entire place a deadland. In a sphere, a wide ovoid to be exact, like an egg, it had all been sliced apart. Looking down at the sudden pain on his left arm, his eyes widened. That boy managed to actually hurt me? In another part of the forest, far away from their almost killer, a pink-haired girl was dragging her 2 unconscious teammates under a hollowed tree, praying beyond hope that they would be all right. Chapter 10, Mokutan, Charcoal. It felt like he was moving through water, or maybe syrup. Much better if it could have been ramen broth. He would have drunk it all up then, and he would have been free. But it wasn't ramen broth, nor syrup, nor water. It was himself, he realized as he opened his eyes. Whoa, bright. Or not. It just seemed to be to his own eyes. How long had he been sleeping? It felt like molasses around him, and he would know molasses. He's used them before. Ugh. His throat was dry, parched, and he felt like even walking was a chore. What had happened? He remembered Orochimaru. He remembered fighting the snake user, and flashback. Can't have you getting uppity on me now, can we, boy? Pity you're useless to me, but I'll take care of you right now. Gojio Fuin, 5-element seal. A hand on his stomach, where he knew something important was placed. No, he couldn't. Then, pain. And flashback. No wonder he had been fucked up 7 ways to Sunday. He might not know much about seals, but he knew that unless they were made in very specific ways, interacting seals tend to mess the whole thing up. Arg. No, please, stop. A voice came from the outside and Naruto's side. Never a moment's rest. What is he, some superhero guy? It would be cool if they gave some suits too, but no, wearing spandex is considered tacky and disgusting. Making his peace with his apparent fate of not being allowed a day to sleep in. The sun is an evil bastard like that, and his bedroom's window faces east. He got up and shambled outwards. Well, he wasn't expecting this, exactly. No, nothing like it at all. Sakura cowering to the side. Her hair looked very good cut short. Rock Lee had been almost unconscious. Chuji and Shikamaru were panting. Ino was unconscious. Weird though, she had no wound. But there were 3 foreign guys, a scared witless girl, a hunchback bandage-covered guy looking with a horrified single eye, and another guy screaming in pain as Sasuke seemed to be pulling his arms back, as if to break them. Obviously, Naruto did the logical thing. He went behind Sasuke and punched him on the head. Ow. Oh, shut up, Mr. Uchiha. I'm God's gift to existence, Sasuke. Seriously, what's wrong with you, dude, breaking arms? I mean, really breaking arms? Either break the neck or knock the weakling out. They hurt Sakura. Well, that changes things. So, you get the arms, I get the legs? Or are you thinking about something more, finessed? Like skinning or poisons? Give me an hour and some water, I'll make you some neurotoxins. Oh, and don't forget we need to water the pretties. He suddenly cried out. Really, having everyone freak out with just a few words was too much fun. Would they ever realize he was just messing around with them? Well, his pretties were pretty darn important to him. More than the hat, in fact, but he didn't know when to speak about them or not. Messing around with that Kabuto guy sure was fun. Ibiki and Anko too. The poor boy made to sputter, but at least the black tattoos that had crawled up his face seemed to start burning like flames. Weird they looked like flames too, and receded quickly. The 3-sound ninja made to quietly leave while everyone was looking at Naruto, but were quickly stopped. Oh no, that won't do. Why are you leaving? Not even giving us a little present for letting you keep your arms. Naruto asked them rather pleasantly, were it not for the red glowing mushrooms in his head that seemed to be emitting a cloud shaped like a skull over them. Do we really have to do this? The skull seemed to grin evilly. The hunchback, later Naruto would learn he was called Kinyuta Dosu, quickly realized that just as the blonde had pulled the crazed Uchiha back, it would have been just as easy to set him loose again. So he did the smart thing. He dropped his team's scroll and quickly left. Not like he couldn't get another anyway. Well, that settles that. Anyone up for some tea? The pleasant grin was back. Only this time the mushrooms were normal instead of glowing. And Naruto. Are you alright? Sakura asked, worried. Sure, he seemed fine, but she knew her teammate quite well. She could tell he wasn't fine. Why you and Sasuke-kun were burning up, not 10 minutes ago, and you were so. You were in a coma, Naruto, Sasuke-kun. You can't go exerting yourselves. You should sit down and gather your strength. She insisted, taking up her role as the team's medic. And how long has it been since you slept? Naruto asked with sudden clarity and seriousness, not stopping his preparations for a handmade mushroom soup. Even Sasuke had taken a seat, leaning back against a tree, looking at his hands, or just brooding. You have circles under your eyes, and you have not combed your hair. Nice haircut, by the way, but it needs a bit of trimming around the edges. But you haven't slept for at least a day, have you, Sakura-chan? The Pinkette sighed. How could he always be so insistent on taking the attention off him? For an orange-obsessed, loud-mouthed idiot, he could sure evade questions when he wanted to. It's been 3 days, actually. You and Sasuke-kun have been in a dreadful state ever since that guy. Orochimaru. Naruto corrected her somberly. Not guy. I doubt he even qualifies as human anymore. Didn't you feel it? His chakra was. It was unreal. If I were to put it to colors, our chakra's blue. His was a sick purple. Not like Ino-chan likes either. No offense, eh? He sent a smile at the girl, who was too stunned looking at the class dobe act like a normal human being, a serious one at that too. Now come, let's have a bit of brunch, lunch, whatever. I don't even know what time it is. You two team, get off your ass. While Chuji tried to convince his team that yes, they should have some food, and Lee gushed over the plate offered to him by Sakura, only Naruto paid enough attention to the boy in question. He had not moved at all. While not strange for the boy to keep immobile for long amounts of time, he had just sort of collapsed there and was deep in concentration. So, Naruto sat down next to him, a steaming hot bowl of mushroom soup in each hand. Eat while it's hot, or tell me what's wrong. Just don't brood like you're 5 again. Man, you're stronger than that. Strong? I'm not strong. I was pathetic. He destroyed me. Us, was the reply before a short sip of the sour-tasting concoction. It sure tasted different, but it was hot, and he could feel the slightly viscous broth slowly trickle down his esophagus, reaching his stomach and spread from there. Yeah, not like he has 50 fucking years of experience over us. Not like he was considered a genius and a prodigy since when he was a brat. Not that he's on the top 3 most wanted men list. You only care that he owned our asses. Sorry to break it to ya, mate, but he could have taken on Zabuza and Kakashi at the same time and not break a sweat probably. We managed to survive. We managed to get the fuck away from him, and we survived longer than most Chunin would. No, we lost. He was toying with us. All this training, all this hard work, all this supposed talent and skill, and it was pointless. Sasuke ranted. He was so strong. He was so strong I stood in awe. I found it beautiful. What are you, a masochist? Beyond I already thought you were anyway. And cue an interruption by a smirking Naruto. Yeah, he was cool, and creepy as hell though, don't forget that. But, we're still Jinin, we're 12, he's over 60. It was a given that we'd get our asses handed to us. At least we lived to see another day. No, we ran, like dogs, he spat out with disgust. He had so much power, and all we could do was hope to survive. Like rats. All we've done is only fit for rats. The bowl was tossed away, spilling on the ground while Sasuke got up and left the clearing, leaving a sad Naruto behind. For his part, Naruto could understand, he supposed. Sasuke had been obsessed with power for so long, giving his all for a personal vendetta, a goal he had taken up as his drive in life, the only reason he was alive. Pretty much like Naruto himself, only where Sasuke wanted to bring his brother to justice, Naruto wanted to be acknowledged by everyone. If there had been anything that would show Naruto he would never have a chance at his dream, then yeah, he would have reacted badly to it too. Or if he had found he actually came from a clan and nobody told him about it. Yeah, that'd piss him off pretty badly too. So he let his friend, his almost brother, go. He'd need some time to sort his feelings. Maybe he could get him a plant to keep him company as well. That'd work, right? No sense in letting perfectly good soup go to waste though. So he took out his sealing scroll, a very nice gift from Kakashi-sensei, and sat down next to his still-eating Sakura. The girl was eating almost as ravenously as Chuji. Making small talk, he learned more than a few things. Lee was going solo into the woods, seeing if he could take out a team or at least give directions to his partners. Ino and her own team had been looking to set a trap at some team when they found out about Team 7 being damaged and had, at Ino's insistence, come to help. Lastly, Sakura had spent 3 days in vigil, looking over both Naruto and Sasuke and taking care of them as best as she could, though nothing she had used had been effective. It seemed she had been so devoted to them she had barely had something to eat. Having feeling someone watching over her hiding place for 3 days, she hadn't dared leave to forage. Eventually Sasuke came back, forcing a smile, and "I'm fine," drop it line, sitting next to them and taking some soup, but only after his stomach roared. It had given them all a few laughs, or giggles in the case of the girls, though he seemed even more brooding or sullen than usual. Naruto, though, just assumed he would get over it in time. He trusted Sasuke. He wasn't weak. Ino then asked a question that had been bugging her for a long time, ever since she saw him at the first part, really. Naruto, are you just acting like you're crazy? My dear Ino-chan, he said, grinning at her and his eyes glinting with something the girl couldn't recognize. We're all crazy. Some of us just enjoy the ride. That earned a laugh from Shikamaru, who was smart enough to get the point, and surprising Sasuke, who was crazy enough to do the same thing. Funny that, if you think about it, crazy and smart can mean the same thing sometimes. But, in the end, it was time to move on, and, while Ino and Sakura both advocated that their teams stick together, Shikamaru didn't consider it tactically wise and Sasuke wasn't in the mood for it. Chuji and Naruto's opinion apparently didn't matter, but it wasn't like they minded any. What really worried Naruto, besides Sasuke's constant state of anger and sulking, was that they had to move quickly. The tower wasn't exactly far, but his clones hadn't been exactly accurate in their Mori Urei transportation. If anything, they had sent them off to a completely different quadrant. They'd have to be more careful about roving teams right now, not to mention the snake bastard himself. At best, it would take them a whole day to get to the tower, and it was already the 4th day. He couldn't even use the Mori Urei a second time. He was lucky to be standing if what he felt about his chakra system was right. He could feel his reserva return, but slower than they ever had, and it was still weird. What had Snake Eyes done to him anyway? Maybe he should ask old man Sarutobi. Soon, Team 7 was leaping again in triangle formation, Sasuke in the lead. He had insisted they do that, even though Naruto had to constantly leap next to him to notify him of a detour. Their leader had almost attacked once or twice anyway, a show of aggression they had rarely seen from him, but the blonde managed to convince him to save it for the 3rd part, and any campers outside the tower, they weren't out of it yet. At last, with thankfully little trouble except for a stubborn bear, the group made it to the tower. Just like Naruto remembered it, a spire jutting out from the ground, worn stone and scratched doors. Over them a sign. If you have heaven, then scour the world for the earth. If you have earth, gaze up to the sky to see the heaven. The balance is the key. It was rather cryptic in its meaning, but it got along another point finally enough. They had 2 scrolls, right? A heaven and earth. Obviously the sign told them they needed both, but for what? Let's open them. The proctor said not to open them unless we got here. Guess we need them both and be here before we can use them, suggested Sasuke, already taking out the scroll he had taken from the Odo ninja. Thankfully, it was a pair to the one Naruto held. Still, it was a reminder that he had actually failed as a team leader. He had quickly surrendered their first scroll to that Orochimaru guy. He was a failure that desired, no needed, strength. And he had found it, for just a few moments after awakening from his coma. Up until Naruto stopped him, he had found power. A little jealous voice in his head asked him. Maybe Naruto stopped him so he wouldn't get too powerful. He shook his head. Naruto would never do something like that. It wasn't his thing. Naruto may be a crazy, batshit loco, obstinate idiot, but he was also a friend and a dependable one at that. He would never do something like that, right? Dunno, Sasuke, but I guess we don't have much choice, do we? All right, let's do it. The blonde replied, retrieving his own, and, with a look at Sasuke, opened it at the same time. Smoke began to erupt from the scrolls, and they seemed to draw themselves onto each other, so Naruto and Sasuke. knowing that seals should really be left to do what they do unless you know how to mess with them, tossed them, and leapt back to Sakura. The girl had already taken out a few kunai and was readying herself to replace with a log behind the scrolls. After all, judging by the shape and movement of the smoke and the patterns of the scribblings, "It's summoning something," Sasuke whispered, complimenting Sakura's thoughts. He peered hard into it and tried to activate his Sharingan, but he stopped immediately, feeling a searing pain over his left shoulder, and what little chakra he had amounted vanished quickly. "I can't use my Sharingan. What am I? How could someone? How dare they take my rightful power from me?" He raged internally, hopping from wondering to terrified to aggressive and back again, all in the space of a second. Namely, the second it took for the smoke to clear and the figure inside it become identifiable, one Yuma no Irika. Said Chunin teacher was quickly glomped to the ground by a happy Naruto, laughing all the way and rubbing the blonde's head. "Haha, I'm glad to see you too, Naruto. It's been quite a bit of time, hasn't it? How have you three been doing? Nothing too bad, I hope. Or should I have you writing lines again?" He joked, earning a giggle from Sakura, a somewhat forced smirk from Sasuke, and a scared look from Naruto. "Ah, good days, good days." "No, Naruto is a good boy." Naruto squeaked and leaped off the man, looking innocent. Everyone laughed at that, even a recovering Sasuke, though his lasted the shortest. "Good to know you'll be behaving, brat." Irika used the usual insult as a term of affection. "Now come, I bet you're all exhausted. Get inside. I'll get you something to eat and drink. It's not over yet." The Chunin's words were prophetic, or at least well-informed. After a small brunch of sandwiches, several for each member in fact, and some water, every ninja in the tower was called down for debriefing. It was there they found why it wasn't over yet. There were just too many of them, even if most were Konoha genin. Kabuto's team had finished along Lee's and the other 3 Konoha rookie teams. The Odo ninja had also managed to recover, despite their near-death experience, and were looking hatefully at Team 7 from their place next to the Sabaka siblings of Suna. All in all, 7 teams of 3, 21 applicants. The Hokage, ignoring Naruto's squeals of "Hi Ji-chan," then informed them that they would be having a small tournament to narrow down the numbers of the third part of the exam. It was then that a sickly jounin, named Gecko Hate, took over and told them that their matches would be random and asked everyone to go up the stairs to an overlooking veranda of sorts. Sasuke's match was the first, something that relieved a worried Kakashi. He had seen the mark on the boy's neck, and he had hoped it would be so. He'd get him out of there as soon as he ended the fight. He was glad that his opponent was another Konoha genin, one Akato Yoroi. Surely the other genin wouldn't go too rough on him. That sentiment was thrown right out the window once the fight started. If anything, Yoroi fought to mock, injure, and slowly kill the Uchiha, drawing his chakra out bit by bit every time they touched. Sasuke was on his right knee, and he was getting ready to interfere when Naruto, bless his soul, interfered. "Get up, team. Are you letting that weakling take you down? You've stood against Zabuza and you let that loser get you on bended knees? Get up, Sasuke. Me and Sakura believe in you." That had been the little surge of power the boy had needed to get back up and stare down a now cowering Yoroi. Sasuke didn't dare pull out more chakra than he needed to survive. It hurt like a bitch when he tried it to use his favorite fireball jutsu. So, instead, he decided to take a leaf out of Naruto's book and charged his enemy. First step, unbalance them. Yoroi knew he was dangerous at short range. He had assumed that Sasuke would stay the heck away from him. He assumed wrong. Second step, skill and knowledge are important. Use what you have. What did he have? He was a taijutsu genius. He had seen Lee's movements and, thanks to his Sharingan, memorized them. More importantly, he could replicate them as his body was in fact highly conditioned. Yoroi's chin met Sasuke's high kick, and he was bodily thrown off the floor, an instant later followed by Sasuke. Third step, improvise. He hadn't seen Lee's follow-up deadly combo. It didn't matter. He was in an ideal place to attack, so he began his new one. Sure Rindan, lion combo. And poor Yoroi had his face smashed into the earth by a powerful heel drop from Sasuke after a barrage of other blows. Winner by knockout, Uchiha Sasuke. No sooner had these words been said than Naruto and Sakura whooped in joy, while Kakashi sighed in relief. He was just about to take the boy away when he refused. It wouldn't matter much, but let him stay, Kakashi-sensei. He will be good, only watching after all, right? Besides, if we're going to have a big tournament up next, he's going to need all his knowledge, right? Naruto begged, getting nods from Sakura. He would have still taken the boy away, especially since Anko was glaring, but Sasuke confirmed that he was all right, and he visibly stood better after his victory. Interesting. A look at Sandaime-sama also confirmed it. Sasuke would watch the rest of the fights. Some fights went by, others interesting, others boring, but not one of them more gruesome than Gaara's with Lee. The Sand Chunin, after getting handily beaten to the ground by Lee for a while, managed to ensnare the green-colored blur of fists and kicks before crushing his right arm and leg. It was then that Naruto realized what was so familiar about this guy. It wasn't those eyes, so much like his own would have been had he not chosen to forgive. It wasn't the feeling of hate and disgust he himself often felt for the people around him. It was the feeling of malice, deep and old and ancient, that circulated through his chakra and looked out behind his eyes. Two great, red, slitted eyes look out from the darkness, a huge set of hungry, salivating teeth, hungrily grinning down. Darkness, darkness all around. Depressing, consuming, devouring. Naruto, oi Naruto, are you even listening? Sakura yelled at his ear, making him jump. From the look on her face, she had been doing so for quite a bit of time. Sorry, Sakura-chan. I was thinking. Whatever you were thinking must have been terrible. You were trembling and sweating a lot. Anyway, it's my turn to fight now. Inobuta and I, how poetic. Sakura wanted Naruto to look at her fighting. She wanted him to acknowledge that she had gotten stronger, just like he had improved himself. It wasn't romantic in the slightest, but if she could get Naruto to admit she had gotten stronger, then, in time, she could also prove it to Sasuke-kun, right? The fight itself wasn't what Sakura had hoped nor expected. Instead of a straight-out combat, it was a trip down memory lane and her getting over her own past. But at least she had gotten that chapter of her life closed. It would have been better if she had managed to move on to the next part, but at least she prevented Inobuta from having that honor. The little voice inside her head, that was coming out more and more often as she spent time near Naruto's insanity, also said that they were the ones least deserving to move on. Compared to any of the genin there, she and Ino were the weakest. While she was debating that, another Kunoichi, Tintin from Lee's team, was defeated by Sabaku no Temari. This victory, Gaara's victory and Kankaro's earlier one, had made the entire Suna delegation advance, much to the chagrin of all Konoha ninja. Quality over quantity, they reminded themselves. And now was Naruto's turn, a fight against an equally loudmouthed genin, albeit one with a clan, Inuzuka Kiba. The dog user had always been smug and brash, arrogant as well. Even more so against Naruto, whom he saw as a runt, a bastard breed, someone with no clan or family to back him, meaning that he didn't deserve one either. It wasn't his fault as much as the teachings of his tight-knit, pack-like family coupled with the entire village's hate towards the blonde. As the Sandaime had said several times in the past, the adults' hate towards the Uzumaki had tainted the views of the young generation. That's why, while Kiba was walking down the stairs, he was feeling very smug, almost as if he deserved fighting the weakest genin, the dead last. He conveniently missed Sakura's and Sasuke's glare, while Kakashi sighed and wished there was a betting pool going on. He would have made a killing out of the beating he knew would follow. Sad to say this, Kakashi, but Naruto has lost. Kiba is the top taijutsu expert, and with his dog, he is going to destroy your student. Save some face by stopping the fight. Kurenai, also quite arrogant in her student's coming victory, smug about getting to one-up the perverted Jounin. Is that so, little Kurenai? Kakashi smiled at her, feeling more than a bit vindictive at someone underestimating his brat. If you're so sure, how about a bet? Being reminded that while he was only a couple of years older than her, Kakashi was considered a legend before she even made genin, angered Kurenai a lot. So, she accepted his offer. It was even better for Kakashi as a Suma, also an upstart in his opinion, wanting to agree with his future hopefully girlfriend, also bet quite the sum on Naruto. Even Sarutobi, Anko, and Ibiki followed, both betting on Naruto against every Chunin, sans Irika, who bet against the blonde. The final odds, 5-1 in Kiba's favor. Naruto winning would give Kakashi 5 times the betting money. Oh, this was going to be fun. Oi, Naruto, he yelled over the stands, grinning. I've bet a few thousand Ryo on you. Win, and we share 50-50 with the team. The resulting grin made the entire team grin. Even if he was feeling a bit jealous that no one had bet on him, Sasuke was quite looking forward to the resulting beatdown. Kiba had been most arrogant and insolent these past few days. It was time for someone to show the mutt that he was no alpha. Match start, Gekka said and leapt up to bet some on the blonde. The Inuzuka was good, but the blonde had eyes that had seen way more. Eyes of a veteran, even if they were swallowed up by a playful insanity, or was it insane playfulness? Kiba, however, hadn't seen those eyes, nor would he have recognized or even cared about them. In his opinion, the blonde was useless. He had only gotten there riding on the coattails of others. Well, all the better for him. As soon as he would knock him out, he would proceed. Shouldn't take more than a punch anyway. It was a very surprised Kiba that found that his punch had hit nothing. He was stunned, in fact, to find a great amount of pain on his left kidney as he was tossed away. In the span of a blink of an eye, Naruto had leaned back, balancing on his left leg, and had snapped a strong kick right into Kiba's left. "Watch out!" Naruto cried out, in a cheesy voice, moving his eyes like crazy and falling into an exaggerated martial arts stance. Kiba only got up coughing. What had happened? The blonde had hit him? What the hell? Had the blonde looser embarrassed him? Vengeance for Zul'jin. Vengeance for embarrassment. With a roar, Kiba threw himself into a charge, meanwhile activating his bloodline limit technique called Shikyaku no Jutsu, or on all fours technique, elongating his nails to claws and giving him an animalistic, lower stance. When he got in range, he launched into an assault of clawed strikes and kicks, causing Naruto to somersault over him, slamming down a heel drop, which was evaded. Naruto fell on the ground and used what little chakra control he had to create a buffer between his leg and the ground, much like done in water walking, allowing his spin to continue. Before Kiba had the chance to fully turn around, he had placed his shin on the side of Kiba's head and slammed him down with a sudden exertion of force. "Oh, what youth!" Guy cried out, tears in his eyes at the kick. The taijutsu master inside him told him that it dealt more than a bit of damage, as the way it was made placed all the stress into Kiba's neck, and, since the shin acted as a lever, it could very well break the spine. What youthful fire! He kept on yelling. "Chawat," Naruto grinned. "How do you like my hook kick, Kibblebreath?" He taunted as he balanced himself on one foot. It was time, Kiba decided, to play dirty. So, with a bark, Akamaru attacked from behind Naruto, as he had been discarded. Unfortunately for the puppy, Naruto had been trained in reflexes, so he was quick to leap out of the way of the snarling dog. "Oi, Kibbles, what the hell are you doing? Involving your pet in a real fight? I could have killed him, you know. How would you have liked me bringing my pretties into this, huh?" "Huh, shows how much you know, loser. Akamaru isn't my pet, he's my dash." "Owner, right, Akamaru? If Akamaru isn't your pet, you're his, eh?" "What? You damn loser, I'll show you." Taking the bait, Kiba ignored his friend and charged Naruto. He only had time to wonder why Naruto grinned before the blonde also charged forward and raised a leg to kick. With legs being longer than arms, Kiba was fast to change from attack to a desperate defense if he didn't want to get hammered. Hacha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Naruto rapid-fired several kicks, mixing low with high and finishing with an aerial spin that brought his shin to meet with Kiba's neck once more. At least, this time, the genin proved that a dog can in fact learn more than one trick, raising his arm at the last moment to take the brunt of the flying kick. "Oh poo," Naruto mocked. "You saw through my aerial hook kick." He had one more he could use, pulling his leg back at the last moment to allow for a powerful heel drop on his target's head, but he wasn't going to be able to use it here. The mutt was catching up, and he wanted to save it as a surprise anyway. But the fight wasn't over just yet. Being repeatedly one-upped by Naruto had pissed Kiba off. That no-name, no-clan bastard had beaten him down, in front of many people, cute girls too. His pride, honed after years of considering himself superior to everyone else, Sasuke lacked a pack. So even if he was stronger, he was still inferior and he could beat everyone else. Simply couldn't bear it. That's it. I'm sick of it. You pathetic little loser. It's time to get serious. Akamaru, get over here. The puppy leapt at its master's side, just in time to catch a small brown sphere with its teeth and then gulp it. The result was instantaneous. He growled louder, deeper, grew in size, spiked his fur, and took on a bright red color. Let's do this, Akamaru. Said dog leapt on his back, and Kiba quickly placed his hands in a seal. Jujin Bunshin, Beastman clone. He cried out before both of them leaping at a now-worried Naruto. Getsuga, Fong over Fong. Both of them spun in the air like drills and fell onto Naruto, blindeciding him and tossing him over. Naruto cursed. If that snake bastard hadn't messed up his chakra, he would have managed to escape, looking cool while doing it too, but it just didn't flow right. At least he could still move and quickly leapt away from another drill attack. Damn them. It was so annoying. They had really good cooperation. Dodging one placed him right into the path of the second, while the first one recovered for another round. With a feral growl, Naruto decided that taking one of them out would be more important than avoiding getting hit. At least they hadn't used any smoke bombs, or it would have been hard to find out who was who. That and Kiba always charged first, leading his enemy to Akamaru. So, while dodging yet another attack from Kiba and coming face to face with Akamaru, he decided to change the rules of the game. Not dodging, he identified the direction of the spin and spun himself that way too. At the moment of collision, his leg lashed out and just a little bit into the drill. His trouser was ripped off at thigh level, and there were numerous gashes all the way up, but a surprised and hurting Kiba was tossed out of his technique, rolling on the ground a bit before reverting to Akamaru. The real Kiba landed next to his whimpering partner and growled, "You goddamn bastard. You hurt Akamaru. I'm going to kill you." Then he was off in a weaker form of the Getsuga, the Tsuga, or drill Fong. Naruto had barely managed to properly land, still unable to balance properly on his torn leg, and thus unable to defend against Kiba's attack, which sent him rolling away. "Now stay down, you little bastard." Kiba snarled, his arrogance returning. "Sorry to say this, Kiba, but I'm going to win. I have some very important people believing in me. I won't lose." He was getting back up again, however shakily, making his enemy bark a laugh at him. "Can't lose? Because they believe in you? What crap are you spouting, moron?" Sneered Kiba, ever arrogant. "All I see is a loser, a dead last failure. Anyone who believes in you is just another fucking retard." He seemed so proud of his insult too. Up in the stands, Kakashi groaned, Sakura cringed, and Sasuke snickered. The raven-haired boy just turned to Kurenai and mockingly stated, "Kurenai-sensei, you may want to interrupt the match if you want your puppy, your student, in functioning condition in less than 3 months' time. Naruto's about to stomp his ass into the curb and then blow the whole thing up." Meanwhile, Naruto seethed alone, his hair hiding his eyes, who had began to glow as his chakra raged while he tried to retract it into his body. "Retard, fucking retard." He called them retards. He mumbled, making Kiba laugh and spout even more insults. Then Naruto stilled suddenly, and his chakra seemed to die down. Truthfully, that made him scarier, but Kiba was only barely beginning to understand that he might have said a few words too many. "Retards, you called them, Kiba-kun? All of them are retards. All who believe in me, who give meaning to me, are retards? Idiots, the lot of them. Sakura is a retard. Sasuke is a retard. Kakashi-sensei and Inari and all of Wave are retards. Is Sandaime a fucking retard, Kiba?" He roared, and then, like a coiled spring, his chakra erupted all around him, bringing its weight onto everyone in the arena. Anko would never admit it, but she found the blonde Janine hot. More power than he had felt before, ever since the snake bastard had sealed him in way, coursed in him, reminding him of the power he was used to wielding. So he commanded it. It answered. With a familiar placing of his hands, the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, the legendary shadow clone technique, was activated, bringing with it the smoke that accompanied it before dispersing and revealing the result. 3 clones of Naruto, all seething with rage. Up in the stands, Sasuke might have been angrily surprised that the blonde was still strong enough to rival him, but he was also relieved in a way, not just because he would have usually used this much chakra to summon 100 clones, but also because he would be probably sticking to taijutsu. Kiba would live. If Naruto had been really serious, a single Heiken blow would have split the arrogant mud in half. Naruto might suck at kenjutsu, but his jutsu flowed according to his will, and so made up for his lack of skill. Still stunned somewhat by the fact that the village idiot could actually use clones, something he thought he'd never see, much less corporeal ones, judging by the shadows. Inuzuka Kiba was defenseless to the resulting assault. Feeling his chakra flow strong, if completely irregular, for just a bit more, Naruto rushed Kiba. A few meters before reaching him, he used chakra to slide the last bit while he coiled his entire body under him. A mighty kick collided with Kiba's stomach and launched him up. Zu. Ma. Two clones appeared and gave another kick to his sternum. Ki. The last clone appeared to give another push upwards, this time on the chin and making Kiba fly on his back. The original was used as a leaping vault while he gathered several leaves hidden in his sleeves and tossed them up, aiding with wind manipulation to get them to proper place. Na. Ru. 2. Each sound was accompanied with one of 3 kicks while the clones all fell into position and made the widely known seals for the Kawarimi no Jutsu, knowing that with their chakra messed up, they wouldn't be able to do it the normal way. Finally, the 4 leaves puffed into smoke, revealing the 4 Narutos each spinning for a powerful mule kick. As one they called out their attack, striking simultaneously. Shikyaku Rindan, 4 kicks combo. The sound of breaking bone and the meaty thud of a soft dead weight falling to the ground confirmed Naruto's victory over an unconscious Kiba with several broken ribs. At last he had won, as he stood up just for the announcement to be made and Kakashi-sensei to come down and help him up the stairs. His legs still can't function well. Near them, Guy was weeping rivers of tears, wishing that his beloved student had been there to see this. It was a magnificent combination of a simple D-rank jutsu with a bit of taijutsu to make a whole greater than the sum of its parts. Hearing Kurenai curse at loosing the bet, from which the green-dressed teacher had abstained as it dampened the flames of youth, and wondering how the blonde could have dealt so much damage, Guy turned to her, serious for a change. This Shikyaku Rendan is a most youthful technique, Kurenai-sensei. He cried out, getting the attention of everyone sans a smirking Naruto. The body naturally rolls with blows made against it. It is an instinct, one we hone after hours and hours of youthful training under the foundine of youth. However, Naruto-kun unleashed all 4 kicks at the same time, removing the body's ability to move with the blow and lessen its impact. Moreover, since the blows were each in a direction opposite to each other, the damage was multiplied as the relative speed, and by extension force, were almost doubled. It truly is a wonderful technique, Naruto-kun. You must tell me how you thought of it. Naruto's grin faded quickly, to return just as fast, but Guy and Kakashi caught it, Kurenai missing it due to her glaring at the taijutsu master, and Asuma due to looking at the woman of his dreams. I'd rather not. Hey, a taijutsu master must keep his, youthful secrets secret to, maintain his, youthfulness? Naruto tried to speak youth, but was having a hard time. Not that anyone could blame him for not sharing. He had gotten the idea for that technique not only from Sasuke's Shurshur Rindan, which he had blatantly and shamelessly copied and would agree to doing so, but also because of how he had learned about removing the body's ability to roll with a blow by experience. Yes, most youthful of you, Naruto-kun. Guy realized that there was a story behind this, so he resolved to remove some of the burden of Naruto's shoulders by drawing every eye onto himself. Oh, I shall learn this technique. Its youthfulness will revitalize my springtime of youth. I shall learn it in a day, and if I can't, I shall race 3 times around Konoha on my fingers, and if I can't, will make 1,000 push-ups on my pointer, and if I can, I'll dash. That's quite enough, Guy. I'm sure you'll learn it in due time. Kakashi tried to calm down his excitable friend. Besides, the next fight is coming. In the meantime, however, Sasuke had approached Naruto, looking somewhat angry. Naruto, yeah, I copied your move. It really saved me, Sasuke. Thanks. If you hadn't found out how to do it, I'd have been out for the count, man. You're awesome. Sasuke grunted. At least the dope understood who was the better man here. No, wait, at least he thanked him for helping him get better. That's what he meant. Ugh, such a nasty headache. He had to sit down a bit to calm down. And he sat down, next to his team, looking at the now shaking Hinata. Well, she always was a meek one, but he had never seen her so terrified, not to mention the way Kurenai-sensei was biting her lip. She looked very worried. It only took a bit of recalling to understand why, and he winced in sympathy. Niji was her cousin, but they were Hyuga first and foremost. A clan that, under the guise of nobility and blood purity, enslaved and tortured the majority of the clan except for the main family, which composed of the patriarch and firstborn child. Everyone else, even second-born children and even twins, they were all sealed by a lethal seal that could kill them with just a hand seal and a bit of chakra. For a so-called noble clan, they sure were barbaric. Even the Uchiha who had no talent as shinobi and couldn't activate the Sharingan had a place in his clan. They worked to make sure they all prospered. No one was wasted or enslaved. No, the Uchiha was definitely a much better clan than the Hyuga. Then it was what Niji was telling to poor Hinata. Even he had to feel pity for the girl. He might not like her at all, but she was kind and caring to all. She never wanted to hurt a fly. Sure, that made her a bad kunoichi, but to degrade her like this? Even to Sasuke it seemed like a bit too much. Do your best, Hinata. A certain loudmouth blonde shouted all of a sudden. Make that arrogant ass eat the stick he shoved up his ass. I believe that you can beat him. It had seemed as if the girl drew strength from his words and a resolve to fight, likely a side effect from her huge crush on the blonde. But Sasuke turned to Naruto questioningly, catching his eye. Why? Look at her, Sasuke, said Naruto as the two Hyuga began fighting, with Hinata losing badly. Look at her eyes, Sasuke. Both winced as the girl was tossed back, whimpering in pain and getting unsteadily back on her feet. The two Hyugas circled each other, finally allowing Sasuke to look at her eyes. They're so familiar. She's just like us. He breathed out, unevenly, shocked. Naruto ignored Sakura's own shock that he seemed to have more in common with the Hyuga girl, especially since it wasn't something that Sakura herself could discern, and nodded grimly. Almost. She's almost had it as bad as us, Sasuke. But she never found her strength, her calling, Sasuke. She needs this. She needs to see this through. She needs someone to believe in her, especially since not even her own team and sensei do. He snarled poisonously at Kurenai and the rest of her team. It was a look of pure loathing, hatred, and disgust, one that was quickly mirrored in Kakashi's and Sasuke's eyes as they caught on to Naruto's words. Not once since the girl had gone down did her team ever give her encouragement. They instead told her to quit and give up. Kurenai. Kakashi's voice was ice-cold and made the Jounin shiver. After this, we'll be having a talk about your student. If she's still going to be yours, you can count on the fact that I will look into this. Kakashi had been known to be an aloof man, and he was so by choice as well as nature. But these past few months, the company of these three children had been life-changing for him. He found himself going from hating kids to actually considering them as kids. As such, he was extremely angry at any teacher that didn't do their best to help their student alone, if not in jutsu, at least in counseling. Now Sasuke looked on with more interest. The little Hyuga hadn't given up. Her cousin, Niji, he thought with hate, had cut off all her chakra circulation and was mocking her, taunting her, insulting her. And she still would not give up. She just stood up again and forwent her clan's fighting style just to try to hit him one more time. Her voice, shaky and hurt and wet from the blood that was trickling down her lips, gave Sasuke a new realization, an epiphany. I will not give up. It is my ninja way. As soon as she had said that, Niji's eyes had changed from simply hateful to murderous, and with another spout about how he was going to kill her, he hesitated only for a second. The second it took Hinata to tell her cousin that she pitied him because he always suffered just as hard as her, going against his own fate. Sasuke didn't know how he got up, or when he was on the rail, or even when he had leapt, Naruto's unmistakable presence right next to him, as they both made their way as fast as they could racing against time to stop a murder from occurring. It was unnecessary. The room's Jounin had interfered. Even Guy had appeared in front of his student, grasping his hand. Sasuke had the slight idea that Kakashi had really wanted to hold something to his hand, while he grasped Niji from the back of his neck like an unruly cat. "More protection for the main house," shouted Niji, but only until he realized that there was an unbelievable amount of killer intent aimed towards him. Sasuke and Naruto stood side by side as they glared holes into the boy, their hate making their eyes almost take an unearthly glow. Both of them bringing up memories of their painful childhoods. They were not about to let that annoying bastard insult someone who was so much like them. Up in the rail, Gaara's eyes widened when he felt a familiar power awaken, so similar to his, but also several times more potent and dangerous. Kakashi was about to release the white-eyed brat he was holding. "Do not snap his neck. Do not stab a kunai through his neck. Do not rip his eyes out. I don't want to, oh hell, I do want to." And go to calm his student from doing something that few in the room would regret, but would lead to him regretting it. When the spell was broken, Hinata coughed. Medics had been on their way even as Hinata fell for the last time, examining her while Guy escorted, pulled his student away, and shouting their findings to each other. Damn it, her chakra system's collapsing. Multiple damage to her lungs. Heart rate dropping fast, internal injuries. What's her chakra doing? It's all messed up. It's like her chakra system's turned on itself. It looks like it's cannibalizing itself. Hinata had been maybe the Hyuga to have been struck by the Jukin style, the most ever since its inception. The body's own adaptability and her own wish to not die had led to her evolving a natural counter to its damage. But to activate these countermeasures, it took a large amount of chakra from her, and she never was someone with large reserves in any way. In short, her own body was eating her alive, trying to save itself. It was only when a medic announced that she seemed to be draining his chakra that Naruto realized that maybe conventional healing techniques wouldn't suffice. If her body wanted to eat chakra, then maybe that's exactly what they should be doing, right? He could do something about it, but with his chakra so off-kilter. Unless… Sakura-chan. He cried to his teammate who had come down the stairs to all the commotion, wanting to help the medics in any way she could. The girl looked at him curiously, and he took a deep breath. "Sakura-chan, remember when I taught you and Sasuke how to infuse chakra to leaves and flowers without damaging them? It had taken quite a bit of work to learn how to do it too, but both Sakura and Sasuke had mastered it." She nodded. Maybe we need to give her some chakra. Maybe that's why her body's draining the doctor's chakra." "You're right. The body's own immunization system might be taking the chakra, but…" Sakura looked skeptical as she had her mind race through a number of scenarios and possibilities. But, in the end, she was just as stumped as the medics. "What can we do, though?" We can give her some of ours." Now the medics, and even Jounin, were looking disbelievingly at the blonde. Not only was he a Jinchuriki, but he also knew nothing of healing techniques. What could he do? "I could give her my chakra, but, well, it's kind of poisonous to most people, to know why." He lied, and the Jounin sighed in relief that he hid that fact. "Normally, I can screen the toxicity. That's why my jutsu works. I can even enhance plants, as you remember." Now most Jounin were looking at each other wondering if the boy actually had the Mokuton. It was wrong, of course, but it was always their hope that someone, anyone, would come forth with that legendary bloodline once more. "But my chakra's all messed up, something that Orochimaru guy did to me. I can barely get it to flow right, much less infuse something without even a hand seal. But you can do it, can't you, Sakura-chan? You have the best control out of all of us, so if I channel some of my chakra inside you, you could act as a buffer to your own." Sakura finished, thinking, before nodding. "Medic-san, please make some room. Me and my team might be able to help, even a bit," she said as both her and Naruto took position over the unconscious girl, the blonde's hands over her own. A third set of hands were placed over theirs, and they both looked at their dark-haired teammate. "What?" he grunted. "Between the three of us, it should be easy. I'll act as Naruto's first filter while you act as buffer. On 3. 1, 2. Sakura's hands clenched to steady them, and she closed her eyes to better feel with her chakra, feeling her connection to Sasuke form, a funnel straight into her hands. 3. Naruto's chakra didn't flow. It spilled. Like water spills from a glass knocked over. So did his chakra, carelessly gushing out, its flow irregular, and he strained to control it to an at least manageable level. Sasuke grit his teeth as he felt the raw energy settle on his hands, almost like a physical weight. So potent it was, but he quickly channeled as much as he could into Sakura in a steady flow. The rest, what he couldn't safely channel, was absorbed into his body, making up for the occasional shortage of chakra when the funnel drained just before the next pulse, and filling his own reserves with Naruto's chaotic, shivering, almost energy. Sakura felt the most. As the one least used to having huge amounts of chakra flow through her body, it felt like she was directly plugged into a transformer plant and doused in water. She had, quite plainly, more power in her hands than she could use. And there was no sign of it stopping or slowing down or even calming. It fell on her hands like a waterfall, and she had to transform it into a gentle river, slowly pour it into Hinata's chest, and gently nudge it to refill her strained system. Not once could she let it go faster, or swirl or change, or do anything other than slowly flow into her. It didn't last long, it couldn't. But, in those short seconds that it did, Sakura realized that if Naruto could unleash so much chakra into her, after also losing quite a bit in the transfer, the blonde had so much chakra, it was unreal. She was quite aware that she had very little in terms of amount, but what Naruto had it was an ocean to her drops. Huge chakra reserves and poisonous chakra. Both Sakura and Sasuke thought, filing it away in their minds as one more of their teammates' weird riddles. Riddles they wanted answered. But for now, Team 7 was content to lie back and bask in the relief that they had helped their classmate, evident through the relief of the working doctors, now stating that her body was recovering at a fast rate, her system no longer cannibalizing itself. Of course, the internal injuries were still dangerous and life-threatening, but at least now they could work on them instead of having to fight against her body to get to them. Sasuke allowed himself a smirk at a happily sighing Sakura, but Naruto wasn't nearly as over. Scooping up some of the blood Hinata had coughed out, he ritually painted his face. A red line over each eyelid, another down his nose and two over his whiskers, ending with a tap on each of his knuckles. He took a few steps towards a scowling Neji and didn't glare, didn't grin maliciously, didn't scowl. He simply stated a few words, like the truth they were. When you and I fight, I will pay you back for her pain. I will crush you, Hyuga Neji Kinslayer. Then he turned his back and went to his team, leaving a very worried Kakashi behind. Because Kakashi, and indeed every person in that room that knew about the Uzumaki, knew what Naruto had done. Ritualistically placing blood on himself in this kind of patterns signified a blood oath. Naruto hadn't just stated the beatdown that would occur. He had just told everyone that there was a person he was never going to work with, a person that, given half a chance, he would remove from the world. It was hot-headed, Kakashi agreed, just like Naruto, just like an Uzumaki, just like Kushina-sama. Up in the stands, the Sandaime side. Seems like Naruto was more like his mother than his father. His aged bones felt brittle when he remembered that one of these days, probably in little over a month from this day, he would be telling the truth to Naruto. He only hoped that the blonde would forgive him. He had done everything he could to protect him, but it had not been enough, not nearly enough. And it was time to pay the geisha, as the saying goes. The tournament was quickly ended there, rather hastily too, lest someone offed someone else. Hate came up with a board and some papers, letting everyone who passed choose one of them, each scribbled with a number on it. According to the proctor, there would be several fights, the winner of each going to fight each other until there came a victor. Who won the third part wouldn't matter, but fighting more times meant more chances to show off your skills, and any one of them could get promoted, or none of them at all. As if fate herself decided to make up for tossing Naruto into a shithole, the fickle mistress gave him his heart's desire. He would be the first to fight, and he would fight against Hyuga Neji. Kakashi reminded himself he would have to come early that day and bet quite the sum on his student. His brat wouldn't rest until Neji was eating through a straw, and he would stop if, and only if Hinata asked him to spare his cousin. Sasuke would fight Gaara as the last match, not that he was too keen on it. Something on the redhead rubbed him the wrong way, something very familiar to both Naruto and Orochimaru. He'd have to take it seriously if he wanted to win. He would win. He was an Uchiha. There was no other way. After that little announcement, Each sensei quietly took their students to one of the many rooms from which they would be escorted out of the training grounds in which they had spent almost a week in. But Kakashi first had to do a small ritual, albeit a very painful one. Written seals seemed to flow into Sasuke's shoulder, coalescing around the Tritomo mark on it, a circle of unintelligible, yet powerful at the same time, lines surrounding it. All through that, Sasuke was screaming in agony, almost as great as when he received the mark, and truly a dangerous mark it was as Kakashi told them. A seal by Orochimaru to gain control of whoever carries it, corrupting them to become his servants. Sasuke swore there, and then to not fall to its influence, as weak and almost unconscious as he was. Naruto, on the other hand, decided to poke fun at his friend and ask him if he still retained his masochistic tendencies. Then all Oropedo would have to do is keep hurting him. Sasuke reacted very maturely and stuck out his tongue at his friend, too tired to argue further. But Kakashi was sad it wasn't time for further joking. Both his students would have serious fights in just 30 days, and his last one would also have to improve herself significantly to be able to enter the next exam. Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, we must discuss the upcoming month, especially your study plans. Naruto, anything you have in mind, a strategy against Neji. At the boy's name, Naruto's countenance changed to imply barely contained malice and hatred. Yeah, keep the fuck away from him and pelt the place with explosive tags through my Kage Bunshin. That should get him just fine, but I don't want him just defeated. He snarled. I want him destroyed, his pride in ruins, his arrogance shattered. I want him not just beaten, I want him to understand every single bit of pain he caused to Hinata. He took a short breath to calm himself a bit, but the malicious glint in his eyes didn't abate all that much. I'm going to kick his ass, sensei, and I'm going to do it from close range. I have a jutsu I'm working on. If I finish it, it will allow anyone to take down a Hyuga for fun. I'll be researching too, want to learn a few things about seals, see if I can write some on my leaves and deliver them from afar or something like that. Kakashi hummed and turned to his other student. Sasuke, you have Gaara, what about you? Beat him, hands down kick his ass. He's strong though and tough. Well, not tough. Lee almost beat him despite his bad matchup. But he has a great defense. It's unbelievable how strong it is. I don't know of any way of breaking through it. I can probably avoid his attacks, but if I can't land a good blow. His voice trailed off in shame. He wanted to win, damn it, and his enemy wouldn't be hurt with anything he had. Not with anything you have, but someone may have something you can take. Sasuke shook his head from the seductive whisper that reminded him of the power Orochimaru used so casually and turned to his teacher. Kakashi was nodding with Sasuke's words, reinforcing his belief of what he should do next. I thought so. Gaara truly has a powerful defense. Which is why, sorry Naruto, but I will be training Sasuke one-on-one for the next month. He raised a hand to stop any of the resulting complaints, though none came anyway, despite a small accusing glare from Naruto. You said it yourself, Naruto. You can handle Neji for the most part, but Gaara is a whole other mess. Also, Neji probably won't kill you, Gaara will. Besides, it's not if I'll leave you completely helpless. I've been looking for a friend of mine. He's a much better teacher than I am, Naruto, at least when it comes to people like you. You have to admit that I'm more suited to teaching Sasuke. I regret this, but I haven't been able to teach you much. He grinned at Naruto's cries that he had learned plenty, but he shook his head sadly. No, Naruto, each student is different. You have different needs and different strengths. It just so happens that I am a better teacher for Sasuke than anyone else in the village. I should be able to get your teacher pretty soon too, but until then, I'll see what I can do for you. See if I can train Sasuke and you at the same time with one of the Kage Bunshins you love so much. Sensei, what about me? Sakura asked meekly. They had completely overlooked her, not that she blamed them. She was the weakest member of their team, the only one not to advance. Kakashi caught on to her thoughts and sighed. Indeed, what about you, Sakura? He sighed once more. If I'm not a good enough teacher for Naruto, I'm probably the worst possible teacher for you. Your actions today prove that the medical pursuits suit you best, but besides some basic first aid, my talents point at death rather than life. He shrugged as if not caring about it too much. Truth is, there's not much else I can teach you besides things you learn by doing. Naruto has already taught us all a technique that is more important for healing than anything I've done. He nodded to Naruto, remembering his chakra channeling technique. I'll see what I can do to set up a few doctors or combat medics to teach you some things. But apart from that, I'm afraid you're on your own, Sakura. Unless, of course, Tsunade-sama suddenly decides to come back to Konoha, which I would probably bet against. When Kakashi deposited them out of his Shunshin no Jutsu, which he still made look cool, carrying 3 kids on him while doing it, Sasuke and Naruto exchanged a new promise. They would not lose to anyone until they got to fight each other in the final stage. Then, they'd show just how good shinobi they are. Meanwhile, in another office, the aged Hokage of Konoha was talking with one of his jounin, one Yamanaka Inoichi, father of Yamanaka Ino. So, you noticed that technique Team 7 used to aid Hyuga Hinata, correct, Inoichi-san? Sandame puffed out a bit of smoke and getting a nod. Is it the same as what you encountered while taking care of Naruto's plants? Yes, Hokage-sama. Inoichi replied, thinking back to that event. As I told you then, the subject, Uzumaki Naruto, did not make all of his clones at the same time, nor were they equal parts of a whole. Instead, he seemed to create each one individually and give them the vast majority of his chakra while doing so. Normally, that would have meant that the ninja would be unable to function while lacking approximately 90% of their chakra, but the subject's special condition allowed him to recover the entirety of their internal energies in the time it took us to seal each clone. Inoichi took a deep breath before beginning again. Each time a clone was unsealed, he would spend a few hours taking care of the plants, and, though I was often called to help in the physical work that sometimes was included, would end their life not by dispelling, but by channeling the entirety of their remaining chakra, approximately 75% of the original, into a single, specific plant. As I told you then, I am a bit of a censor, though nowhere near a Hyuga, but I witnessed something most peculiar. Not only did the tree seem to absorb the chakra without problems, but it also seemed to spread it equally all over its body, as if it possessed a chakra circulatory system, though not one that can produce chakra. Most of that energy seemed to be directed to each one of the tree's pollinated flowers and simply reside there. I see. Thank you for repeating your report. I'll have to ask Naruto-kun about it sometime later, Inoichi-san. The aged leader puffed some more smoke, considering what Naruto could have possibly been doing. Though I do not doubt that Naruto-kun has our best interests at heart, it is worrisome what could possibly be a reason to use so much chakra. At the same time, in another building, a man with yellow, slitted eyes was glaring at his cowering henchman. You failed me. Do not do so again, or the results will be much worse than what you experienced this time. Are we clear, Kabuto-kun? Yes, my master,